must let go.
Well, hello, and welcome to the Rocket League Championship Series Season X. We're right into the spring split for the European Regional #1. We have no breaks for Rocket League. It keeps on trucking on through. I'm Leif, alongside me, Johnny Boy, and it looks like we let Cole and Stumpy. Is this a thing?
Hello.
We're
here forever
I guess
now.
we're here for good now. We're here. Welcome, guys. I guess I got to be nice now.
You better be. No, thank you so much. We're here. We're now on the main broadcast, literally forever. How has that been allowed? I don't know. Please don't fire us.
Johnny, I don't know. I'm going to need you to keep me safe here. Gibbs was my safe spot, and he's abandoned me.
Yeah, well, luckily we've got them boxed in. You know, they can't get anywhere. They can't run around and cause too much trouble. Packed, condensed. You know, it's the best way to have them.
Squish them in sandwiched. You're under our reigns now. I'm sure that'll turn around as we hit this pre-show. We got 30 minutes to talk about Rocket League before we get into the action. There is a lot to talk about as well, between rosters, between formats, between results already happening yesterday. Let's start getting into that. First things first. Gibbs is coming up with another crazy format. He's like, you guys liked all these ones? Let's put them all together and see what happens here. Stumpy, he's not here to explain it. If you want to walk me through what's going on now for this spring split, that would be just wonderful.
Gibbs he's given us an amazing load of formats, mushed them all into one amazing Rocket League event, and then left us to deal with it all. So guys, I'm here to talk you through exactly how this is going to be going down. So far already, we have seen there are 4 groups of 5 teams that are playing in the spring split now. You can only see 2 on your screens right now, but there are 4, like I said, made up of 5 teams each. If you finish last in those groups, you will be eliminated. However, the top 4, they'll be going through into a knockout gauntlet. If you are in the top 2 spots, you make it through into the upper half of that gauntlet. It is a double elimination, so win 1 and you make it through to the playoffs. However, if you lose there, you will go down and face the 3rd and 4th seeded teams from the groups who have been trying to knock each other out. They then play in those lower quarterfinals in this second half of the bracket. And if they win 2 and you get through onto day 3. So there's a lot of brackets going on. That is all going to be taking place tomorrow as well. And finally, on Sunday, it is playoff day. It's a classic single elimination bracket. It's a journey to find who is going to be our Regional 1 Spring Champion.
So there's a lot. That is, Gibbs is like, hey, if you had any complaints before, you can't anymore because here's everything. Johnny, this is a lot of opportunities for teams to really show, I think, in my opinion, their consistency over this format.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, the group stage really does come together quite nicely. We're eliminating 1 team from each group over the first 2 days of competition, but you also get an additional bonus. You get, a benefit for finishing in the top 2 of a group. So really a lot on the line here. Teams, they want to get those top 2 spots in the groups because if you do, then you get 2 shots at making day 4, day 3 on our broadcast, but day 4 of the competition. So that's a really big deal. Getting, having to win 1 series out of 2 tomorrow compared to having to win 2 in a row. That's a big difference. And, you get easier competition as well if you finish off in that top spot.
It's so exciting as well because, I think the fact that there is a group stage brings a little bit of nostalgia. It's like the good old days right now. Before RLCS came and made everything better but complicated. This is just like, the good old days.
Now, I was curious, though, for these good old days here for you, Cole, which teams do you think are going to excel in this? So, I feel like, as I said before, consistency is a huge thing. The top teams are going to love this, but do Do you find that there might be some teams in your mind that are going to love this and maybe squeak on through?
That's a really good question. I think the fact that everybody is in their own little groups means that they can look to the teams around them and think, I can beat them, I can have them. But I think what has to be remembered as well is that this first stage is all mainly about avoiding that 5th spot. If you can do that, you can go through and then you're into more familiar territory in double elimination. I would say, though, that the better teams will still be the better teams. So if anybody is thinking, BDS, we can take them in a group format, they're still really good.
I mean, it's already been proven that BDS will be unbeaten in their group format. We've gone through one day so far. That was all off broadcast. Some awesome streams going on from the individual teams as well. It was so good to watch. BDS have already won them both. Spoilers, they're still really good. The cream still rises to the top. Rocket League Esports is still as it should be.
Well, let's just keep talking about them then. Let's take a look back here and just remind people what happened. If for some reason you've already forgot, we had 1 week off. You better not have forgot what happened. Over the last 2 splits here, let's take a look back at what went down, because BDS was dominant and it shows in their points. Man, these guys are so far ahead, Johnny, of all the competition here. It's just not even fair.
Yeah, it's so deserved though as well. I mean, these guys have worked so hard. They've really proven to be so clutch in every best of 7, every final they've ever played. And I had a chance to talk to Extra recently about this. He's just happy to have that world spot locked in already. Now they can just relax and chill out and probably still win again. But they're just having a good time, making a bit of content on this side now. And I'm looking forward to seeing more from BDS in the content kind of sphere, as well as dominating RLCS, because we're just blessed. We're gonna get more BDS now everywhere because they just can't stop winning.
Let's just talk about kind of what we saw at the end of that last split here. It was always talked about, Stumpy, that maybe Vitality was that closest next team. Vitality can beat the rest of the region, but for some reason can't get BDS. We feel like they're getting closer. Is BDS still dominant? What are we seeing with this team BDS, and do you think there's any slowdown anytime soon here?
I think we've seen a couple of slowdowns from BDS, and when certain teams have got their number. Bear in mind, they haven't won quite everything. They have come third twice, which isn't too bad over the course of 8 grand finals. There have been a couple of times they've been really pushed to the edge, dropped into lowers, for examples, as well. So I do think that Vitality, they've definitely got that chance and that spice still to come back and face off against BDS. But I think BDS have just got that sheer consistency that we've always attributed to Vitality in the past.
I think what excites me as well, Leaf, is the fact that we're talking about BDS, right? And that's because they're the best team in EU. They're at the top by a long way. But there's also that battle for the top 6 to make Worlds. And that, in this split, is really going to start coming to the boil, where you've got Dignitas, who have just worked their way in with their great winter split, Guild Esports, Galaxy Racer, Endpoint, and Team Queso, all within a couple of 100 points of each other. Solary there in 10th as well, who are finding some great form. We'll get to them in a little bit. So it's just going to be such an exciting battle for the last maybe place or 2 going into Worlds.
Well, just looking at, there's some more teams too, Cole, that I was looking at too when you look at all the teams that potentially have that chance to pop off and show us what they got. Top Blokes, Giants were other 2 you didn't mention there. Do we feel like that range just past BDS is starting to really congregate their skill level together, or is it Vitality still a step ahead? Like, what's the scene and the stepping order look like here?
Well, while BDS have been consistent, I'd say that Vitality have been the team that are sort of dipping maybe to about 4th and then bouncing right back. Never to 1st, but at least to 2nd place. There definitely is a battle to be, I would say, top 3 between Top Blokes, Giants, Dignitas as well have also been in that conversation a lot in recent times. And they're the battles that really fascinate me, I think, because so much, especially with the points as competitive as they are, can come down to one good or one bad major. So the pressure on these teams is incredible right now.
Well, all these teams are doing everything they can to make sure that they can take down BDS. And that's not just playing better, that's shuffling people around. That's trying to find a roster that can really step up and make these moves. Let's dive into some of these rosters, because we had that roster move period where teams could switch things up, and some teams have. Off the bat, not a roster move, but a name change. I want to talk about Oxygen now as Solary. Their past org has left. They're with another team now, and Solary has picked up this roster. By the end of this last split, Johnny, how do we feel that this a pre-Oxygen now Solary team was performing?
Yeah, they're doing really well. They were one of the teams who had the most disappointing fall splits. in the entire region, maybe even the world. So to see them really step it up during the winter split, especially towards the latter half of the winter split, is really great for all the fans of this very popular team and these very successful players who have storied careers already. But I think they can go even further, and evidenced by their results so far this weekend, they can actually challenge those top spots in EU, not just trying to sneak in to Worlds, but maybe even do so with a few statement wins here or there.
They've always been one of those teams as well where it's like you look at them on paper and you see how good they theoretically could be, but there's always just been a few things missing. And they're one of the most frustrating teams to watch as well, because the amount of times we think there's a bit of gold and a little bit of brilliance that's finally coming to the top and that this is going to be their time, and then it just burns out. So I'm really hoping that spring is the time when they can secure it.
Well, let's talk about some actual moves here. Some players that have shuffled around. I'm going to go back to you for a second, Johnny, on this one. Bluey to Galaxy Racer. This seems to be an important move for Galaxy Racer, given the fact they've kind of fizzled out from the recent performances.
Yeah, Galaxy Racer for a while were really on an upward trend and looked like everything was going well for them. However, a couple of bad results at the end of the winter split had them thinking it's time to change something up. And they decided to just switch out the English player in their roster, EXO, for Bluey. Now, the pickup of Bluey is one that not many people were criticizing, because he's such a great player. He always has been such a highlight reel. It's also good to see Bluey back on a top team after struggling for most of this RLCSX season. However, not the best start to their weekend, with them, being put into the group against EXO's new team, Aether, and not getting the result that they wanted to.
It was really tough as well, because they were a goal up going into game 5, and at 0 seconds, Bluey, a very bad whiff on the backboard, let EXO, of all people, score the 0-second equalizer, and then Aether score the winner in game 5 overtime. So a really tough start for Galaxy Racer. I think there'll be quality with Bluey. I think this is a team that suits him. They all want to take time on the ball. They all love their solo plays. It'll fit together. It just might take a little bit of time to figure things out for them.
And of course, EXO's tweeted out after that win with something to the effect of GG's at Galaxy Racer's smile, leading me to believe that there might not have been the best departure possible between them. But hey, I love that. I love to see the banter, I love to see the rivalries develop between these two. And, it's always possible that they face each other later on in the tournament, maybe in that single Elam bracket.
Well, if any of you are confused as to what this whole rivalry is about, you must have missed the news then. That Aether is the team that EXO has moved on to here, and he's teaming up with Yukio and Tox, which in my opinion is a relatively strong roster, Stumpy.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure if you agree with that.
Yeah, I think that's a fantastic roster. I mean, Yukio coming out of Fadeaway, where they did very sort of fine for a little bit, but then it never really reached any kind of peak. It never really reached any kind of low. They just sort of peaked along, being quite mediocre. And then now, alongside Tox, who was fantastic back in his Giants days and since leaving that roster as well, and EXO coming fresh off Galaxy Racer, one of their most important players on there as well. The fact he's been kicked off that roster, removed from that roster, whichever word you want to use, is a huge moment for him, because maybe it's a bit of a wake-up call of, oh, actually, I am really good. Let's work my way back into it. And going through their open qualifiers, that's how Aether ended up getting here. They ended up taking down FC Barcelona 3-0 and then 3-1 Liquid as well. Both those teams, pretty decent teams. Liquid looking like they were doing fine as well more recently. But to go 3-0, 3-1 is a huge result for them. I think that this team has got a lot of character and a lot of an upward trajectory too. Their coach also is Snasky. And people who are veterans in the scene, who doesn't literally love Snasky? He's back and he's coaching. How lovely.
But I want to talk about another move here. I'm calling this one the Germans that won't quit. It's Godsmilla's team, Cole. These guys, Godsmilla Freaky, these guys will not give up. They keep going at it. They keep finding teams, and they keep making their way back as well. And they brought a Chronic along with them this time.
Yeah, I absolutely love that. This is Godsmilla's team. And no, I'm not just referring to them as Godsmilla's team. This is literally Godsmilla's team with an anime picture
of his face.
Of his face from the benched announcement from Singularity. Yeah, I completely love this. And I love your definition, Leaf, of the Germans that won't quit. Because Godsmilla and Freaky are two players that... Boring's unfair. but they're not known as flair players. They're not known as particularly attacking. They're solid third men. They do get the job done, and they get the job done. They get themselves to lands traditionally, and they do very well. Smiller, of course, was made infamous when he got that pull shot in Game 5 on K-Dot with the flip reset at the start of Season 9 as well. If anybody remembers that, that was God Smiller. And I just love that God Smiller is back because he's been benched twice by Scrub Killer. First when they went to Guild, and then when he stayed with Singularity, Scrub Killer came back to Singularity and benched him again. And for a long time, he was trapped on that subs bench. And I think that God Smiller was a little bit underappreciated because I respect Smiller and I respect the way he plays. And I think he is more than good enough to be, I mean, he's proven it. He's more than good enough to qualify for an RLCS X regional, even now, and there's only 20 teams in it. So seeing him back here, in particular, makes me very happy. And they're doing well as well. They went 2-1 yesterday. Got themselves a couple of decent wins.
I think it was Johnny before. What are the odds here that this happens? He was talking about, let's see, wait till Scrub comes over to God Smilla's team, takes over, and it's still God Smilla's team. There's Scrub on the team.
Yeah,
it keeps happening.
Mean, that's all Scrub's thinking about right now. They didn't have the best day one. They've lost a couple of times. He's thinking of God Smilla's team like, that record's looking pretty good.
Yeah.
God Smilla's team might not have God Smilla for much longer.
And just a couple more before we move on here, though, that we do have to touch on because the teams will be playing. We have to mention Kyrian with Yukis and Emre as the three Musketeers. So if you see them pop up, that's that roster. Again, a roster to watch out for sure. And I think one that may have caught people off guard, surprisingly, was the no roster change for Team Liquid. Stumpy, they're still here. They're still giving her a go.
And I love that. I really do. I think it is a good decision to keep three good players together. I think there's a player potentially that needs to be putting in 2 or 3 times the amount of work to actually make it so that his teammates work alongside him. I still think Ronicky is an absolutely incredible player. I think he deserves a spot on a top European roster. I am shocked that they're still together, but I like that they're still going for it. This is clearly a long-term project for them. I just think they need to have more direction to actually aim their time better.
I feel like you're 100% speaking with your heart rather than your head there, because I think we all love all of these players, but I don't think that they work together to the extent that when they beat Train Hard yesterday, I considered that an upset. When they qualified for this, I wasn't expecting them to qualify. I thought that the pressure of them having it wasn't going to happen. So I don't know. Maybe they'll prove me wrong. Hopefully they do.
We'll see, but let's start talking about things that have happened already. Now, day 0 was yesterday. Teams had already gotten some matches underway because there are so many matches to happen. We wanted to get some of them done as we come into day 1 here. Let's take a look at some of those results. We'll take a look at Group A and B first, guys. Honestly, there's a lot to talk about here. So, Johnny, if you just want to pick somewhere to start, there's a lot to talk about.
Well, of course, we've got to mention that one loss that we've already talked about at Galaxy Racers. The loss was to Aether, the team comprising of Ixo, Yukio, and Tox. And Aether as well, getting that second win. But Aether fans, don't be too excited just yet because it was against the bottom of Group A Pirates. So now they've still got to play against Queso. They've still got to play again, or they've still got to play against BDS. Which is, the main problem for Aether. So they're likely to go 2-2 here and allow Queso a chance to overtake them. Now, in Group B as well, Godsmilla's team, soon to be Scrub Killer's team, if they keep playing this well, because they're doing really well over there. Endpoint kind of in trouble, but they've still got a shot of making it out here. They just need to rely on the other results going well. They need Alpha to lose to stay below them. But I'd say that with the game record looking as it is, they should be fine.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Endpoint, Johnny, and you say they need to do a little bit better. They need to do a lot better because not only did they lose to Godsmilla's team, they were perfect sweat. It was, I think it was 1-0, 1-0, 2-0. Endpoint just couldn't lay a glove on them, which is really worrying.
Flat.
They have been for a while because this is the team I was mentioning in the battle for the top 6. Endpoint are the team that are slipping out of it as your Dignitas's, etc., come up into it. So they're in a really tough position right now, Endpoint.
I mean, Endpoint as well, when they were playing against Godsmilla's team, I was thinking the entire time, Endpoint haven't attacked. Like they had a couple of shots per game that just really weren't that great. And to be honest, it was the perfect game to show off what Godsmilla's team are going to be bringing. They were just defending every now and then just would chuck out a counter-attack. That is what you can expect from them.
I love it. The Germans that don't quit.
That's really what it is. Let's quickly take a glance at Group C and D as well. I think we all agreed a lot of the exciting stuff happened in those first two groups here, but we do have to mention off the bat here, Stumpy, White Demons over Singularity seems to be a good one. These guys have 2 wins now already on the day, and I feel like that's maybe an underdog kind of situation.
I mean, we saw White Demons as well earlier on. They ended up taking down 3 Musketeers. Fine, decent win, went to 5, but then they 3-0'd Singularity. It was double overtime to kick it off. But to be 2-1 going into the final day is huge. They have got to face off against their table leaders, though, in Giants. That's going to be a rough matchup. Over in Group C, though, it was Dignitas that really made me happy. As now, Leaf, I know you're the same as me. Dignitas fan. We love it. They're finally good again. It was worrying versus Train Hard, but they managed to reverse sweep and got their second win. They now top the table alongside Top Blokes, who we should really mention. They've had a huge change, massive update from the Top Blokes headquarters. The monocle has switched sides.
Oh no! I wish I could just switch my vision.
Really big rebranding from them. It was a huge moment. They even tweeted about it. It was really big. The biggest news that's come out of Top Blokes for maybe a year.
What I liked is when Top Blokes made the announcement tweet, they used the word soon.
You can't say soon if you've been teasing for 6 months.
It's too late for soon, Top Blokes.
It's well, let's dive into what we think is going to happen now. We've seen what has happened. I want you guys to pick the 2 teams that you think will be making it out into that upper bracket from each group here, coming into that day number 2 here. So let's talk about group. Let's start with Group A. I mean, why not? Alphabet starts there. So let's look at Group A. Which 2 teams you guys feel are going to be the top 2? We'll crush through this quick. I'll start with Cole, then Stumpy, then Johnny.
The question is, who joins BDS in the top 2? And for me, I'm going to go with Team Queso. I think they showed enough pace in the wins that they had yesterday.
I think for me, I'll go BDS, obviously. I'll go different there. I'll say Aether. I think Aether have got a really good chance. They looked fantastic. They do have to do well against BDS today to try and eke out the goal difference. But yeah, I think they can do well.
Well, you know, while Aether still have a chance, I think Queso look like the number 2 team from Group A for me. Their win-loss is better, and they don't have to play BDS today.
All right, Stumpy. I may back you up on that Aether pick as well. Let's look at Group B. Let's do the same order here. Cole.
Oh, same order. I will go with, I think Solary are just top quality right now. And I'll put Vitality with them. The big boys from that group will make it.
I'll go Vitality, number 1. I think they'll make it. Maybe not number 1, but they'll be up there. And I will back Godsmiller's team to be there as well.
What?
Yeah.
Stumpy, come
because
on.
Because I can't not look into his Godsmiller's little anime eyes, can I?
No.
I think being replaced by Scrub.
Solary already beat Vitality. They're going to win Group B. Vitality are going to follow them, and Godsmiller's team, they've got a rough day ahead of them. They're still going to play Solary.
All right, let's take a look at the next 2 groups here, C and D. Johnny, we'll start with you this time.
See, we've changed it. That's what normally happens.
Yeah, this is easy peasy. They're already up there. Top Blokes Dignitas.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Are we then going to Cole or me? How's this changing?
Stop. We're going to go down the line. We'll keep it in order because I mean,
does anybody think that what you currently see is not going to continue being the top 2? Because I think we're already looking at it.
No, you know what? No, yeah, no.
Train Hard will take it, Stumpy.
No, I'm going to make genuine predictions. Yes, yeah, I think that right now the order is the order that is going to finish.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to say Train Hard. I was just telling you
that would be amazing.
Okay, well, let's take it the other way around then. Which teams don't make it from each group here? We'll quickly go through those as well. Just we'll start with Stumpy. Let's make the order confusing here. Stumpy, Cole, and then Johnny. Which teams don't make it from each group here? I feel like groups A and B are already almost decided at this point.
I think all of them are decided, right? I think Pirates is locked in. They're probably going to go out. Fair play. You've had a good bash at the RLCS. Alpha AF, they gave it a go. Train Hard Esport, yep, fair play, lads. You're here again, but Sols. And then 3 Musketeers in Group D. 0-3, why not make it 0-4?
Which one's most likely? Who is currently in last place that is most likely to make it out, though?
Group D, Singularity are 0-2, 3 Musketeers are 0-3, and they play each other last. So Singularity, there is no guarantee they beat 3 Musketeers. So, them.
Yeah, I think mathematically I agree with Cole.
Yeah, it has to be 3 Musketeers. They have to be the most likely current last place to make it out, but at the expense of Team Singularity, which would be pretty crazy.
It would be nuts, but I feel like, again, that's one of the only close ones there. Fingers crossed. that Team Liquid sticking together, so that works out for them there. But let's talk about the matches that we got a lot of matches, guys. A lot of Rocket League coming your way. We're not the only broadcast on. Of course, you go to twitch.tv/UGC or hit that watch in squad mode button down there to make sure to get all the Rocket League you can. Look at this. No TBDs. Because we got groups, we know what's happening. So many matches ahead of us here. I'm honestly excited to talk about all of them, but we got to talk about the one coming up in just a few moments here. It's Galaxy Racer versus Team Queso. We had a couple believers in Team Queso from this group here. I think it was Johnny and Cole were the two that were standing behind them. Right, Johnny, how do you feel about this matchup here with Team Queso?
Well, Queso have been very hit or miss throughout the last few months, but they looked very good yesterday. They got the one win already in this group, a tough win against Aether, but they swept them. And they were able to get a couple of games off BDS in their loss to them as well. So that's, for me, what makes me think that this is going to be the second place team in the group. They looked good against BDS. They smashed Aether. So, yeah, although Galaxy Racer is still a very tough team for them, this is really it. If they could win this, I think they're pretty much guaranteed second place, with Pirates being their last match of the day.
In their match versus... I was going to say, in their match versus BDS, they looked fantastic too. Like, in some of the matches, they managed to get 4-0 in the fourth game. Like, they looked fantastic. Like, how even all of those stats are as well. 4 of them are identical. Their only difference is demos. That's actually incredible.
Yeah, I think that this is a tale of two teams. One of them who really understand each other in Team Queso. All their gameplays are weird, but they understand it. Whereas Galaxy Racer, they brought in Bluey. It's going to be tough to get used to him. They're also going to be a little bit tilted, I think, after yesterday. Even though they'll deny that, it's impossible not to be after the end against Aether. So I think Team Queso have the upper hand in pretty much every way here.
Well, let's get the audience's thoughts. Is Bluey the answer here for Galaxy Racer, or would Team Queso take this one? Get your votes in chat with the hashtags TQ and GXR to vote for the team you think is going to win in this group match. While you're doing that, let's get our thoughts out. This is a close one. You guys just mentioned the stats, how close it is here. It's a real question mark on how Bluey is going to fit in this. Is this the answer the Galaxy Racer needed? I'll start with Cole. What do you think about this match?
I'm going to go with Team Queso to win it. Galaxy Racer's best chance is to try to suppress their attack. If they can do that, they have a chance, but I don't think it's going to happen.
All right, Stumpy.
Team Queso looked amazing versus BDS yesterday. I think that they have got a good way to go as well in Europe. I'd say Team Queso get the win here.
Okay, and I feel like you were on the page of Queso as well, Johnny, before.
That's right, Team Cheese all the way. I've always been a big fan of cheese.
You've muted yourself, Johnny.
Johnny!
Don't worry.
Johnny.
Actually, I wasn't muted to the stream, so you guys are the only people.
So yeah, you guys don't have any proof. I heard Johnny the whole time.
It's backfired. I've called out Johnny. It's backfired.
They don't know what you're talking about. They can hear me the whole time.
They're like, what are you?
Team Cheese, Team Queso. Obviously, they're gonna be
Cheesy boys.
How is this?
Yeah, this will be an interesting one. It'll be close regardless, and chat knows exactly that it'll be close. 50-50.
Oh my God.
Oh wow.
Good job, chat. They saw the stat lines being similar on each side. They're like, let's get these numbers there. Good job, chat. I'm proud of you. Good way to start off the spring split. So we're going to head over for this first match very soon, though, in the Skybox, but not before we sit down with Bluey, who actually talks about his move to Galaxy Racer.
Yeah, joining Galaxy Race has been an incredible thing for me, especially going from just a team like Triple Trouble to a big organization like Galaxy Race, and of course playing with new teammates, new environment. Everything's quite new to me, but it's really exciting, and I'm really excited to get into the next split.
Clear here now, Bluey, he's up for it. I don't think he's gonna reach it, but a huge miss from K-Dop.
During my time on Triple Trouble, we did have a little bit of a drought towards the end. I mean, we played quite well in the last regional, but yeah, overall we came last on 2 regionals in the winter split, which was really heartbreaking because we're a team that I really expected to make the major, and not making the major really hurt us as a team. And we were really looking forward to playing the spring split together because we thought Rise was a really good pickup. We were doing well in scrims and everything. But I went to Galaxy Racer, and that's just how it happened, to be honest.
He put away the last overtime. Now it's over to Calyx. He puts it out of the way, and Calyx takes Vitality down.
The feeling going into spring split is obviously excitement and confidence. It's a new team, and we were just all excited to get going and really put our really good performances in scrims into the RLCS, and we really want to show everyone what we're capable of, and that we're a top team, and that we can bring back trophies to Galaxy Racer.
To Ixo, now back across to the
nice.
pitch goal. Wow, that was beautiful. Galaxy Racer on the board.
There's so many good teams nowadays, and it's really hard to be consistently at the top with likes of like BDS, like Dignitas coming through. But I want to be up there with them as well and be a top team, you know, beating teams and just getting good placements, really.
Foreign kick under the crossbar. Fall from Ixo. Oh, off the crossbar. Fourth touch from Matane and go through. Galaxy Racer on top.
My current goals for RLCS is to definitely make Worlds. I mean, I came into a team with Galaxy Racer, and they currently have probably like top 7 in RLCS standing points. And of course, we want to push for that World spot. So ultimately, my goal is to make Worlds and potentially win it as well.
Racer strong. Arju's going to have to finish it off here. Puts it in out of the corner and extends the series to game 4.
Matane just dumped this one long.
Certainly a big opportunity there for Bluey as well, considering, you know, this was a big roster move for him. He's gone from a team that didn't really look like they had much of a shot at World Championships, and now he's just on the cusp of it. Galaxy Racer being one of those teams up in that battle for the top 6 places, Johnny, as we get ourselves into our first match of the day. Best of 5s the whole way, and if you get yourselves into the top 2, you are up over in that upper bracket. 3rd and 4th are in the lower bracket, and 5th are out of the tournament. What do you think about this roster move, though? What's Bluey going to bring that we didn't see last season from Ixo?
Well, the main thing for me is actually what we don't see. So will this team be able to, you know, really come together in this split? Because now they're committed. This is it. They have to play well. They have to get the results. And if they don't get a result today, if they don't get a result this weekend mainly, and it's easy for the morale to fall. And you know, Bluey no more than anyone else because of the year he's had so far, the season he's had so far. It's not been a great one for him, but I mean, he is the one who's benefited the most from this roster move. He is really in with a shot at making Worlds now, whereas before it didn't look likely.
Over on Team Queso, a team that we really didn't expect anything from, and now they've become a highlight of a lot of fans' weekends whenever this team takes the field.
Oh yeah.
Chaos incarnate. And we're looking to see more of that. Although the last time we saw him take to the field, looked a little bit more subdued. Like to see him get back to normal. Here comes Arju to put in the first goal. Demensa gets himself in the way. And a lovely block there from Salen. Yeah, I think we need to just see. I want to see the double. Like, I've never seen a team where we're actively encouraging double commits, but that version of Team Queso is so much better.
Well, you know, I really wonder if they were going through a bit of an identity crisis recently. I know Endpoint may have done the same thing where they've got a very unique play style and then they start to try and just become a bit more normal and become a bit more meta, and I don't think it really worked for them. Maybe Queso are doing the same. They're thinking, okay, well, we're, you know, clearly making a few mistakes here. Maybe let's iron them out, but actually it has the adverse effect of just losing their confidence. And as long as they've got that confidence in their mechanical ability, they're terrifying. These guys are all such class acts on the field. But early days so far, looks pretty even in the battle of mechanics, the battle of speed.
Well, it's going to be, at least for now, Team Queso that are in prime position to try and set up an attack. Atomic waiting to see if a mistake will come through. Bluey does not oblige. A very subdued match so far as trying to find each other over on the backboard. Now Matane's opportunity. Backs down. Realizes that Atomic should have the backboard. Instead aim for the car. That gives him a temporary freebie to advantage. They look to try and set up from it. It's right across the face of goal. In comes Bluey off the crossbar, and Demensa will see it away.
It's definitely a stretch there for Bluey, but he should be scoring that. That was a brilliant pass by Arju, threatening a double touch on target. And there was no defense at the back post. Bluey left wide open. Didn't get the shot underneath the crossbar. So we talked about him earlier on in the pre-show. He had a bit of a moment yesterday where he missed on the back wall, leading to his team losing in that rival match against Aether. You don't want to be looking back at moments like that. Those slight failures, those slight misplays. You'd rather those not be the highlights and the talking points from this kind of series.
Well, that's a cross. It's Bluey. Happy to see Matane getting red. No goals yet to speak of, and we're into the final 2 minutes of this game. Certainly chances have been available. Good block. Oh, that might have caught out Rocky Zaylan, but somehow, fair play, managed to get to it.
It's like you said, you know, they've got a double commit going, but they improvise so well, and it's impossible to read where that ball's going. Now here comes Queso, it's off the bar, and that's a horrendous bounce for them. Atomic was uncontested, but the crossbar bounce actually took it to safety.
I have no idea how we are still at 0-0. I feel like some of the players might not have much of an idea either, but we are still looking for our first goal of today's broadcast. Arju gets to it. Had to be quick as well because he was hunted down from a player behind him. Now back out. Bluey's going to half rotate. Keep that pressure going. Needs to find that second touch over in the corner. As this is awkward from Mitane, takes his time over to Bluey. Just going to lever it, look for the backboard. There's a miss actually from VK Salin. Bluey back out to a teammate. VK Salin though recovers just in time. Booming clear. And it is going to call Mitane into defensive practice. This is all over the place. Johnny, but finally, we will get ourselves a goal.
And it's going to be Queso. That's a perfect pass from VK Salin. Snipes the curve, and Atomic reads it faster than the defense could. And at the other end of the field, it was Bluey again. He's had the best chances of the game for Galaxy Racer, 2 of them. And although that last one was a lot harder to read, that's his bread and butter. Those backboard reads, just sticking the ball up there quickly and hoping the defender doesn't get the read, which in this case they didn't. Bluey didn't get the read either. He sent the shot wide. And that is a big deal because we talked about the confidence of Queso. How important as well is confidence for Galaxy Racer, especially with the new roster. Anytime after a roster move, you know, the first few results, you're kind of expecting them to be good with the honeymoon period coming in, but this isn't looking too great for Galaxy Racer. They're really struggling here, and Team Queso are not going to let off the pressure, even though they've got the 1-goal advantage.
There's no time to build that chemistry up. It's got to be ready to go on day one. Thankfully, we did also give them a day 0 to try and get that sorted out. We're going to see whether or not they can find something to bring themselves into it. Bluey needs to be the hero this time. Pops it out. Mitane looked for Bluey, I think, but he's already out trying to chase down a goalkeeper. In comes Arju. And Demensa gets rid of the ball and gets his team game 1.
And it's a nightmare game 1, really, for Galaxy Racer. Not because it's one-sided loss or anything, but because a couple of chances fell to Bluey there, and he's missed both of them. Now, the first one was something we didn't get a good look at from the director camera. It may have been a more awkward shot than it first appeared to be, but from what I could see, he should be scoring that. Bluey's a world-class striker. He's always been a really good goal scorer. And to be honest, even the double touch, I'd expect him to be scoring that one as well. So, yeah,
he should be scoring that.
Yeah, that's just off the bar. I mean, the approach was definitely a stretch, but it's the type of shot you'd expect anyone to be scoring at this level. And the double touch is something I'd expect Bluey to be scoring. That, like I said, that's what he's known for.
Yeah, and it would have been an absolutely perfect way to sort of get him settled down, you know, get the team confident that this was the right move. We can now attack the rest of the season rather than trying to sort of defend this move that we've made. But, you know, it was just game 1. Team Queso didn't really... There was a couple of chaotic moments, but I think there was just normal Rocket League chaos. They still sort of seem like they've settled into their more normalized style. Will that give Galaxy Racer more chances to get themselves settled down? I think they will, as Bluey just sort of hands that one back over to VK Salin. Can follow it, though. I think for Galaxy Racer, goal number 1 is, well, find your first goal.
Yeah, they just have to take their chances. They've got to be clinical. They were given a couple of looks at the Team Queso net there. They just couldn't find it either time. Now Demensa's got a high double touch here. Misses, and actually a great save from Arju. Oh my goodness, a scramble really to get that one away from danger. That's a good play because just anything you'll do there. You've got the threat of a double touch and then a follow-up shot as well. So I think Galaxy Racer will be pretty happy with that outcome.
Oh, but Atomic almost inadvertently gave the ball back into the midfield for the mid part of his goal. Arju, a little bit caught in no man's land here. Needs to back down as Atomic starts moving forward, looking to try and set up. That's a great play. The two long-standing members of Galaxy Racer went together to at least get rid of the pressure. Now they drop it down. Nobody on that far side. Just talent moments. Galaxy Racer have got plays that they are used to having players into position for, and they just need maybe to communicate it a little bit better, just to get used to each other, know where that rotation's going to be as Demensa. Again, the defensive stalwart. Arju's all by himself. And Arju's defensive strategy was, I'm just going to throw myself at this and hope for the best.
Yeah, that was a brilliant decision though by RJ, because if he sits back there, then he leaves himself wide open for air dribble bumps. He leaves himself vulnerable against shots or even just a backboard hit, because there was follow-up there for Queso. They had numbers against RJ. So RJ coming out again very strong in the defensive half of the field, saving his team in a couple of 1v2s now. Matane just shadowing VK Sale, and I believe he knew that the shot was not on. That's why he just left that one. So composed defending for Galaxy Racer up until now. But the attack is fizzling with regularity.
We have been caught a few times with a couple of long-distance clears, leaving only one person back. Here's another chance as Atomic. Good first touch, gets it set up, but Bluey able to take away, very comfortably so as well. And it's another low-scoring game. Demensa, 11 boost. Very stuck when it comes to his overall options. So Demo's going to open up some space. Immediate challenge there from Demensa. Perpetual motion there as he's now going to be aimed for. What a shot! What a goal!
And that was just the perfect pass, wasn't it, from Atomic here. Demensa air rolls upside down to get a bit more height on the shot when he makes contact. And the power is always going to be there when the ball's already moving that quickly to begin with. And then he is adding that power to it. Just any high shot is going to be a goal. Perfect play there by Team Queso on the counter attack. Looking good today, Show.
Looking clean when they get the chances.
Aye. Back pass?
I think a lot of our complaints have been what we'd like to see rather than what has been working, and what will work this time is getting that ball to Matane, and finally Galaxy Racer are going to get themselves on the board.
Yeah, great play by Arju. So he takes one 50-50. Well, brings the ball down and then takes 50-50 rather. And they get a favorable bounce into the middle. Matane first on the scene. And a quick equalizer is exactly what Galaxy Racer needed, because it's not been going well for them today offensively. Chances have been few and far between, and when they have shown up, they haven't taken them. But as long as they can hit the target, if they get shots on net, I think they're going to be good, because it's been, I'd say, relatively good by Queso, but their back post looks pretty open. The goalkeepers look pretty awkward at times. It's just the volume is not there for... Oh, there it is. I was going to say it's not there for Galaxy Racer. It is now. That's exactly what I'm talking about. You just get shots on net against Queso, you're in with a good chance. I mean, nobody's in net ready for that one.
And for as much as we've talked about the new addition to Galaxy Racer, it is the old players that are the ones that are stepping up. Arju again the deliverer, Matane again the scorer. Now Arju looks to go from assist to goals as Matane comes in, looking for the hat trick. Isn't going to quite get it, but Galaxy Racer, just like that, have got themselves the lead. VK Selen, though, might not allow it to last too long. This infield passing plays so good. And you are entirely correct about what we've got used to seeing from Team Queso, usually the glass cannon of Rocket League.
Yeah.
In comes Bluey. Is that his first? It's off the crossbar. Everything going out of its way to deny him.
Yeah, like you mentioned, Team Queso, they are the glass cannon even today. They've not had to defend many shots on target, but the few that have been on target have troubled them. They've either gone in or looked uncomfortable to defend, and it's mostly to do with the way that Team Queso position. They're very aggressive with their positioning. They try and make these little cheating maneuvers all over the field. By that I mean they just try to inch forward, predicting where the play is going to go before they actually see where it goes. You see, mostly this is something done on kickoffs by high-level Rocket League teams, running down the middle and anticipating the ball sticking around in the center after the kickoff happens. So just look out for Team Queso. Every time they're inching forward, they're looking to get a head start on these counter-attacking runs, leaving openings for Galaxy Racer to exploit. Here comes Team Queso with not a lot of time left. Atomic wants to flip reset. Bluey's not going to give it to him. And Matane's up quick to block Demensa. Or is he? Demensa over the top of him. Still, Galaxy Racer backing up behind the ball here, and I think they should have this into the ground. There it is. Galaxy Racer take game 2. That's huge, because if they'd lost this one, heads would have been down, confidence would have been shot.
I think that's a great way to get this team's confidence back up. Just knowing that the core members are still capable of delivering in that fashion. Matane, I have to say, let's tell you what, for the 3 goals we got there, All of them were quality. That first goal from Demensa, brilliant. I can't wait to see them again. But Metane's mid-air, just rotations of the car, finding the perfect part of it just to dip it under the crossbar, were fantastic. Exactly what the team required. Look at that. Like, Metane, we're going to give you a second extra. You might have got to it, but you didn't have that, my friend. You had no chance.
Yeah, and it was just a great positioning by Metane in the follow-up for Arju's centers. Now, definitely a bit slow for Team Queso to challenge in those positions. You'd really expect there to be somebody facing the ball there, ready to block these shots. Because if you get a shot coming in from that range, without some crazy pre-jump read, you're not saving them, especially with Metane striking it. And, you know, Team Queso's defense definitely did look vulnerable there. But offensively, they're still actually awake. Or hold on a second, Metane has just done it all himself. He doesn't even need any help on this one. DK Salem went for a bump on him, but what a recovery by Metane. He's just gotten right back to the ball. This man's got some muscle in the car today.
I do want to point out as well that the player that went for the boost, he did not automatically turn. He went to the wall, like as if he was automatically going to attack. We might get another kickoff goal. So just a misreading of the situation from Team Queso.
It's that cheat, Shogun. You know, it's a cheat down the line. It's not a cheat down the middle, but, you know, it's the same thing. If you turn to go down the line immediately after grabbing boost, you're trying to anticipate the play going that way. It didn't. Now Metane into the middle off the post and out to Bluey. Decides to send it straight back towards Team Queso goal. This is going brilliantly for Galaxy Racer. They have to look out for those counters. There's another one, but it's gone right back into the middle. Another one of those accidental back passes from Team Queso. Early reads leading to mishits occasionally. Still, huge threats on the counters from Queso, and Galaxy Racer are being tested.
It's going to be Metane looking to try and get rid of it. Bluey moves in. He's got it over to Metane, who just tries to shove away Atomic. In comes Bluey again. Drops down to Arju. The momentum has certainly shifted in this series, and it is Galaxy Racer who have got all of it. Just need to keep Team Queso quiet. Don't allow them to start popping off. That's certainly a good way of doing it. Now out to Atomic. What a shot! Off the crossbar! Landed on the goalkeeper. But no matter how many hits it ended up taking on its way to it, he'll only care about one thing, and that's that it went in.
Yeah, that's just, it's a great shot. And, you know, it really did put Arju in trouble, even if it didn't go directly into the net. There's not much Arju could do except just throw himself into the area and hope he gets a lucky bounce. Quality infield passing by both teams. And the fact that these passes are being struck so fast is what's making the shots pretty much unsavable. I mean, every single shot here is just as fast as possible, but the passes as well. And that's something to look out for. It's good defense by Bluey, but he did get dunked on. No one there for Queso to capitalize on the center ball. So looking at the group as a whole here, this is such a huge series. It looks like a three-way battle for that second place between these two teams and Aether. Aether would really like Team Queso to be losing here as well, because if that doesn't happen, then Aether will not really have too much of a chance at that second place.
Certainly not. It is all important to get that second life tomorrow. Give yourself that opportunity to make it through to our playoffs. Bluey, this is where he shines. Almost found the block. Just ran out of boost a little bit too early, so he couldn't get over the top of the ball the way he would like to. Goes to Mensa. Beats Metane to the ball. Bluey again clears, but straight into the path of Atomic. What has been very interesting to watch as Bluey gets the ball over to Arju, and not the shot that he would have liked. What's been very interesting to watch is, you know, partially what's happening on the ball, but there is a lot of tussling happening on the rotation back as well. Both teams are looking for players to wipe out. There you go. There's an example for you. You know, not necessarily aim for the ball, but trusting the teammates to take over when they're directly in front of the defensive part of the field, and just allowing themselves to go and attack the player instead. As that will not drop out to Bluey. He's quite far back, and in fact, he's all by himself. VK Salem one-on-one against Bluey, and he overplayed it.
Yeah, that's not the first time this series a 1v1 play has really not worked out for either team. Team Queso, I think, have had 2 or 3 chances to just get a solo dribble, a solo air dribble bump going, and they've failed it every single time. So Bit of a weakness there to Demensa. Flip reset rebound, just misses. Arju is right under that one, waiting for the ball to come to him. Luckily for Galaxy Racer, it did.
Atomic gets the ball clean. Arju's low boost. If he's going to take a while to get back. And that might be a big issue overall as we see Atomic still another 100. Team Queso can hold on to this. They should have their chance. Bluey, great save. Now he needs to try and find the follow-up, but Team Queso holding on to the pressure well. Just need that one opportunity. Arju clears over to Bluey. That's the one with boost. That's the one with the chance as well. They almost got it completely against the run of play. And finally, Galaxy Racer have got themselves out of the defensive side of the field. And now let's try and build their own shooting opportunities.
Yeah, Galaxy Racer, still for me, the team who need this a bit more. Momentum for them is going to be such a big deal today. They've got to play later on against the best team in the world, BDS. So anything from this series that they can build up, if they can just win this game, get it over 3-1, I think they're going to feel pretty confident going into that final series of the day. You can never count out Team Queso. You can never take your eye off them with these counterattacks. Even now, Galaxy Racer are pressing, but they have to be so careful. Advancing, especially with that third man. Insane plays for the ground, plays for overtime.
And it is going to be our second one of the series. Galaxy Racer just need to try and stave off this first offensive push. It goes down. PK7 won't be able to attack it after a crucial touch Marju, but here comes Demensa. He's had so many chances, and that's another block. But Demensa looks like the most lethal player on the field right now. Great pop over to Atomic. They're starting to freestyle on them. Drops down. Incredible overtime there from Team Queso. They dominated it.
Wow, I think Atomic essentially pre-jumped that pass. He was up at the exact same moment that the flick pass came into the middle. Just a ridiculous read from Atomic to set up VK Salen as well with the knockdown pass. But my goodness, the synergy in offense really coming in huge for Team Queso at the end of that game. And as far as Galaxy Racer's defense goes, I mean, not a lot you can do against that kind of synergy. It's something that's been talked about a lot in the past, something that I do expect to see a lot in the near future. Pre-jumps on these passes, pre-jumps on flick passes in particular. That's something that teammates are always going to have an advantage of compared to trying to read as a defender. 'Cause you know your teammates' capabilities, you know your teammates' plans in terms of where they want to flick the ball, where they want to pass the ball, a lot better than the opponents do. And that's a perfect example there. Atomic just getting up so quickly, leaving Galaxy Racer just scrambling and playing catch up with no real chance of making an interception.
That was such a change of pace almost instantly from Team Queso, and I'm looking forward to seeing whether or not that's going to be a continuous shift from them or if they are going to settle back down to what they have been working with this series. Galaxy Racer, that was a sucker punch that was not expected. Now Bluey looking to try and find something. He's got the setup to Matane.
Okay.
And Matane has been the primary goal scorer for this team, will provide another.
Yeah, Demensa looks like he just drove into the corner here, kind of joining his teammate who was already pressuring the ball. And then when the center ball comes through, we have no goalkeeper for Galaxy, or no goalkeeper for Team Queso rather, who's on the right side of the ball to challenge it. And that's something we've seen a few times from Team Queso today. They like to stay active in defense. They like to move towards the ball whenever they can. But it does leave out opportunities to just put it behind them. And no more obviously than right there, where it's just a completely open net. If Demensa had just stayed in goal there, he would have at least had a chance to save it. Now here is Demensa, but Matane's got him covered. And I think there's definitely a weakness there, Shogun. Team Queso vulnerable when they advance and leave their net open.
They fancy themselves psychics at times, as that is...
Oh, wow. Okay.
Well, Demensa, you're not missing that one anytime. Didn't actually catch the car. I think he managed to do so. BK Salen and Atomic. Yep, there goes Matane.
Yeah.
Bye-bye, mate.
Huge. That's just a great bump by Atomic. So Matane didn't have a lot of boost to work with there. He was waiting till the last possible second before committing to that jump. And I think he was on track to pop that safely into the corner. But you can't do much against that bump from Atomic. Just huge play. Now Arju, flip reset shot denied by Demensa as Team Queso trying to make up for earlier on where they left the net open. Now they're stacking the goal with all 3 players. You gotta give Galaxy Racer credit. They've been caught a couple times with counter-attacking plays, but for the most part, they've shown a lot of respect with their 3rd man positioning to the hard clears that Team Queso are capable of. Now, Blue's just missed there. Might have been expecting a ceiling bounce. No punish coming through for Team Queso just yet, though. So, chance for Galaxy Racer to stabilize, but giving away possession again, and Bluey's in an awkward position. BK Sailing on the wrong side of the ball. I think there might have been a bit of a tussle there between Bluey and BK Sailing, leaving them both slightly out of position.
I mean, Blue is very lucky that BK Sailing only had 12 boosts heading into that play, so it was always going to be very difficult to hook the car back around the ball. We are looking towards Metane right now to be that player for Galaxy Racer. He has been phenomenal so far at getting himself into shooting spots. He's going to come in. Arju wants to go as quickly as possible. And if there was a little bit more boost there for the attacker, that might have gone over the top of him. Arju, no nonsense once again defensively. Still 1 each. Metane just dragging the ball over the top. Atomic just seemed to float in midair for ages.
You know, we really need to start a petition for BK Sailing to switch to the Dominus, because I don't think there's a single team in competitive Rocket League who really personify the Dominus more than Team Queso. And we've got 2 out of 3 of them in that car, just amplifying the difficulty that teams have reading them. But yeah, BK Sailing, is he letting the team down by playing the Fennec, which is obviously a much more solid car? Oh, what a save by BK Sailing. I guess, yeah, he's just fine. He wanted to just completely shut me up there. Great drop down save, kind of a dive bomb save on his own bad clear. It's 2 minutes remaining. We're still in a tight game. Every game's been close up until now. It's Team Queso with a small advantage. It's a good clear again. It's straight down towards a teammate, and somehow Queso are making these clears work, where they just launch it into the ceiling.
Over to Atomic. Bluey tries to follow, at least upset where the first attack would have gone, as the goalkeeper being harassed a little bit. Atomic still attacking Metane. He won't leave him alone. Now it comes out to Demensa. Here's some of that creativity that we always see from BK Sailing and the rest of the squad, and that is creative, well, awfulness for the own goal.
So we have Bluey going for an in-and-out save. We have Arju coming across the box, looking to clear it in the other direction. And I think Arju is just taking that one away from Bluey, who looked like he was going to make contact. Bit of a scramble again, and this is just what happens when you play against Team Queso. You never really know where the shot's going to come from. Hard to predict, hard to read. And then they just put you in these awkward positions where you're likely to fail. Arju with the own goal puts Team Queso in front.
It's going to go over towards Atomic and just booms it long. Arju has to try and recover for it. 1 minute left. Team Queso very much on the verge of taking the game until Bluey finally gets his first of the series.
Huge, absolutely huge from Bluey. Demensa was very much expecting a shot towards the top left-hand corner of the goal there. Bluey's cut underneath the ball and then chipped it to the right-hand side over Demensa's shoulder. That's against his momentum and made it very difficult for him to get goal side of it. BK Sailing double off the ground. Arju spawns and saves. That was really the pop-off moment we've been waiting for Bluey, and it's the first successful dribbling play we've seen all day. Now Arju at the back post, looking for a follow-up on Bluey's shot. Metane cycling back. That's going to let Bluey move forward. And there's a shot on target, but it's into the post, and Bluey again struggling to connect with the net on his aerial plays.
That's the bread and butter. Arju off the post. BK Sailing scrambles to get the ball away. Bluey keeps the pressure on. Back over to Bluey. Can't quite recover for the ball. Double commit from Team Queso, or as they like to call it, clearance. So it's going to be
just any other day of the week.
There was a moment earlier on which probably... Oh, wait a second. Arju might have a chance here. Bluey goes looking for a keeper. He doesn't need to find one. Galaxy Racer look to send us to Champions Field.
Oh my goodness. Bluey demos one, Metane demos the other, and Bluey fakes a 50-50, dominating the challenge as a result. And just like that, Galaxy Racer have got a lead with 7 seconds left. You've got to keep an eye on Team Queso, though. They are Gonna throw everything
That's
at
not
Galaxy
good
Racer right now.
either.
Here they come. They're all in the air, but it's into the ground. The ensuing chaos did not go in Team Queso's favor for once, and Galaxy Racer have done it. They've sent us a Game 5. What a performance by Bluey. The equalizer with the dribble, and then a huge play down the left-hand line to get that ball into the middle. Demos one, fakes the flip into the ball, fades away from the 50-50, and just gives a completely open net to Arju.
Yeah, that's the Bluey that we are expecting to see on this team. Heck, he even was involved in the first goal just by dribbling the ball down the right-hand side, as we're going to get a chance to see here.
Yeah.
No, Bluey is not... He's good at scoring goals. He's good at defending, but he's sort of that middle ground. He's that transition player that you get for these sort of teams where you give the ball to him and you expect to not be under defensive pressure anymore. You have just got the ball to him. You're going to see him air dribble it. You're going to see him carry it. You're going to see him take the 50s. That's what he provided this time around, and that was much happier and much better for Galaxy Racer as they do send us to Game 5. Unexpectedly, Team BDS have won their matchup over on the B stream. I know.
Well,
but the good news for Aether is that they at least managed to get an 11-minute overtime out of them in game number 4. So, you know, credit for that one at the very least.
That's incredible. That must have been a great watch. Going to look forward to checking that one out myself later on. It does, however, confirm Aether's worst fears, and that is that they sit 2 wins, 2 losses in the group. That's them finished with their games. They just have to wait and see what else happens today. But it's their game win-loss differential that's the problem. They're -2. They've lost 2 more games than they've won. And with Queso and Galaxy Racer both going into this series that we're currently watching with positive win-loss differential, it really makes Aether look a bit vulnerable there. Now, obviously, Team Queso and Galaxy Racer have got 1 more series each. At the end of the day, Galaxy Racer playing BDS, where obviously Aether are looking for BDS to 3-0 them. Give them a little bit of a favor. But Team Queso have got Pirates, so they're going to look good. I think they're going to finish strong. That really has me thinking that, you know, the dream for Aether fans is for Galaxy Racer to win here and then get swept by BDS.
Yeah, this is, you know, all of these teams looking to try and get into those top 2, as here comes Arju.
There it is.
He's been the provider for the most part this series, gets himself on the board.
Bluey again is connecting with a demo, and it leads to a goal. This is how they were able to win the last game with the late lead. And now it's how they open the scoring in Game 5. It's actually been the ground plays of Bluey. It's been the disruption that he's running that's opening up gaps in that Team Queso defense. Surprised to see him, you know, struggle to get into the game in the air, but I'm equally happy to see him really showing up big in the ground game, where a lot of other players in this lobby have been struggling with their solo plays and their dribbles.
Well, 2 players that haven't been so far, Dementor and Atomic. It's an incredible place from them earlier on. Here comes Bluey, back over to the air. Once again, just caught in the midfield. Dementor won't be able to find anyone with a bump, so Matane can clear, and he'll look to try and take the challenge, a challenge that BK Salem wins quite handily. And that pressure had a chance to continue. Atomic realized he's got to back down. If that was on target, that was in. And Team Queso getting a little bit far forward. And in a game like this, Game 5, where they're down by 1, there's any team that you would expect to maybe get a bit aggressive earlier than they need to be, Team Queso are that team. To make sure that they're not caught on the counter and that this situation doesn't get worse for them.
Galaxy Racer trying to play this one out as carefully as possible. You'll notice they're sitting extremely deep with their 3rd man on every single play. They know that the hard clears are something that Team Queso are very fond of. And of course, just smashing the ball towards them, each other in defense is something else Team Queso are going to try to do to set up those booming counter-attacking clears. But to counter that, you know, they're being given space here. Queso are being given space in the midfield. They don't want to just hard clear the ball, even though it's something they're more known for. They're actually going for the ground plays, the dribbles, to try and make the most of the space that Galaxy Racer are giving them so far. It's not a problem for Galaxy Racer. They're handling the dribbles, they're handling the ground-based transition plays that Team Queso are going for.
BK Salem complete miss hit. So the best news for Galaxy Racer is that the crossbar's coming in clutch for them. Now Matane sees the ball go under him, and that was a goal out of nowhere. Bluey gets dunked on. The team did not know how to respond. it's handed away, really.
Yeah, careless by Blue. He's just given that one to Atomic, and you see that what he's going for there. He sees a gap and he thinks, yeah, I can sneak the ball through that gap. Let me just get an attack going for us. Maybe a 2-goal lead will follow. That would be nice. But what if you get dunked on? Well, that is one of the options that can happen. If you do get dunked on, you could just fly straight towards the top corner. So it's a bit of a risk there for Blue, an unnecessary risk. Galaxy Racer have been punished because of it.
1-1 has been the perpetual scoreline here, as Bluey acrobatically keeps that one out. VK Salen looks for his chance. All 3 players required. Team Queso finding their chances, looking like the more comfortable of the 2 teams right now. And they are just taking pot shots, waiting for the opportunity, waiting to break down this defense. And if they get their own way, they break down our crossbar if they get the chance.
That was beautiful by Demensa. Playing initially for the flip reset and then seeing an early challenge come towards him, he instead adapted mid-play to go for a ceiling double tap on target. And he almost had that. Definitely the follow-up was threatening as well. So that's some phenomenal work in the air by Demensa to switch it up mid-play. Now Matane testing Demensa's goalkeeping. Arju's going to do likewise, and it's just about good enough. Demensa dropped down pass to Atomic, but it's into the middle again from Matane. He's shut down by Atomic's 50-50. And now Blue misses his shot, so the attack is going to disintegrate. For a moment there, Galaxy Racer had a lot of pressure.
Both teams just taking it in turns, it seems, to have all of that chance and all that pressure. Ball over to Arju, gets over the top of the first one, and now Demensa just stays back a little bit. Correct decision to make. 30 seconds, and we are still looking for that series-winning goal. VK Salen's clear, not good enough. Matane out to Arju. Demensa looks to try and get to it first, and he will do exactly that. Atomic can't find Bluey's car.
You know, this is even potentially a nightmare scoreline setting up. I previously said this is what Aether wanted, the 3-2 win for Galaxy Racer, but I've taken a closer look. I think it's actually the worst thing that can happen for them, and it might be about to happen. Matane going to double into the middle, and it's just scramble defense for Team Queso, but they've got us into overtime. This is huge. Galaxy Racer still in with a shot at contesting for number 2 in the group, but they need a win here. Blue's backflip, but VK Ceiling's not really going anywhere with this one. Ball in control for Galaxy Racer in defense. That's fantastic from Arju. Over the top of one, 50-50's the second, and that's a great pass. Bluey to Matane, winds up the shot, and it's in! Galaxy Racer in 5.
And once again, it's the demo that proves the difference maker. Arju off screen annihilates the 3rd man for Team Queso. And that is gonna be the perfect start to Galaxy Racer's time as a team. It was difficult, Johnny, but they got the job done in the end.
Yeah, massive result for them, and exactly the pick-me-up that they needed after losing to their rival team Aether yesterday. Now what that win does is it actually puts Galaxy Racer out of reach of Aether. They're +2 game win-loss differential. Aether are -2, and with just 1 series left to play, that means Galaxy Racer's win-loss will remain above Aether regardless of what happens in their last series of the day, even if they're swept by BDS. As for Team Queso, you know, they're going to most likely finish strong. They're playing against Pirates, so Galaxy Racer have got to try and get as many games off BDS as possible. If they can take even 2 games, then that means that they're going to, at worst, tie with Team Queso, which would, I think, put them into 2nd place. So a massive result for Galaxy Racer. If they can just get a couple games off BDS, I mean, it's a tall order. Yeah, the 2nd place is within shot.
Yeah, absolutely so. But for Galaxy Racer, this has been the statement victory that this roster needed. Now can they put a bigger statement out? Because when we come back from break, they're going to be taking on the best in the region in Team BDS.
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series Spring Split. We are in European Regional number 1. I'm Leaf. Alongside me is Shogun, and Gibbs is back. All right, I guess we got. I thought we got him out of here. What's up, Gibbs?
I'm back. We're going to start talking about playoff scenarios and all that. It's going to be happening, so it's going to be a good time. It's going to be great.
Shogun,
I'm excited.
I don't know if I'm ready for this. Did you have your earplugs in underneath?
He is ready to go. Like, he's just itching to get into playoff scenarios.
Well, let's talk about this last matchup here, Shogun. What we saw, I mean, we had the desk fully on Team Queso at the start of this one, not giving too much love to Galaxy Racer.
Yeah, I can understand it in a way, because obviously when you've got a new roster coming in, there's very little to work with. We already know that Team Queso are chaotically brilliant at times, but they've got further and further away from that, and we have seen more, of a normal play style from them. But when they get it to click, my goodness, Team Queso still looks fantastic. But for Galaxy Racer, this is how you want to introduce a new player. Bluey took a while to settle into this series. It did not look good in our opening, I would say, 3 games. But games 4 and 5, he looked like he settled down. Game 4, I think he just completely took over. And that's what they want. That's the reason why they brought him in.
So my main concern with them right now is they have Bluey and they had Ixo. Obviously, Ixo, incredible mechanics as well. They're kind of just having Bluey do everything with all his mechanics and try and figure something out, and then they'll do something after that. But Ixo could have done the same thing. So I wonder exactly why they made this roster. Now, Bluey obviously showed up here, but it was questionable for a while. There was a lot of plays where Bluey's going up in the air, doing crazy maneuvers to just pass it back to the other team. So I don't think it was perfect yet, but it's still early. So we'll see what happens throughout.
Well, let's take a look now at the groups just to get you guys a little bit of familiarity visually of what's going on here. Again, we just watched some of Group A there. We're going to be doing that again in a second here, but this is the way it looks so far. Gibbs, what was Stumpy's explanation of your format suffice enough for you? Was it good?
Oh, yes. It was absolutely great. Top 2, very important. Obviously, bottom drops out. top 2, though, then you get 2 matches to win 1 to move on to the final day. While if you're bottom 2, you have to win 2 matches. That is the important parts here. So what we know so far, we've seen some of Group A going on right now. BDS at 3-0. Well, guess what? They've clinched the top 2 spots. Shocking, I know. They haven't clinched number 1 yet. They're playing Galaxy Racer next to see if they'll get number 1. That's what you want, because you want an easier group for tomorrow. On the other side, Pirates, they're 0-3. They're 2-9. They are just out no matter what happens in their last match, because honestly, their game differential is just abysmal. So they can't make it up. So Pirates are eliminated. Now it's all about Queso versus Galaxy Racer to see who will get that number 2 spot. That's really what it comes down to.
And just to remind you guys, these aren't the only matches happening. We have Group C and D as well that we'll be seeing a bit later, where teams are still trying for the same thing. They're trying Shogun for those top 2 spots there. So it's going to be a gauntlet, but top 4 makes it through.
Yeah, and I think over on Group D is going to be a very interesting one to watch, because I think, whilst BDS haven't secured number 1 yet, you're pretty certain that they are going to. So whoever's second over in Group D is going to have to go and play them over in that upper bracket. At that point, you might as well just have 3 people over in Group D playing in that lower bracket, because that's just the way of things at the moment. That is going to be so important to get those wins.
So that's one important factor too. Like Group A, a lot of people are saying the group of death. It's actually not a bad idea to be in a group of death early, because when you go to that knockout stage, you don't play any of those teams again. You're going to play teams from all the other groups. So you could still probably make it out with 3 or 4 of those teams to make it to that final day.
That's true. Well, you mentioned that BDS match before. Let's start talking about that one. They're facing off against Galaxy Racer, who Shogun we just saw play against Team Queso. They got the win, so they're going to be feeling good. But of course, they're going to look up after getting their cars all shined up and see that BDS is standing across from them.
Look, you look up to try and look at BDS, it's like staring into the sun. It's so bright at the moment. You can't really deal with this team. If any team had right now, we wouldn't be talking about them so glowingly. But this is the team that everyone wants to beat. That being said, we got used to them dropping games back in the Swiss format that we had. When the pressure isn't necessarily on, Team BDS don't always turn up to the field. So this might be a chance actually for Galaxy Racer. This is not completely out of the question where they can grab this game and, it's all crazy.
But it's BDS, right? We talk about BDS. They have so many points.
It is,
they
but
don't
is this
even
going
have
to be
to
BDS
play.
all caps or BDS low caps? There's 2 versions of them.
Sure, it's still BDS, though, at the end of the day. But they have so many points that they don't even have to play Spring Split, and they make it to the World Championship. They've already clinched. The only team to do so. Now we're into a group stage where they've already clinched top 2, but it doesn't really matter for them for where they go in the bracket, because they think they will win anyway. But BDS, they're still 3-0. It doesn't matter. BDS just love to win. They're going to show up here again.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to slack off. Even if they do, they're going to have fun, which may be in their favor. It's time for the fan vote, though. Do you guys think Galaxy Racer has any chance? Get the hashtags you see below in the chat right now to vote for the team you think is going to win. I have a feeling this is going to be a landslide. We'll see how many Galaxy Racer fans are out there. How many people think Bluey's going to be that difference maker? For you guys, we got to put it up on the board here. And I have a feeling I know which way this is going to go here. So while you put it up there, also predict what the percent's going to be for BDS here. Gibbs, you can start us off.
All right, one thing that we need from Galaxy Racer, if they win 3-1, they get top of the group. So that is what they are looking for at the very least. But that's not going to happen. BDS is going to win this. I think Bluey can't do enough to get by 1 or 2 players of BDS every single time. BDS will control the pressure. It's all BDS.
It's all BDS. Wait, chat percent, quick. What's your favorite?
82. It's
82?
probably not that high, but I'll go
Shogun.
BDS, and I'll go 81.
Oh.
I was also going to do 81. So
You can go for 80.
to
Really
83.
shut me out of this one.
All right. We'll do the Price is Right rules. I'm going 80 without going over here. 80% for BDS is going to be my pick.
Chat. Don't do me wrong here. I need exactly 81.
Now,
Please.
here's the thing. They don't like BDS anymore because they keep winning.
Down.
84. Wow, we were close. We were close.
We were pretty close here, but it seems like Galaxy Racer doesn't have a chance. We're going to find out if they do in just a moment. Get on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS. But why don't we head over to the Skybox now to watch this next match and see if Galaxy Racer can take down BDS.
Well, 84% of Twitch chat and all our analysts believe that BDS are going to take this one fairly simply, but there are 3 players, Stumpy, that will disagree, and they are the Galaxy Racer trio. What do they have to do here to make it through, and can they win this series?
So there's a little bit of maths that is going to have to go on here to figure this all out. Extra is going to immediately want to just try and destroy the napkin that I've written this on the back of by getting that first goal. That is a hell of a way to start for them. So Galaxy Racer are going to be up against Team Queso in the table. Of course, they're facing off against on the pitch with the BDS, but on the table, they need to win 3-0 or they need to win 3-1 or 3-2, and Team Queso need to lose, and that means that Galaxy Racer secure second. They're so close in game differential that so long as they get +1 by the end versus Team Queso, with them facing off against Pirates, then Galaxy Racer gets second. If it's closer, then you're going to be seeing Team Queso make it up.
So for now, what they want to make do is that they're getting at least 1 game on the board and then take it from there, which I think is all you can ever do against Team BDS. You come up against Mark Bay, Monkey Moon and Extra, and you just want to stay as solid as possible. So the start that they had wasn't ideal, but there was a nice save from Bluey in that instance. In the last series he played, he really improved as things went on. He was the pivot point for Galaxy Racer. When he started playing well, they got their win versus Queso.
I do understand the point that was being made of why get rid of Ixo when you're basically making Bluey just do the exact same job? And I'm intrigued to see what they see in Bluey that we are yet to, because he's a fantastic player, but so is Ixo. They're very, very similar, coming down to nationality. That's how close these guys are. And it's going to be very interesting to see what they've seen in Bluey. I trust in Matane and Arju to make an incredible team. They've done so far. Can't quite get a goal in the first minute, so relying on the next 3.5, because at BDS, getting a goal in 3 seconds, you do not want to begin with that kind of handicap.
Yeah, already 3-0 are BDS overall, including that 11-minute overtime versus Aether, which they ended up winning. So still the undefeatables as of right now, but Galaxy Racer...
how you're calling it an 11-minute overtime when it was an 11:59. You've bought
was it
into...
59?
Yeah, you bought into pricing there, the 99 pence strategy.
Yeah, wow, I thought I was above marketing, but not to be apparently. Under 12 minutes. An overtime under 12 minutes. There's a shot from Monkey Moon, but Bluey saves it again. He's doing a lot of work buzzing around the Galaxy Racer backboard right now. And does get it away. That was another powerful move they had against Team Queso. Bluey's ground plays, dribbling the ball out of defense and getting a chance for his teammates. And it seems to me so far that is their best form of attack versus Team BDS. And here he is again on the side. Wants to take one touch and then another one. Carries it going. Can't quite get the flip reset, but goes for a dunk instead. But it's placed on Mark Bayek's car by his teammate, and Mark Bayek can dribble it away.
Bluey was certainly underutilized, I felt, on the Triple Trouble roster, where everyone knew he was the mechanical player on there, but did they ever take advantage of that? I think you can count on one hand the times that they did. Bluey seemed somewhat stunted on that team. Matane, though, going for one. The second blocked away by Extra. Arju can pick up the pieces, get the first goal for Galaxy Racer.
The easiest goal that Arju will ever score, and it's all through the quality of Matane. I didn't want Extra to save that one, I'll be honest. I wanted to see the quality of Matane coming through and getting the goal, but I don't think the Galaxy Racer will care too much because they do have their equaliser, and I have to say, Stumpy, in the balance of play, they've earned it. You know, they conceded that first goal 3 seconds in. It's always tough to rally against Team BDS, but they've looked really good since then.
Yeah, and honestly, Bluey has looked fantastic while doing so. Great shot on net, saved away by Monkey Moon, who was being harassed by Matane as well. Nearly sinks in the top corner. A shot from Matane from that sidewall being devastating. Bluey tries to carry it onto Extra's nose. That can be sent long by Monkey Moon. Suddenly, BDS on the back foot as Galaxy Racer hit hard.
The synergy is already there as well. Bluey pre-jumping that touch from Matane, who's getting all sorts of involved at the moment. And it's BDS that are looking the more vulnerable right now, going into the deep part of this first game. Matane going to turn, he's not going to leave it to Bluey, he puts it into the centre for Arju. And a great fake from Arju as well. Monkey Moon clears it. But yeah, Galaxy Racer, I think this is the best we've seen this roster play so far.
I mean, 1 out of 2 ain't bad on the mainstream.
And yesterday as well.
On the mainstream, see my wording. Made the marketing. That's the small print that you've ignored.
Under 12 minutes. Under 12 minutes.
Under 12 minutes. So yeah, they're definitely going on how they would like to continue as well. Bluey has been passing central very frequently. Arju getting in the way of the attempted clear by BDS. But yeah, Bluey, look, dropping it down frequently, back passing earlier as well. He wants to have as much control as he possibly can.
Marked by 8 just wants to not get an own goal, and he almost did it there. Off the backboard, not the touch he wanted at all. And then look at Bluey again. It's another clean touch onto the side that's met by his teammate Matane. Quality transitional play here from Galaxy Racer. They are always finding each other. Every single touch is going to a teammate. This is everything I've ever wanted from Galaxy Racer. I have to say, based on this evidence, EXO is looking like a smart replacement. I mean, I'm saying that, and there's still 30 seconds left. Everything could change, but it looks really good.
Game you've casted them in, and you're like, you know what, EXO who?
No, I'm not saying EXO who. All I'm saying is,
who?
It's an amazing start, Stumper, with 20 seconds left.
They've done well to get the draw so far. They're going to be hoping that they can get the win. Matane, can he get the dish? Not quite. Darju sends it long, doesn't try to find anybody in the corner as his teammate did rotate back round. Matane up, finds Bluey in the middle, but look at Mark.
Yeah.
Just lurking and waiting and learning.
Remember how important this goal could be overall in this group for Galaxy Racer, wanting to go up against Team Queso into that top 2 and to make tomorrow in the upper brackets. Such an important overtime right now. Lose it and things get so much harder, but that's a great first touch from Bluey. Monkey Moon was aware that Bluey was coming on, and there's a demo from Arju. Broke up Team Queso so many times, did Galaxy Racer's demos. Here's a chance for a solo play from Matane. Sprays out wide, and there's a race between Monkey Moon and Bluey. And I think that BDS are just constantly surprised how quickly Galaxy Racer are approaching that ball.
Yeah, they're not really respecting them, to be honest. Seeing Monkey Moon trying to work his way out of defense does get caught up. And again, Arju on the halfway line didn't pick up the boost, so won't be able to get that second touch. But as Mark tries to dribble down, does get it past one, can't get the bump on Bluey. Matane, can he whip round the edge of it? Does not quite get that touch, but the pinch central down to Arju. Monkey Moon defending strongly, so Mark can pick it up with 50 boost. He can 50 it onto the side, onto the backboard, but he just needed a touch more. Arju instead can clear it away before Monkey Moon comes in to be dangerous. Pass to extra. It has been a slog for BDS to get to that point, and yet again, we're seeing Galaxy Racer push back.
Yeah, they're so creative. I'm talking about Galaxy Racer a lot more than BDS right now because they are making all the plays. But in the last 40 seconds or so of overtime, BDS just growing into the series. This is what they do. They get better and better as it goes along. Monkey Moon could have a shot, but Matane closes them down quickly. It's red and hit next by Mark by 8, who gets the double. Bluey's touch on that occasion only reaches Arju, but going behind him. It's a little bit tricky for the Italian to do anything with, but he has done very well to force it to Matane until Mark by 8 comes into the corner and BDS can clear their lines. Really delicate balancing point right now in this game and in this series.
I will say that Leaf, right as he came to us, said Galaxy Racer don't stand a chance. I hope he's watching this and realizing just how incorrect that sentence was, because Galaxy Racer have put up a huge fight so far and they're continuing to. Can they hold on to BDS here though? From the crossbar, saved away by Arju, and the immediate counter-attack started by Matane does get caught out, but there was a lot of ambition in that play.
What a save that is from Arju though. That is so easy to own goal, but Arju just keeps his concentration and makes sure the ball goes the right way as far as he is concerned. And now Galaxy Racer do have one more attack. This one is closed down, but he wants to turn on it. He's trying that over and over again. Could that be one half rotation too many? No, it's not, because back comes Arju and more solid defending by Galaxy Racer. Maybe this is the moment. No, Matane's underneath it awkwardly, and he air dribbles it away. Extra comes in to set up Monkey Moon for another wave.
Fantastic defense from Matane, and again, he attacks the BDS half with absolute ferocity. 2.5 minutes into this overtime, we're not going to get a 12-minuter again, are we?
11 minutes, 59 seconds, mate. Under 12 minutes. That's what we're rooting for. If we can hit 12 minutes, I'll be astounded. In the corner from Mark by 8. Extra is there. He's desperate for just this dogged Galaxy Racer defense to give them something of an opening. Even when BDS have had shooting chances, the Galaxy Racer goal line defending has been so good, but Monkey Moon, he's the man they're looking for to break through that. Forced flip reset was almost enough, but it was red yet again by Galaxy Racer. This overtime is now under 3 minutes and 12 seconds.
That pass over from Bluey to Matane in defense as well is gigantic. Monkey Moon shot on target, saved away by Arju. Now Mark has to defend with a two-man push. Can get one, but awkwardly into the corner, leaves the ball falling to Extra, who picks it up onto this left-hand wall. No boost. Can pick up this corner 100 if it falls well to him. It does. Bluey sends it to the opposite corner. Central, Monkey Moon on target, cleared long by Matane. And as that ball falls into the BDS half, it's a push for Galaxy Racer.
Bluey's clearance over there had to be absolutely perfect. He had to make sure that he hit the bottom of the ball because he had no boost left. You saw him hovering around the goal after he'd made it. If the connection wasn't as sweet as it was, Bluey would have put his teammates right into trouble. But the way he is playing, there are no mechanical errors from him. Transition game is still strong as well. Arju sends that one all the way back into the BDS corner. Tane will keep this one going. It's both teams just taking turns prodding at their opponents. Been a little while since I've had a proper chance, but I can sense that something is coming soon.
Perfect touch by Mark Bayer to clear that away. I think whenever I've seen... Oh, another interception. That was Matane this time. Last time it was Arju. They're just giving BDS no space. And one thing I was going to criticize BDS on was when they're shooting, they're going for the backboard over and over again. We've seen that that's such a strong defense point. It can just be slung back to the blue half more often than not from Galaxy Racer. Pass it infield, go low, go slow, send it big. Arju, shot on target, saved away by Matane. Bluey was there for the shot, the demo from Bluey. Mark Bayer can get it in the middle. Oh, this is just attack, attack, attack. And as we approach the 5-minute mark, both teams great chances. But I think the real advantage falling to Galaxy Racer, the new reformed lads on the block.
It's got to be said that the defending from Team BDS, often we see them take every game they play by the scruff of the neck, but now we're seeing them digging deep, showing how well they can keep the ball out of their goal, because this has been far from easy for them. But all they need is one chance, one mistake from Galaxy Racer, maybe one pass that they're not expecting. Because what Galaxy Racer are doing, they are intercepting everything BDS are attempting so quickly. I want to see some more fakes from Team BDS. I think that right now Galaxy Racer have the read on them. So just one... you're shaped to do a pass and instead you juke it and fake and go for a solo play. That could be what breaks GXR down.
They've definitely been playing their plays on their sleeve. Like, they go for a shot and it looks like they've been going for a shot for a little while. You know what they're going to do. Monkey Moon, though, has been a little bit tricksy.
Great touch.
We've been seeing how well that he's been doing mechanically through a couple of tournaments more recently. Played with Johnny Boy, I believe it was, in the Twitch Rivals as well. So maybe learning from the nose himself.
Oh, Extra's nose is almost enough to bit that one past the GXR defense, but it was just saved. And speaking of Twitch Rivals, did you play in that?
Yes, I was the Twitch Rivals Season 2 champion, mate. Yeah, me and Fairy Pete, we're best mates now.
Good to know, mate. Here's Arju up against Monkey Moon. Gets one touch, gets another one. Monkey Moon so important for developing space for BDS, and they are starting to encroach onto this defense from Galaxy Racer, but more goal line clearances come in, and then there's a miss from Mark by 8 to let Bluey try one of these long dribbles that have been so fruitful so far today. Monkey Moon's up with a race, and he just about wins it, and that's a poor touch from Matane. Mark by 8 tries a snapshot, but again, it's Bluey closing down BDS so quickly. 6.5 minutes of overtime later.
We've been saying how much Galaxy Racer have had their... How many shots they've had. Arju alone has had 11. That's on target again. Make it 12. He has been pummeling that back half as much as he possibly can. And now BDS, once again, it's just counter-attacking plays the entire time. Neither team giving up any ground willingly.
The defending is so good right now. So impressive. The concentration levels are incredibly high. It's Matane. He tries to find Bluey, who yet again is hovering around the BDS half. It's Arju that it falls to in the end, though. Gets one touch and then a second one. Mark Bayer puts it into the corner. And actually, that's a great clearance because Extra finds Monkey Moon. Monkey Moon has a chance for a double, does he? Oh, he almost gets it. I think Matane just nudged his car, but stopped him having a clear shooting chance there.
Again, Arju picking up, trying to take it long, but Extra just waits, intercepted by Arju. Will be getting his 13th shot on the board, the only player in double figures at that as well. Extra is currently rocking a 1,000-point game.
Wow.
Everybody on the pitch is putting in a shift, and Extra wants to go in for double time.
We've seen Extra be the player that broke through when everybody was exhausted in their bracket reset against Giants. I wonder if he will be the man they look to again to break through the deadlock. Not with that touch. Bluey finds Matane's hit towards him, but is tackled by Extra, who's still getting involved. And there's a demo from Monkey Moon. Haven't seen too much in the way of aggression of that sort from BDS in that game. Didn't really lead to anything on this occasion, except for a potential opportunity for Arju to get a touch. Games have slowed down a little bit in the last 15 seconds or so. I thought both these teams are restocking, having a thought. What did you think I was going to get caster cursed? Cursed.
I thought that Arju was left in a 2v1 versus BDS, and he just went onto the halfway line and challenged it there. Sprinted face first, screaming at them.
What a win.
Going for the long shot. Will that be in? He's up.
No.
Not for the second, however. He's just a touch too late to it, and this game approaches the 9-minute mark.
That is so painful for Arju. He got that first touch and it was just wide. All he could do was just try and read, attempt to take his shot, but the ball was going a little bit too quick, a little bit too high. And he wasn't able to get the next one, but Matane has a chance to take a touch here, a rare touch. Monkey Moon clears up.
Got that 50 going just dead heat. So even on that. Arju with 7 boots. Can he get it central? He does. Bluey free flipping into it. Every mechanic under the sun coming out right now. Matane, central, extra, wide of target. Marbaye sends it high. Monkey with only 30 boots has to beat out Arju, but he doesn't manage to. Arju now with a runaway chance. Just takes a snapshot on net.
Yeah.
Could have taken the touch, gone for a dribble, gone for a fake, gone for a pass. He had Matane in the center.
I was thinking hit into the corner to try and force an angle, but instead Arju just... I mean, at this point, you're 9 minutes in. You're panicking, you're rushing things. Your decisions just have that edge of what if I mess up and we can see, even though they're doing their best to ignore those feelings as Bluey makes yet another save. Marbaye onto the backboard, but there's 2 Galaxy Racers players on that backboard covering everything. Bluey follows it from extra. Is it BDS's turn to have a long wave of pressure? It could well be if Marbaye can get this touch well, but she has done, but extra's a little bit too far back. And now it's time for some Bluey action.
Do you remember at 3 minutes when I joked about we're not going to have another 12-minuter, are we?
Oh, I was
and
about
we're
to say
now
maybe.
at 10 minutes.
Yeah, everybody in chat, countdown from 5,
Surely.
4, 3, 2, 1. 10 minutes, ding, ding, ding.
And if we get 2 more minutes for another RLCS record, it stood for about an hour. Matane going from the ceiling. Challenges with Monkey Moon, picking up that mid-100 boost, but pinched away. Leaves a runaway chance for extra. Arju, awkward touch, can send it wide, however. He wasn't panicked. He knew that his touch was just going wide. As that challenge ends up finding that central wall. Bluey and Arju both commit to it. Can Bluey get the touch central? Not quite. His wave dash doesn't quite land how he wanted it to. Matane, corner bound. As extra sends it long again. 1.5 more minutes, and we've broken another record.
Good pass there from Matane backwards towards Bluey, who has the dunk, but sadly doesn't have the boost to follow it up, which means that extra can just send it all the way long. Boom ball is starting to emerge as the seconds tick away. Which one of these players is going to have the confidence to really take it close to their car and try and force the issue for their team? There's still good passes coming out from Bluey. The communication's still high from Galaxy Racer, but Marbaye wins the race against Bluey. Monkey Moon slows down. Monkey Moon hits the crossbar. And then Arju, what a touch from him flying into his own goal. That was scary. And that pass as well is almost read by extra. We're always so close to that final shot, but still, it remains to be found.
Do you want to know something fun?
Please, always.
If the 11-minute 59 overtime didn't happen earlier today, this would be the longest overtime in RLCS history. The previous one was 11-12, back in Season 7. RLCS history, yeah. So, with 30 seconds left, can we break it? Matane, as that pinch is long, Bluey is up. And get the flip reset, does so. Can't quite make it over the top of BDS. Double commit, though. Matane will send to the right-hand side. Arju is up. Chance to go for the double on this. Not quite able to. Extra, working his way out of the blue half. Can get it well. 10 more seconds, and we make it to 12 minutes. That's literally all I'm looking at right now. Monkey Moon with a double on target. Marked by 8. Gets it saved away, and we break the record twice in one day.
Yeah, baby. That's what we want to see.
God, this is our first ever RLCS cast as well as mainstream talent. Look at us go, we've done it.
We've done it. We did it, everybody. Well done. But
Sorry,
the game
Shogun.
lives on.
Sorry, Johnny.
Yeah, right. The game lives on, though. Here's Matane onto the backboard. This could be the moment that it ends, but extra clears long. Arju did a dodgy touch earlier, but that one was way better. Dribbles it away, and just look at the men they have back at Galaxy Racer, 2 of them at any given time, ready to clear it away. We're entering uncharted territory right now. What's the overall record? It's 18 minutes?
18:36 or something like that. I don't imagine we're going to beat it. Clip this if we do. Extra. Takes a touchdown. Challenges off with Arju. As it goes wide, this will just slow down in the midfield. Bluey first to it, and that ball left for a little while as well. Chance, round 1, but extra staying steadfast and firm.
Yeah, good save. After his teammate had been beaten, it was extra that just followed the play, didn't panic. And yet again, look at his control on this wall, always been so good at those plays. Well, that one wasn't actually ideal. Marbaye is going to have to sweep up here onto the backboard. His next touch isn't great either, so looking like we're going to have a bit of extended Galaxy Racer pressure, but Arju again, he's done that a couple of times where he's had an opportunity to take that touch and he's thrown it away as harsh, but just been a little bit snap happy with his shooting.
Just so much midfield play, and like I said earlier on, about 8 years ago, neither of these teams giving up any ground that they don't need to.
Yeah, this is a good overtime as well. We've had long overtimes that have been a bit dull, a bit safe, but you can see that when one of these teams attack, they're more than happy to push all 3 men forward. And the fact that there's always a defender back is because their rotations are so solid. That touch from Extra was not the one that Mark by 8 wanted. It does get to him in the end. Arju's underneath this one very awkwardly indeed. The trust that he had in Bluey to make that touch. And then Mitane to flick it on. That's what Galaxy Racer are doing so well right now. They all seem to believe fully in each other, just based on the microcosm of this first game.
Bluey trying to go for a double, his 19th of the day. 4 out of 6 players now on 1,000-point games. Extra on 1,500 points. Arju is on 16 shots. Monkey Moon's on 10. In total, we are seeing 29 shots for Galaxy Racer in this game and 23 for Team BDS.
I feel like we need Stacks in here just to say some numbers to us as we go. We can do the casting and get him in to say the impressive numbers. I'm well up for that.
Mate, the thing is, in 24 points are marked by 8, BDS are all on 1,000-point games. Has that ever happened in competitive? It must have done.
I don't know. Has a goal in this game ever happened? Still no. Oh my goodness. Arju, great save. Saw where Extra was putting the ball and was up strongly to meet it, and then gets a chance for a redirect for Bluey, but it's saved by Monkey Moon.
So close as we hit the 15-minute mark of overtime. Arju can save it away. Mitane has to challenge off with Extra in that back third. Arju with a very dodgy touch has to call Bluey in, who jumps out of the way of the ball. Arju very low on boost, as Mitane, as is Bluey. The boost starving may be critical for Galaxy Racer, but Arju air dribbling it out of his own half. Over 1, over 2! And Arju with the best shot of the game, and it finds the net.
Oh, Monkey Moon and Extra, see you later, lads. Arju's got this ball on the peak of his car, and he does not care about the defense. An inch perfect air dribble. Look at the players there. Look, Bluey's laughing. I love that. Galaxy Racer, they're having a giggle about it. I think they're just laughing it off. Whereas Team BDS is saying, no, right back into it. Game 2. Let's talk about Game 2, lads. No respite for Team BDS.
Yeah, so that's Game 1 done.
I know what everyone's thinking right now, Stumpy, and that is, do Cole and Stumpy get paid by the hour? I hope we do. We'll get that one sorted, because this series is going to go on for a long time. A few more overtimes, I would love that. No, of course not, mate. Game 1, analyse that, mate. Analyse that.
Analyse that. God, that was 4 games in 1. I can tell you that Mark by 8 is an absolute disappointment and is 6 points off getting 1,000.
No!
That's really quite frustrating. But no, that was honestly a very, very entertaining overtime. That was both teams sending their all. There was a lull in the middle.
There was,
where it was around the 12-13 minute mark. Like, okay, just breathe. Maybe just ping pong it back a little bit. Go for a couple of safe 50s. You know, we're not going to be too risky. But then they brought it back up. Arju with a full court air dribble was the man and the saviour the Galaxy Racer needed. That's 1 game. Can they win 2 more, lol?
On to Forbidden Temple. I mean, yeah, you're right. In all the festivities, we actually forgot that game is really important for Galaxy Racer. Not just in the context of this series, but in the context of them getting into that top 2 and making sure they qualify for tomorrow in the upper bracket, which you have to finish in the top 2 in your group to do. Massive goal. What a moment for Arju that was.
Bear in mind as well, that was in the game where BDS scored in 3 seconds. So between goals in that game, there was around quarter of an hour.
I forgot that 3 seconds was a thing. I exclusively think in 3-minute chunks now.
Well, that is exactly what Galaxy Racer are going to need to do as well, because they got that first game. Now they need to look forward to this next 3-minute chunk and the following chunks as well. Mitane gets the shot just to the side of the goal, and as Mark carries that away, they need to be thinking that, okay, it still only counts as 1. We're not down too hard yet, just lads. We are still BDS.
I'm still in overtime mode myself, where every goal is going to be like, oh my god, he scored. I have to remind myself, we are right at the start of game number 2 right now, and whisper it, Stumpy, but there might even be a few goals in this one. The next goal might not be the winner. Amazing.
Might not be the winner.
Yeah, I know. Exactly. Good whispering. Appreciate that. Oh, good shot from Extra into the top corner, but Mitane saves it. Now, this is looking more like a BDS kind of series, where they are just battering down the door of their opponent's defense, saying, how long can you possibly hold out for? Mark by 8 misses?
I think he got bumped into the back of that, yeah.
Oh, okay. That was a little bit confusing for a second, but now all makes sense. Thank you, Stumpy Goblin. And credit to Galaxy Racer. Good defending from them.
No, we don't have 1,000 points just yet. That's all I'm looking for. Mark by 8, get 1,000 in this and you're forgiven, pal.
Bluey takes to the skies, but he's tackled by Monkey Moon. And then Arju, the winner of that marathon of a last game, goes up to try and help out Matane. A rare double commit from Galaxy Racer. Even back in their EXO days, they were not known too much. I mean, it's fully open, but I mean, if he can score at that angle, then fair play to him. Good save from Extra.
Yeah, it was a little bit slowly caught by Bluey. I think he wasn't expecting to have to recover as quickly as he needed to get the goal in the end. But it would have been nice, of course, for Galaxy Racer to get the first goal in this match. Matane,
good bomb!
Bombs! Extra out the way. I saw that from Bluey's perspective, and there was just Matane waiting, coming back from that blue half, sees Extra rotating, says, no thank you, mate, you've won enough titles.
Yeah, quality. Great bump there on Extra, who thought he had that one, until a big old car just flies at him and takes him out of the game. And another lead for Galaxy Racer. Great play and great synergy as well. Again, the right decision has been made by Galaxy Racer. Do you go for the redirect? Do you go for the 1-2 pass? Or do you go for the bump? Again, right decision.
And as we approach half-time in this game, you can tell that there's a little bit of a different air to... sorry, a little bit of a different air to it, where there are now bumping plays coming where you can afford to commit a player into a more awkward situation as that flies above the net. Matane will be first to it, so a shot cannot come out for BDS on that phase of play. But yeah, there's been a few more bumps and a few more demos coming up from Galaxy Racer, showing they aren't just going for that one-trick styly. They have got an arsenal.
Yeah, well, here's Mark clearing this one. He's got himself some more territory again to BDS after conceding a goal, I would say just about against the run of play. Mark bumping Bluey, trying to get one back for his teammate Extra after Bluey had it happen to him. Sorry, Bluey did the same. No, he didn't. Bluey scored a goal because of the same earlier. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm tired, mate. It's been 20 minutes since we started casting. Monkey Moon is going to leave this one to Bluey, so Galaxy Racer can clear it away. And the game slowed down a little bit now. We're entering another one of those periods that are just a little bit more tranquil.
Well, Forbidden Temple, mate. There's no better place to do it.
True, very true. What do you think of Forbidden Temple Daytime?
It's really nice. Lovely map. Both lovely maps. I love everything Sonics does.
Bluey's touch wasn't the best. I don't think his teammates loved that touch that he did. Monkey Moon puts that one down, looking for Extra, but the passes aren't quite there for BDS. It's the end product for them. The general play is looking pretty good. They're having periods of pressure, but when that final shot or that final touch comes in, Galaxy Racer are just reading it time and time again.
I mean, BDS have really looked held back quite a lot in this. They have had quite a few shots, however. They've had 9 already. I don't think too many of them were particularly scary, however.
I don't remember any.
There's only been 6 saves that have come in, so 2/3 of them, or 1/3 of them rather, was able to just go wayward and they weren't mattering a huge amount. Yeah, it's certainly a different game to the first one. With under a minute left, Galaxy Racer with the clear lead. Mark by 8 bumping Extra out of the way on the rotation background. And have you seen how many times these players on Galaxy Racer are trying to find each other in every situation?
How many?
Loads, mate.
Oh, wow. Very concise and precise right there. That's interesting. But no, you're right. They are always looking for the pass. I love the way the Galaxy Racer are playing. It's working as well. That's the key thing. 25 seconds left in this game. This game has flown by. The quality of Rocket League that we're seeing. Monkey Moon with a fake. Again, buys himself some time. Is there any better player in the world than Monkey Moon right now at doing that? But just again, when it looked like the trigger was about to be pulled, there's a demo. And there's a misplay from Monkey Moon. And it's not working for BDS. They do have one more chance here. A few more seconds. Mark Bater puts up towards Monkey Moon. Bluey reads it again. What a performance this has been from Bluey. Matane, can he kill it here? Mark Bater's underneath it. Matane tries to end the game here and now. But there is an opportunity for BDS.
Bluey, however, is up again to try and thwart that one out. As that falls high again. Matane with a shot on target. Gets it in. Doesn't even hit the floor. The 2 goals, the 2 games. And Galaxy Racer, they're just looking too good.
Yeah, how often do you see a team keep a clean sheet against Team BDS? A 0-second goal there from Matane means that every player from Galaxy Racer has now scored in this series. There are a couple from Arju in the first game, and then Bluey, and then Matane as well. And they have 2 games. Even if they're reverse swept from here, and I'm not using that word by saying, could there be a reverse sweep? I'm saying even if it were to happen, they have every chance now of making that top 2 due to game differential and the fact they have the head-to-head victory against Team Queso. So massive, massive wins from Galaxy Racer in the first couple of games here.
And they've got to be proud of their new pickup in Bluey, right? He has looked new. He has looked refreshed. He has looked incredible. Like, the way that Bluey is fitting on this team, if it's a honeymoon period, call it that. If it's him just actually, this now works, literally very similar to how Extra fit in with BDS after coming from AS Monaco. Like, it looks very similar, and I'm intrigued. I want to see what Galaxy Racer do going forwards. Can their first really, really big result be 3-0ing BDS?
And Stumpy Goblin, I believe it was said, somewhat as a joke, that if Galaxy Racer 3-1 Team BDS, they win this group. They could 3-0 Team BDS.
Going off Gibbs' word, yeah, I believe so.
I trust Gibbs. If Gibbs said it, it is true, even if it wasn't.
That's fair. Gibbs gave us 19 formats in one day, so I trust him with anything.
Next time he'll give us 0 formats in one day, and we'll be like, what do we say now? He'd give us, and he'd take us away.
He take us away, and he make Rocket League Esports the esport that it is. All right, with 30 seconds gone, Cole, it's immediate pressure from Galaxy Racer, and BDS, they stopped before Bluey even touched this ball. Look at how aggressive that movement is from Matane.
I genuinely can't think of the last time Monkey Moon tried to take a first touch and he was tackled and it's led to a goal against his team. I was literally saying it towards the end of the last game where Monkey Moon is a player that always finds that bit of space. But that time he tried to, and it is just closed down so perfectly by Matane, and then Bluey is there ready to sweep up. Everything is in sync right now for Galaxy Racer. Team BDS can still come back and they can win this series. That absolutely could happen. We have seen so many comebacks from Team BDS. We've seen how they fight as the series progresses, and there is the first real warning for Galaxy Racer.
Mark by 8 firing an absolute rocket into the right-hand side of the net. Bluey caught absolutely unawares. And it was from the defense from the backboard as well. Mark by 8, we've seen him a few times, most recently in the final winter split and into the major. The way that his mind works, where he can just judge where the ball is going off the defender's touch, I really feel is second to none. I've never seen any player intercept from a backboard clear as often as I have from him. He has got like a sixth sense in that regard.
Yeah, he absolutely does, and the BDS cogs are beginning to whir, although maybe an unfair stat, but that is BDS's first goal in about 20 minutes of gameplay. So, washed? BDS washed? Question mark?
BDS washed?
It's the only explanation. X is trying to prove us wrong by booming the ball a long way down. But it's only as far as Bluey in the corner. Mark by 8 closed it down again quickly, though, but what a save from Arju. He's been solid, Arju. He's made that one dodgy touch, but other than that, he has been exactly what his teammates have needed him to be.
And speaking of Arju as well, I can confirm that in that overtime game earlier on, Arju, after he secured himself 1,604 points, 1,604 points in a single game, that means that he now holds the all-time competitive Rocket League record. Not just RLCS, that is any high-caliber competition in Rocket League Esports ever.
Wow. Love for Arju. You gotta respect that. Everyone watching this right now, you've witnessed history in so many ways. History for Arju, history for all of us with the length of that overtime. Galaxy Racer, though, I'm sure at this point aren't even thinking about that anymore. They're thinking about the here and now, trying to break through BDS. Get themselves a series win that, in my opinion, they truly deserve. BDS are always so devastating on the counter. Not able to do it, though, when they're taking out the game, like Extra was there by Bluey. Again, Extra being demoed. He was bumped out of the way for that first goal on Forbidden Temple, and there he's being demoed there.
Bluey this time wants to work his way out of defense, does so round the world's best in Monkey Moon. Can he get the bump on Mark by 8? Not quite, but Bluey has been aggressive. He's trying to get a couple of bumps and a couple of demos to try and slow down the defense, but this time Monkey Moon, as he said, has got just a couple of seconds to form an attack. As it gets blocked out, though, BDS starting to wait on the halfway line. They're moving up with confidence and as a pack.
Mark by 8 clears it. As far as Bluey, another perfect touch into the center. Arju attempts the snapshot again, but Extra knew what was happening. They're reading these Bluey passes on this occasion, and even though despite that, Bluey still managed to get it to one of his teammates, so a perfect pass from him, but well defended again by BDS. More time for Monkey Moon. He comes off that side wall, goes for an early flip, knowing that he can't do too much more with it on this occasion, and still somehow comes out of a clean touch on the ball. That's the quality of Monkey Moon. Metane air dribbles, and Arju follows it up. BDS will be well aware of the danger that this man possesses. He goes for the tightest angle you will ever see, and oh my goodness, that was really close, Stumpy.
Monkey Moon in the wrong competition here. The Ford Freestyle Invitational was a little while ago. You're not in that right now. This is just the RLCS, mate. Bluey sends it away from the backboard. Monkey Moon intercepting, trying to learn from Mark by 8.
Who is now underneath it again. 1 minute remaining. I can't believe how quickly these games are going. I thought there was 3 minutes left still. It's just the quality that we're seeing. And the amount of chances are making the seconds absolutely whiz by. And I fancy another long overtime. I can handle that. I'm not going to say it's going to be another 15-minuter, but it may well be another 15-minuter.
But Extra and Monkey Moon, if they've got anything to say about it, this ends in regulation. Linking up for the passing play to send another boomer at them.
That's in. That's in. That's in.
Top corner.
Oh my goodness, how does that find the goal? Metane's clearance, it wasn't great, it wasn't awful, but there were two goalkeepers there. There was Arju and Bluey. They get themselves in all sorts of a tangle, but the quality of finish from Mark by 8, he had no right to score from there.
Unbelievable shot. That was hit with purpose, and the purpose was to take this in regulation. The final 30 seconds counting down now.
That's
Galaxy
in.
Racer.
That's in.
They needed something and the blue half, but instead, it's the orange goal that bulges.
Oh, Arju, not the touch you wanted to go for. Monkey Moon gets a bit of a freebie with Bluey too far forward. There is still time in this third game for Galaxy Racer to come back, especially the way they're playing today, but surely this one is going to be taken by BDS from here.
And it's 2-goal differential. It's pretty good in the final 20 seconds too, but Bluey removes Mark by 8 from the pitch. Extra with a lot of booster, can just be a nuisance on this ball. Gets it central to Metane, but from the ceiling defends it away again. 10 seconds remaining with a long clear. It's Galaxy Racer losing their first game of the series to BDS. That then makes it 2-1, and it will be the fourth goal for BDS.
How was it Extra that scored this? Monkey Moon tried the dish. Oh, it was Extra that was there. I thought it was...
Yeah,
I saw Mark by 8 fly in. I didn't see Extra at all from my camera angle. So suddenly it was like, Extra scored?
Extra did nothing fancy and just drove at it and pushed his little face onto the ball. But that's the first win for BDS in this series.
Yeah, huge win for Team BDS. And it just adds onto the pressure for Galaxy Racer, who may have been starting to feel a little bit too comfortable having taken the lead in this game. Team BDS has reminded them that it's not going to be that easy, lads. You may well go through in the top 2. Team Queso might not do enough in their game later, but you have to beat us. We are not going to roll over and die, even though ultimately for Team BDS, this isn't the most important series in their lives. They've already guaranteed top 2 because, of course, they have.
Yep.
They're just playing to keep people scared of them. But I think that's so important, a fear factor in Rocket League. As soon as Team BDS start dropping games, even once they've qualified, other teams start to think, hey, we can beat these guys. And once that magic goes, it goes.
Yeah, if you get a team playing with confidence against you, you've lost the upper hand. You're no longer scaring them into a corner. You're not making them sit back and respect every single one of the plays that you go for.
Absolutely.
Galaxy Racer, I think they started to in that game. Maybe the caliber of the players they're up against the cogs started to turn, and they're like, oh, this is actually BDS. Oh, they've got 1 goal. They've got 2, 3, 4 goals now. And it does just get a little bit scarier. Galaxy Racer, though, did an incredible job in the first 2 games. I still see this series going their way. How about you?
Do you think that Galaxy Racer win this game?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that we'll go to 5 and Galaxy Racer will win in 5. That's going to be my theory.
We're both on Team Galaxy Racer.
Maximum drama, my friend. I think a long old overtime in this one is won by BDS.
15?
All right. Not quite that. 14. That'd be ridiculous.
14:59, of course.
Yeah, under 15 minutes. And then after that, somehow Galaxy Racer win a great final game. That is my hope and my belief for this game. And it's starting, mate. The game 5 is brewing.
Mark by 8 getting a touch from that iffy clear after there was a miss on that side. Will Metane was rushed, had to just get any touch. Unfortunately, very weak. Full central. Mark by 8 once again reading the defender and gets that first goal.
Mark by 8 really in the scoring at the moment. I think that he is the player for Team BDS that is fed up with the fact that they're losing and is fed up with the fact that they weren't scoring. Just look at his car body language, the way he's shooting the ball. He is slamming his car through that thing. He's not even worried about it bouncing off the backboard and leading to a counter-attack goal against. He's just thinking, let's pummel into these guys and show them how good we are.
Yeah, he's just absolutely ripping every single shot that he's able to. Monkey Moon from the top of the goal, trying to work his way down like a missile. Trying to defend the keeper. Sorry, demo the keeper rather. Get rid of him. Open the goal up for his teammate as that ball falls to Monkey Moon. Blocked out by Arju. A lot of pre-jumping defense from Galaxy Racer. We had mentioned earlier that fakes might be good. Maybe they should be worked in yet again.
Yeah, I think you're right. It might be time for that because they're all cancelling each other out in the air. It's a bit of a fireworks display right now, which is very pretty, but not too much in the way of goal mouth action because they're all blocking each other really in the centre of the pitch. Rocket does try and slow things down and get in the way of his opponents. That's better, and now he's taking Matane for a ride. How nice was that?
What was that touch from Monkey Moon as well? Did the pre-flip into the nose jab up. Little bit of a Fairy Peak 1v1 special where he catches it on the far end of his dodge. A minute and a half has elapsed. BDS running with that early goal.
Rocket is going to catch this one exquisitely and then flick towards himself. Here he goes again. Dribbling all the way around the world. Here's a chance for a pass by Monkey Moon. Extra is going to turn. He's also going to commit to the challenge. I wonder if he was going to turn right back around again and go and defend. He opted against it, and that is what leads to this counter-attack, and it's 1-1.
Arju, his movement underneath is perfect. He was maintained onto the ceiling for himself for the double tap, but that's saved until Arju makes his presence known. Bumps Mark by A out of the way to support Matane on his beautiful adventure.
One not even wrong decision. One decision from Extra that could have gone either way, and he chose the incorrect one in that moment, and he is punished by Galaxy Racer, who are doing so well to take the few chances they're being given because BDS have sped up and are getting more of a play and are putting more pressure on, but the pressure goes as soon as a demo comes in from Arju, and then they can clear their lines. That was so important.
Half-time's approaching, and there's still 1-1, and it has been an all-star match so far. Both of these teams have put down all of their cards, and they're just seeing what ends up happening. It's amazing to watch.
Yeah, I feel like this is the blueprint for Galaxy Racer as they go forward. What did we do well in this series? How can we continue to do that against teams that are a little bit easier than Team BDS? Because the defending's been so good, the passing out of defense, ideal. There's another one, Matane. There's a chance to flick it down, but Extra closes him down. Yeah, bumps are so important. Another demo comes in. Monkey Moon, stop trying to own goal it, pal!
Okay, not quite the right goal, but the right idea in the end. It was a save, it still counts. Louis is caught backwards, however, and Mark by A manages to sneak it underneath him. The rotation from Matane there, not great, and it was just another viperous shot, center of the net.
Yeah, the Mark by 8 show continues. He is just slamming every single opportunity he gets towards that goal. That's 2 goals in the last game, 2 goals in this one. He is really bringing the fight to Galaxy Racer. There was a slight mistake by Blue, but the shot quality was very high as well there from Mark by 8. And now Team BDS, they get their lead back and they have another chance to build some pressure all over again. They are relentless when they start to play in a series.
There's a couple of defensive misses coming in now, though. 2 misses on the side. Galaxy Racer, and as that ball finds Monkey Moon, it finds the net, a little T-Rex pops out, goes, and it's 3 goals to BDS. They're starting to run away.
All right, I missed that. My game lagged. What did the T-Rex say?
It's actually the skull, and it went,
Oh, okay, cool. I was wondering if I missed that, but
no, sorry. It's because you might have heard T-Rex and thought it was a perfect T-Rex sound, but it was actually a perfect fire skull sound.
Now you mention it. It wasn't bad at all. Team BDS are good, aren't they? And they're playing well again. And here comes Extra, and it's 4-1 for the second game in a row. 4-1 Team BDS.
Just over and over again. Monkey Moon starting to style as well. The fact that popped as high as it did, and Extra, bumped by Matane, still continues through with the flip to get the goal. And that has been 3 goals in less than 30 seconds for BDS. They are looking dominant in this 4th match.
Yeah, it can be that easy for them when they start really firing. Galaxy Racer have to use this minute and 23 seconds to get themselves back in the game a little bit. You can just sense the thought of, we've got 2 games against Team BDS. We've lost our chance of getting first place. Is that, to an extent, job done? It can't be. They can't leave Team Queso anything to even aim for in their final game. They have to make it a dead rubber because they've already guaranteed that top 2 by beating BDS and hang about because this game right here, 1 minute left, is still just about alive.
Great pass from Arju, getting onto the backboard. Monkey Moon so painstakingly close with the touch and Extra nearly with the save as well, but fortune favours the bold, and Galaxy Racer with their second goal brings their deficit only to 2. Very possible quite likely, but incredibly tough.
Galaxy Racer have to win this to win this group. If BDS can just hold out this game, then they go through as champions to tomorrow into the upper bracket. Arju finds Bluey. Bluey's touch is a good one because he's got enough room to chase it, and that's not a great touch by Monkey Moon, actually, it has to be said. Bluey follows it, wants this dunk on Mark by 8. Who's arriving? It's Mitane in the way somewhat of Arju. The attackers are slowed down a little bit for Galaxy Racer right now. They're going to have to try and wrap their way around this ball and get it going with some pace again. The time is just starting to slip away, unless this goes in from Arju, but it's going to, and we're going to have a grandstand finish, Stumpy.
That's the safest finish you will see Arju do, as Matane with the pre-flip into that backboard pass, and he just taps it with his nose, catches Monkey Moon on the goal line, panicking with the pre-jump, expecting a banger. Bottom corner is completely open, and with 1 goal difference now and 20 seconds to get it, this is looking open.
Matane onto the backboard. Monkey Moon has to win this one, and he does. Arju's just trying to get a chance to hit the ball cleanly. He tries to set up Bluey. It's a little bit too far in front of him, is it? No, it's not! I thought the touch was too heavy. I was wrong. Galaxy Racer do not know when they're beaten.
They brought it back. Extra. Can't quite get the nose to it, but Bluey can get the underside of that beautiful Octane onto the 4-all goal line. There was 1 minute left. They needed 3. They've done it in 45 seconds.
Wow, what a swingy game this has been. There's still a few more seconds till overtime. Monkey Moon tries to edge a bullet away. I think at this point, BDS would gladly accept a next goal win scenario, especially with Arju shooting like that. Extra clears. I don't think Arju can get this redirect. Actually, he can. Who's it falling to? It's going to be Matane. There was a pass in the center in the form of Arju, but it wasn't to be found. And unless this goes in, which is unlikely, we are going to have the second overtime of the series. Stumpy, you can do it. Rally, Stumpy, rally.
How can these players do it again? How can you go into yet another overtime after a record-breaking one earlier and continue with your mentality? Shot by Extra, sent high. As Matane clears it to the corner, these lads are going to hunker down for a big one.
Can Galaxy Racer win this one, or do Extra and BDS confirm their place? First place for tomorrow is Matane going long. Galaxy Racer 1 goal away from winning the group. There's a shot from Arju, but that's a save from Extra.
As this ball floats tantalizingly, Marbier can find Monkey Moon, who can shoot, sends it wide. Matane with a catch, immediate counter-attack. Arju up to no avail, however. A breather momentarily. Galaxy Racer and BDS. God, who would have thought this series would be this incredible?
I was not expecting this, I've got to say. I thought it would be good, but not this frantic, not this hard fought. Matane slows it down, buys himself a split second to play it, but Monkey Moon knew exactly what he was trying, and then there's a race for that boost, which I think Matane just about won with the boost and the demo. Not that it tries to close down all of the Galaxy Racer defense, really. There's a snapshot from Monkey Moon, but he hasn't quite got marked by its accuracy in this moment. Extra tries something solo. Extra gets something solo. A 5-4 win, and we go to game 5.
It was so close, but you just see it was attack, attack, attack. BDS knew what was on the menu, and they ordered double. That is a win for BDS, and game 5 arrives right on time, just 20 minutes late.
Do we get our money back if it's 20 minutes late, or at least half off or something?
Has to be 21, unfortunately. Well, 20:59, but...
Right, I see. I mean, that goal does mean that Team BDS have secured first place in their group, so not too much of a surprise there, really, in the context of the whole thing. But in this game, I guess that you could say that Galaxy Racer came so close to confirming themselves as first. Galaxy Racer, they win this next game. They are through to tomorrow in the top 2. Stumpy, you backed them earlier. Do you still?
That comeback was unbelievable. There was a goal frenzy for BDS, a minute of a few sort of bippy-boppy touches, and then a goal frenzy for Galaxy Racer. Both of these teams have just the way that they can break down their opposition so on tap. But just every now and then, they can't quite access it. When they do, it is perfect gameplay. I still back Galaxy Racer here to get it, but BDS, if they win, who can act shocked?
No one can at all. A BDS reverse sweep just seems right. But I think a long old overtime at this game seems right too. Any game 5 deserves an overtime, but this one in particular, wow. What more can you ask for from a series? I'll tell you what, mate. Marked by 8, he's had booming balls. Now he's got double taps as well.
Look at that touch from Monkey Moon as well. It didn't even touch the backboard until Mark just got his nose to it. It was top corner. He continued with his momentum and then tapped it back in.
Another goal yet again for Team BDS, but that doesn't mean too much in this series, as I think by now we've all learned. Marbaye is going to try and set up Monkey Moon, then it's going back to extra. Tiki-taka football right there. Wow, I've been watching Barcelona play, the football team, not the Rocket League team. Extra is dive bombing on this one. Oh, Extra, you are so good, and that's amazing.
No overtime here. No, BDS are here. They're here to play from the ceiling with the double versus two keepers. Are you kidding me, Extra?
What a start for Team BDS. Have they won this fight already? Are their opponents just starting to let it slip away? We'll see. We know that Galaxy Racer can come back, but we are so far into this series. They're still trying things. They're still going for it. Retain tries to nip in ahead of Arju and put it away. Blues onto the back. Well, there's a miss by Extra. Arju can shoot, but Mark by 8 closes it down.
Louis can find a teammate central as he's been doing all day. Retain though, nearly caught out by the defender. Mark by 8 sends it long, but not so long that Bluey can't just rotate back round on it. Retain drops it towards Arju. Actually went ceilingward, but how quick Extra is up to that. Monkey Moon touched away. Can't quite get the block on Retain. Whilst the Galaxy Racer defense was stretched there, and that ball gets taken away by Mark by 8. It is back and forth.
Oh, Extra tried to delay his flip reset expertly, but it was blocked at the last possible second. And then yet another Arju demo. It was by Galaxy Racer a little bit of time to clear this ball away. They still have to keep a close eye on Monkey Moon in the meantime. Though Bluey's going for one of his own. Mark by 8. Surely he's going to be blocked. No, he's not. How on earth does Mark by 8 get out of that one?
It was Mark staying grounded as well.
Wow.
The attacking player just thought, okay, he's going to jump at any moment, and just jumped over him. Didn't quite see that Mark was going to stay stationary, stay planted. He has so much more control if he does that. The cards stay in his favor. Man, that was good defending.
It was so good. Mark by 8, in my opinion, the clear series MVP. It was Bluey in the first half, but since BDS has come to life, it's been a Spaniard that's been at the heart of all of it. But he's still got a few more minutes to try and get his team over this finish line. Arju up against Mark by 8. Bluey onto the ceiling, tries to get a ceiling pass to himself. I know you love them, Stumpy. Will this one work out as well? There's another touch from Bluey. The Monkey Moon somehow air dribbles it away and then gets the catch. Can he get the flick in goal? Oh my goodness.
Spawned!
I think he spawned, didn't he?
He literally just spawned, but regardless, Mark by 8 is going to make all 6 players on the pitch spawn. Look at him pop in. There he is. Gets the block away, throws off every defender, and Mark, how do you get that angle, man?
Yeah, brilliant finish. He's just at the peak of his powers right now. He's Mark by 8. You can see Galaxy Racer, they're still communicating, still talking. There is no silence in that roster, despite it looking like this game is slipping away from them, and I absolutely love that. Communication in a moment like this, absolutely massive. If this one goes in, though, it might just about be enough to silence even Galaxy Racer, and you can't blame them. What a big old clear that was from Monkey Moon.
So it's a sling slang from Monkey Moon, but I think it found the side of a Galaxy Racer player because the trail was orange. Don't know how much that affected it, but it looked like it was powerful regardless. Maybe it just kept it from touching the ceiling, which would have reduced its power and not led to a goal. But now this is just tough for Galaxy Racer to look at. They glance at the scoreboard. They still have half the game left and 4 goals. They did it earlier with 3 in a minute. They've been afforded double time.
You're setting it up, are you? You're saying it could still happen. The Galaxy Racer comeback. Let's see if that's how things play out. I will always hope. I don't believe, but I hope. But BDS, I mean, they're doing that thing they do. And I say it every time they play, where they get better and better as the series go on. It is incredible. It is not by accident. They've had it drilled into their mentality that no matter how far down in a game you are, how badly you're playing, you can always suddenly pop off and become the BDS that other teams expect. And this is them right now.
Bluey flops at the ball, does manage to find Arju, so not all is wasted. Arju sends it long, a chance does end up forming. Mark to the corner, Matane read that, however. Can't get the second touch and so goes finding bumps. Does get one, but now it's Mark versus Arju. 1v1, who's going to win out? It will be the backboard.
Fire Arju, it has to be said. It was a save, as the Champions Field announcer was all too happy to tell us. Galaxy Racer continuing to defend the onslaught from Team BDS. I'd say they deserve a goal in this 5th game. 4-0 is very harsh in Game 5 against them. Let's hope they can get it. Natane tries to get something going, but Monkey Moon clearing it out wide. 60 seconds left on the clock. Thank you again. Here he goes for a bump. It didn't quite work last time. And again, it doesn't quite work out. Are they going to get a goal, Stumpy?
I'm not sure. It's looking really tough. And bear in mind that BDS are also rocking off the energy of this being the reverse sweep. This will secure the reverse sweep if BDS can just continue on this trend and continue to win it. Galaxy Racer have been defending it the entire time. It's looking less and less likely. Monkey Moon hits it with his nose. Clearly should have doinked it in, but 5 goals will be, quite frankly, insurmountable. I think these players stop playing at about the minute mark. It's hard, it's rough, it's Rocket League, it's BDS.
But again, I keep looking at Galaxy Racer to see how they're looking, and they're still smiling. They know that they have pushed BDS so far right now, but when a team has the quality of Team BDS, they are amazing. I don't know how many more superlatives we can throw out there for the genius of Monkey Moon Marked by 8 and Extra. It's utterly incredible. The amount they've won. It is. It's. I feel honored to sit back and watch this. That we are part of history right now with the amount of winning that Team BDS are doing.
And that's it, Cole. That's another one. Another one under the hat. They've done it. BDS secure the reverse sweep. X with a very tight little dribble.
Yeah. This is a classic Rule 1 right here.
It is, you're right. BDS, though, that's the other classic result that we like to see. It's BDS taking it versus Galaxy Racer in a reverse sweep too. Bear in mind, guys, game 1 was a 15-minute overtime.
Yeah, before this series started, I had a decent hairline. And now, just so much time has passed since it began. It was years ago, mate. It was a very long time ago that it all began. But yeah, what a fight was shown by every single one of these players. I'm so impressed with all of them. I continue to be amazed by Team BDS. But Galaxy Racer, I've got to say, I'm going to admit it, they're better than I thought they would be.
I agree.
Bluey instead of Ixo.
I agree. I'm on their current form at least. Looking at the results, they're better than they were with Ixo. Fall, they did a very, very good job with Ixo, and it's up to Bluey still to fill that mantle. I'm looking forward to seeing how Galaxy Racer do go forward, but we will be continuing forward with this show. We're going to be going to a quick break. Make sure you stick around for Leaf and the beautiful desk to break everything down for you when you get back.
Oh, Leaf.
Oh.
Hello, welcome back. I'm here with Stumpy. Stumpy, you are getting a workout today, my friend.
Yeah, that was the first match that I've casted with Cole
Right,
as a full-time RLCS commentator. And it was a nice, easy 15-minute overtime to get us kicked off with. How is that fair? What is that? Come on.
That's the insane part. BDS, they're the only team that can go scoreless for 25 minutes and win a series. Like, they didn't score for so long. They scored 3 seconds into that game, and then they didn't score for 2 games, which included 15 minutes overtime, after they played 12 minutes overtime in their very last match right before it, the last game they just played. So they set the record twice. I think BDS is just bored, honestly, and they're like, well, you know, we're going to win this again. We just need to set some records here.
Yeah, I think that they set a record for setting the most records in a day. Is that another one too? Can we? Are we adding that?
Yeah, why not? Just throw them all the trophies. But Game 5, man, every single shot they hit was out of this world. They were so nuts. Like, there was one off the backboard for a clear. Outside of that one, but that was solid. But every other shot was like perfect. It was classic BDS showing up like, oh yeah, we can show up for Game 5 and just take you down, Galaxy. It's no problem. BDS looked like the best team when it mattered most, and that's Game 5.
What I loved as well is that there were different goals too. It was Mark by 8 trying to go for just as many crazy double taps as he possibly could. But then they were being set up with Monkey Moon and Extra both going for solo plays, setting them up, going off the corners, going off the sidewalls, ceilings sometimes. It was, and like Cole said, in that game, it was an honor just to watch what BDS are capable of.
Well, let's talk to Extra again. Just bring him on. Let's get he just won again in a lot of overtimes, man. First off, how tired are you after multiple record-setting overtimes?
No, I'm good. I'm feeling good.
He's like, yeah, we'll go.
I'm not
we'll
that
go
tired.
again.
Yeah, that's fine.
I gotta ask you then, were you guys trying to set some world records? You're like, all right, well, we're already clinched to worlds. We're already there. There's whatever. We're playing Rocket League. We like to win. Let's get some other records now. Are you guys trying to play the game right now?
Yeah, we are trying to impress the NA teams.
Okay. There you go. More airtime there. But we got to talk about Winter Major, because right afterwards, we can see your haircut now. Was there a bet being made there? What happened?
Oh yeah, if I win the major, I would shave my head. So there you go.
Looking good, man.
The thing is,
Thank you.
To go off that, were you planning on shaving your head anyway and thought you'd make it into a fun bet? Because surely you knew you were winning the major, right? Surely there was no doubt.
Yeah, I was planning to, but not too early either.
So,
I was planning to wait a bit. But
okay. Well, I mean, I was going to ask as well about the overtime just quickly, because it was 15 minutes. It's a world record. When you get to say 10 minutes into it and you know that, okay, this is very long, do you approach the overtime differently, or do you just keep playing how you normally would in any other overtime?
I didn't watch the time. Like I just played for like 30 minutes, and then I just saw at the end that it was 15 minutes overtime.
That's the thing, is what it comes down. He's just playing Rocket League, guys. Like, that's all he's doing out there. And it just happens to be that he's winning and, everything. But I got to ask you now that these records have been broken literally twice in one day by you guys, is there any other record out there that you would like to have? Is there a specific record?
Isn't the record for Team Vitality and Dignitas? Or like
yes, but not
minutes?
in RLCS. Yeah, not
in
in
RLCS.
RLCS. So now you want 18 minutes there? So
yeah.
All right.
Okay, that's
we'll see you tomorrow. Yeah.
That's awesome. Extra. Well, you got a lot of Rocket League ahead of you. Congratulations again on the wins, and I'm sure we'll see you soon.
Thank you so much, guys. Yeah.
Extra. He's
right.
like, yeah, straight up. We're showing NA really now what it is, Gibbs.
We have figured out their weakness, because Extra just said he doesn't ever look at the clock. So a 0-second play might be on the table for some of these teams. You have to be within one goal when you play BDS, which is hard enough. But hey, who knows? Yeah. Maybe he's not watching that clock ever.
Fair enough. Let's take a look at the groups now, just to see where that puts them. Of course, we got one left over in Group B there, as we've just finished off Group A. Stumpy, we're getting through the day, and how do you feel like these results are squaring up to your earlier expectations?
I mean, BDS clearly locked in, right? We all knew that. We knew that was going to happen. Team Queso, though, they are above Galaxy Race now. They have secured that second place spot. They will be going through in the upper side of the knockout gauntlet, which is fantastic.
Because they got a sweep, too. They needed a sweep to get that, and they got it.
Good lads. Yeah, nailed on for that. It turns out that maybe Aether, the team that I thought was going to make it through instead of Team Queso, maybe they weren't quite going to get that point. But otherwise, yeah, I think it looks pretty good. Solary securing that first spot as well in Group B. Godsmiller's team currently locked in for the third or fourth place. Now it just comes down to the Vitality endpoint match in Group B.
Well, that's true. That's what it comes down to, is this Vitality endpoint match, fighting for that second place seed here. That's super important going into the next day, Gibbs, as that gives you an extra life in that knockout gauntlet.
Yeah, they're basically in a bracket already. Vitality and endpoint, because whoever loses goes to that lower bracket. The other one goes to an upper bracket. So they're basically here already. But this is not a good sign for endpoint, because when you look at RLCS history, Vitality's beaten them every single time. Endpoint has won a grid. They've won a BTS, but only twice. I think it's like 9 or 10 wins now when they play endpoint. Vitality absolutely dominates them time and time again. So endpoint, they're going to have to pull out some magic here.
The question is, what is that magic going to look like, Stumpy? What exactly is going to be needed for endpoint?
A miracle, potentially. It's Vitality have always had endpoint's number. For as long as we've seen endpoint, they have not been able to beat Vitality. Endpoint have looked great against other teams. They've looked just incredible. They've done really well in regionals, getting towards grand finals. And who do they meet each and every time? Vitality. I don't see this going any other way. It's going to need a lot. And endpoint are on a little bit of a downturn at the moment too. So I don't think this is in their favor whatsoever.
Well, it's time for that fan vote, guys. Get your votes in chat. Is Vitality taking this one, or do you think endpoint has what it takes to upset Vitality, take the dub, and get that second seed going into the knockout gauntlet here? The question is, does Gibbs think that's possible, or Gibbs, are you going Vitality? Prediction time.
Vitality, they're the number 2 team in Europe. Sure, they're a little bit more inconsistent compared to BDS, but they're still number 2 in Europe for a reason. I think Vitality walks away with the win here.
Stumpy, how about you?
I said that endpoint need a miracle, and I'm going to stand by that. It's not going to come today. Vitality, they're going to continue their winning streak against endpoint. I don't even really see it being close, in all honesty.
I usually like to pick endpoint, and there's something in my heart telling me to just do it anyways right now.
Do it.
Whereas I know that most of you
Do it.
Is that the voice? That's my consciousness.
Do it. And send
Do it.
Stumpy
They say
50
do
quid.
it. Endpoint. I'm going with endpoint. Wait, what? This is a weird conscious. Endpoint. I don't know. I think you guys are probably going to be right, but I love the way endpoint plays. I really love the players on that team as well. I think you're all along that side too, Stumpy. You always enjoy seeing what they can bring to the field.
Yeah, I love them as a team. They're incredible. I adore watching them play. They were my focus yesterday as part of Day Zero, but I just can't see it going that way, and neither can chat. And
that's fair. Yeah, 80% is, I think, a fair number. It's kind of what I expected. So Vitality and endpoint are about to face off. They're playing for that second place seed in that knockout gauntlet. Get on Twitter at RLCS, hashtag RLCS. We always like to hear from you guys. You guys know that. Let's get over to the Skybox, though, for our last match of Group B.
Thanks so much, Leaf. The chat prediction predicted 80% going to Vitality here. The funny thing is, Jeeves, I consider the channel point prediction breakdown a little bit more accurate because people are putting their quote-unquote money where their mouth is. 89 saying Vitality over there. A significantly more one-sided affair. How do you feel about this matchup?
You know, I think there's a little bit slightly more credit to be given to endpoint. I'd probably put it about 25-75 in favor of Vitality because, you know, Stumpy is correct. Vitality absolutely has endpoint's number a lot of the times, you know, in the last 9 games they've played, 7-2 for Vitality. But that being said, endpoint has a lot of good tools at their disposal, and the past couple of times they've played, they've actually came out on top 2 out of the 3 times they've played. So endpoint may be finding their way back against a team like Vitality.
So maybe cold, hard results, making this a little bit more even than initially anticipated, but still Vitality, a deadly team here. Vitality in the orange, endpoint in the blue, a best of 5, and the second seed on the line. Very peek off of his own backboard. Out to K-Dop. They connect. Shot towards the goals off the backboard, and Relating Wave will take it to the corner. Metzenaris tries to turn and pick it up, but Fairy Peak's on top of him too quickly and pushes it back into the third again. A one challenge by Virtuoso will get them out to midfield, and a nice extension from Metzenaris onto the backboard of Vitality. The retreating defense stands strong. Relating Wave looking for a double tap, misses the second touch, sets it up for Metzenaris though, and they'll shoot near post and score.
Well done here, Relating Wave. I was thinking you're going to have to work real hard to get the ball through Fairy Peak, but luckily he had 0 boost, so he couldn't stick as close to he wanted to stay with that play around the corner, and step behind means that Endpoint get the ball right back and turn it into a quality shot.
Fairy Peak off his own backboard now as Endpoint following kickoff, resume offense. Fairy Peak down, trying to connect one. K-Dop will pick up the pinch. Connect with Alpha in the corner. The shot is just high of the goal. He had the angle correct, which is the hardest part. Now Relating Wave. Long clear down the field.
Ooh,
over to the side, Alpha. Off the wall, Metzenaris and Virtuoso double commit, open backfield. K-Dop's just got to get it past Relating Wave. Shoots up for 90, bounces it off the corner and in.
That one's all just the product of Endpoint running into each other right there in the midfield. That leads to Virtuoso feeling like he has to go cover up a potential weakness and not let the ball get pushed into the corner. And unfortunately for them, that means that the rotation back is a little bit slow and nobody really there to cover up K-Dop. That's a great place to put that ball.
K-Dop with the Crimson Airstrike goal explosion. Love it. Demos all the players in the goal, but here comes a shot. Double commit on the goal line, will block it, and Virtuoso can't collect the ball at midfield and has to corral it back to his own half. Well defended.
And you're seeing both sides of what you like out of both teams. I think the biggest strength for Endpoint really is their ability to dig those balls out into the middle and put them in some good shooting positions. But at the same time, Vitality, Fairy Peak in particular, he's going to be the real big problem, I think, throughout all aspects of the pitch, as Relating Wave going to take one away from Alpha.
Relating Wave does get there in time. It's an excellent high pass, but well read. Endpoint's midfield defense setting up strong, and they win one on the goal line as well. Fairy Peak can't get there. Relating Wave pitches it off the inbound defender. That's Endpoint back on top.
Another awkward one here for Fairy Peak. He sees his teammate up, and then as soon as that ball kicks off the ceiling again, he has to try and make a snap read and just can't handle the awkward camera work. Ends up not able to make the touch and follow that up by Relating Wave making a nice read on the secondary clear coming through, gets the dunk.
Virtuoso off the wall, the half flip to the goal. Alpha's got to get in the way. Relating Wave on the follow. Nice. Bump off the goal line. Bounces off some woodwork. Metzenaris can't get it through K-Dop. And then Alpha will try to chase down Relating Wave, but flips past him. Relating Wave and Virtuoso going to try and keep this one in the horns. Another bump on the defense, and Endpoint is popping right now.
They're looking good. They're able to give themselves that little bit of extra time that you need to be able to force Vitality back. And here's where you get real dangerous. You find that awkward punt or the long clear out of the corner. And then you have to give up ground, and that's when Vitality can really make you pay.
K-Dop coming in. Off of one, it went high. Follow-up also high. Metzenaris to try to block the Fairy Peak, just waits him out, hits him with the change up there, ties the game.
Nothing else to say other than you gotta hit this one if you're Metza. I know it's a little weird, but you can't let Fairy Peak have that look against Relating Wave, facing the wrong direction, the world to pick from, and it's tied up.
1:35 left to go. Alpha to the outside, Fairy Peak following kickoff, gets it into the blue. Here comes Vitality. Metzenaris not going to miss this one. Back to midfield, there's K-Dop. Small pass to Alpha, off the wall, a miss from Virtuoso. K-Dop will try to turn this one in against Relating Wave. Pops it over the top of him, and Fairy Peak hangs back as K-Dop cuts him off. Now Fairy Peak inbound. Loses to Virtuoso, though. And Alpha out of the backfield, blasts it to the backboard. Relating Wave will add some pace to give it back to Virtuoso in the midfield. End-to-end, goal zone, end zone to end zone play. Fairy Peak, K-Dop, infield pass is going to need some help off the backboard, and Relating Wave will break it up. But here's Alpha again, just keeping this ball so threatening above the endpoint goal. As Fairy Peak tries to put the pressure on. Virtuoso out to Metzenaris, and Virtuoso now through the sky. Here they come trying to take that lead back.
Metza and Relating Wave, a little bit of miscommunication there. Couldn't figure out which one wanted the ball. Thankfully, K-Dop dropped it past the Virtuoso, top right corner, make it the lead.
Look at this, the fake from Relating Wave. Up for it, looks for the flip reset. They believe him, he even got it, but then uses it to get off the ball so Virtuoso can take the shot, drag the defenders one way, shoot the other way. That's the lead.
Wow. Endpoint, that one really kind of came out of nowhere. To be quite honest, you're thinking, oh, they just gave up the ball, and it took a little slip up from K-Dop, small opening, and now what a Vitality pull out of the bag of tricks.
Virtuoso out to Metanaris, and Very Peak's gonna miss, but out of the backfield. K-Dop will get it to the corner, chase it down himself, wins against Metanaris. Alpha versus Relating Wave, Alpha wins, tie game again!
Man, you could feel the terror in Relating Wave. Look how early he jumps for this shot coming at him. He's like, Alpha's gonna pump this top right, and he goes right under him. That's great shooting from Alpha to get inside the mind of the guy, make him pay for it.
Vitality will not go away. 23 seconds left, and they've tied it up again. Relating Wave wants to win into regulation, though, back into the box up against Alpha. And Alpha will get himself a savior medal here at the end of the game. Very Peak to the outside. Wins a challenge. Vitality looking to get last look before overtime. Goalie out fast. Virtuoso Metanaris now on the other side of the field. They win one challenge, a pass back down. Relating Wave's up for it, blocked in front of the goal. Metanaris will try and get one more, but no.
Oh, they might have him here.
Very Peak comes in for the infield pass. It's wide, it's gonna need some more. There's one touch, there's two. K-Dop's up for it. Do they have the boost to reach? They do. Relating Wave will get to it overtime in game one.
Endpoint with a bit of a scramble back there. They didn't think that touch from Alpha could be that good. They were all ready to try and force Vitality into their own half. Thankfully, they make it to overtime, and this one feels a little bit coin flippy. They're both playing pretty well and executing on the chances when they appear.
Vitality, though, yet to lead in this game. Successfully tied it up multiple times for Metanaris, and Relating Wave going to have to play perfect defense. They'll get in the way of one, but they're going to have to stop two. There's a miss. Oh, Metanaris covers it up in the third man. And then bumps Very Peak on his way out.
Oh, nice.
Relating Wave rotating back in, going to struggle. Virtuoso, who gets dropped underneath, and Relating Wave covers him up on the ground. Now, infield pass to Metanaris, blocked by Very Peak.
Cannot be understated how well Relating Wave played that defensive sequence. It is so easy to get antsy on the goal line there.
Big old double commit. Very Peak doesn't really get it off the wall, but none of the endpoint players immediately crashing it. Here comes another pass. Alpha blocks at the point of contact, high in the sky. The first minute of overtime, fireworks from both sides, but nothing landing. Recovery. Relating Wave to Metanaris. Metanaris through one, maintaining his momentum. Wonderful use of drift to get this one into the box. Virtuoso takes his time. Very Peak wasn't ready for it. Now Relating Wave having to block as Control swaps sides. Metanaris out to Relating Wave. Two-touch clear, but it uses all of Wave's boost. Relating Wave rotating back out. We'll find a monster clear.
He was looking for Virtuoso. He is sad that he didn't have anything in the tank because he just bailed, but he gets the read. So Virtuoso gives up one pass, says, I need this midfield boost, give me a second. And he's able to somehow turn this into a goal? What?
Okay, I need that replay again from Virtuoso's perspective, because he catches that off the wall, lands, and I think he must have immediately jumped with a clairvoyant read to get the win here. 4-3 in overtime over Vitality. What a start to this series.
You know, you talk about people who are real good in Europe mechanically, and I think too often you forget a lot about Virtuoso because you get so wrapped up in the whole demo thing forever ago, but make no mistake, the dude is nuts. He's real good, and he showed it in this game, no doubt. Endpoint, start off strong.
Absolutely, 7 goals in this game. And at no point did Vitality lead here. This goal out to Virtuoso and lands it immediately up. He's up well before Alpha makes the touch there. That's mind-blowing to me. What a play, and what a way to get a win. They're going to be feeling great on Team Endpoint.
Excellent start for Endpoint, but that's the hard part, you know. Like we said, they've won 2 out of the last 3 games against Vitality, but across the board, they're not wrong on the desk. Vitality still holds a pretty good edge over Endpoint in general. And you can feel that one really could have gone either way. And Alpha is going to show him how to start off game 2 with this shot out of the corner.
Oh, he did this all, well, not all himself. Very Peak helped him get it out there, and then off the roof of his car to keep it low. Brilliant stuff. Vitality will finally find a lead.
That's a spicy one, too. Not easy to get that angle with that bounce. Well played, Alpha, but they get it right back. Oh my goodness.
7 points. That's fun. Nice try. We got kickoff goals too. And over the top of K-Dop, that's just unfortunate.
Yeah, sometimes that's the way it goes. And Fairy Peak, you know, he's playing out across to go and grab that corner boost in case that ball spikes sideways. Unfortunately, though, sometimes that kickoff goes just wrong enough. And that's what happens every time. But they get it back. Okay. Relating Wave is just in time.
Oh, so like 3 kickoff goals on just pinpoint accuracy? No. We'll play some actual Rocket League now as K-Dop tries to get out of his half and gets it past the midfield. Alpha is a threat up there. Relating Wave doesn't know how to read him there. Too many things to look at. Vitality's back on top.
You're not kidding. Let's take a look. Relating Wave here. Yeah, he sees Alpha. He's trying to figure out if he's going for the flip reset, and then he sees a miss, and that kind of puts a hitch in his step as he's rotating into the net because he's thinking maybe I can turn in and get it. And then you realize at the last second, hang on, he's not done.
Yeah, he sees Alpha miss, and then his attention is turned to K-Dop on the ground, and then all too late realizes, wait, Alpha is coming back for this. The weird switcheroo. Pretty play. Tangle up the defense. Alpha was trying to look for another one. He's already gotten both the goals for Vitality in this game. Fairy Peak versus Relating Wave. Neutral to the side. Alpha into the corner here. Doesn't get the second touch, and Metzenaris get it out to midfield. Metzenaris to bump K-Dop off the ball. Virtuoso will clear it to the corner. They'll keep it there for now. Alpha slowly picking this one up, trying to stay near it, but Virtuoso just winning more and more of these challenges. Off the wall, back in front of the box, Relating Wave shoots to the outside and ties the game.
That all goes to Virtuoso fighting for that tip right there in the corner. By itself doesn't mean too much other than you prevented a clear, but the follow through from Metza and Relating Wave to be right on top of that one. Just get that hard kick out of that left corner, and Relating Wave, you dotted that one into the net.
Relating Wave versus Alpha right now. The only 2 players scoring in this game. Metzenaris to the outside. Alpha into the midfield, following this ball, no boost, but just trying to put the pressure on Relating Wave. We'll get a solid clear to Virtuoso, and they'll put it to midfield. K-Dop now back, counter touch. Metzenaris follows this one, Fairy Peak, wheel to wheel with him. Breaks up another challenge in the middle. K-Dop up, Alpha gonna be slow to this. Relating Wave gets it over the top of him, and Fairy Peak. Counter read on counter read at this point. Metzenaris to the outside. Relating Wave will connect with Metzenaris. Ooh, back on top of him. And gets it away from Fairy Peak, but Virtuoso a flip in the midfield and catches, sends it towards the goal. Alpha will cover it up.
Virtuoso knows he probably could have scored that one. He was going for the shot all the way to the left-hand side, but just didn't quite hit it properly, and Vitality got away with one there. K-Dop was not expecting that little bit of an extra touch from one of the endpoint players, so it will remain tied, but only Justin. Look at Virtuoso again. He's just making him think about it for a second.
Yeah, that catch from Virtuoso, so unexpected in front of the goal. I think he gets possibly a rare panic out of Alpha. If he goes for the fake, he might get a 3-goal in front of him, but either way, tied up as we cross halftime. Here comes endpoint again. Alpha hogging this ball away from K-Dop. Fairy Peak to 1. And play slows down in the corners. Virtuoso tries to regain control. K-Dop will try to take it from him, puts it across the box. Relating Wave clears the way, but Fairy Peak with a read puts it upper 90, and Virtuoso covers it up.
Oh, K-Dop. Oh, yeah, you couldn't ask too much of him there. It was an awkward approach, but that's the right idea for Vitality. If they're able to make endpoint believe that those balls are going to go around the corners or off the backboard, they're one of the best at putting one back into the middle with space to work with.
Fairy Peak keeping this ball high. Metzenaris now going for the dribble past one. Pretty controlled, but up against 2 defenders who are just tackling. He will lose control. Metzenaris with a dunk, though, a bump on one. Virtuoso up against Alpha and gets it around him for the lead.
He got him again. I think Alpha, as he's rotating into net, he's got no boost, so he's like, I have to give a little bit of room. And Virtuoso, he knew that Alpha couldn't do too much with it, so he was just getting in position for thinking about how Alpha could clear that ball after he sees it bounce. And he's able to make the adjustment.
Chiefs, Virtuoso's brain, I think, is a full half second ahead of everybody else on the pitch right now. The man is exactly where he needs to be. 2 games in a row. And with 1 minute and 10 left, they're up by 1 on Vitality, looking to go to match point. Very peek over the top of 1. Alpha grounded, not gonna be able to meet Metanaris, who's already on the wall. Up against K-Dop, what a neutral challenge comes in. Very peek close to his corner before the deadly 2-goal lead could materialize.
Not much time as well. Really curious what Vitality are going to do to try and remain in possession of the ball more, because they're kind of playing this ping pong game, and down 1 with under a minute, you need to start generating more chances. And Alpha may have done it. Oh my goodness.
Oh baby, look at this flip reset. Alpha off the wall, follows with an air dribble, catches it, immediately uses it just to maintain altitude over the top of all the defenders and ties the game.
Relating wave. You have just been taught the lesson of respect. He did not think that Alpha was going to get that, and he started to turn around, and boy, was he wrong.
Wow. And they've tied it back up again. They've had the lead in this game, but Endpoint has been with them bumper to bumper the whole way. 17 seconds left. We had overtime in game 1, maybe. We'll have it here again in game 2. Virtuoso out to Relating Wave, blocked by Alpha. End of regulation. Metanaris to Relating Wave. K-Dop stops it. Here comes Fairy Peak. Looking for a last attempt. Blocked by Virtuoso. Alpha into K-Dop, blocked by Metanaris. Can they catch it and carry it? Popped up for Relating Wave. He's gonna try and find the angle, but no, the defense will get in the way. Overtime, 2 games in a row.
I like it though. Vitality are still finding ways to get that ball out to K-Dop in the middle, and the demo to force Alpha to turn away from that. Could have been a dangerous kickoff as well. Relating Wave is going to need a little help, but Fairy Peak in the way.
Oh, this is wild. Here comes Metanaris over the top of another, onto the backboard. Fairy Peak should be low on boost, but he still gets in the way of Virtuoso. And now Relating Wave with control. Endpoint controlling this series and this overtime from beginning to end so far. Metanaris into this corner. He's got Virtuoso in front of the box, looks for the pass. Fairy Peak reads this one finally. They'll get the ball across into the blue. Now Relating Wave slows him down, hits the brakes on 1, but loses control on the backside. And now Vitality will get an opportunity at offense. Relating Wave and Metanaris have other ideas in the midfield.
Oh, he doesn't have boost. He didn't think K-Dop was going to miss that. And Virtuoso getting in Fairy Peak's face just to try and prevent the fast break. And somehow that buys Relating Wave enough time to come through and stall things out at the midfield line again.
Endpoint just time and time again winning the 1v1 challenges and earning themselves more opportunities. Fairy Peak demolished a momentary 2v3, but Relating Wave misses it on the wall. And K-Dop will be able to come in, get that ball into the box. Fairy Peak to bulldoze this through 1. Metanaris will get it back to the corner. Alpha off the wall. He got 1 flip recycle already to set up the K-Dop. The double play again! And this time Vitality rally and tie the series.
Wow. What a shot from K-Dop. Now there's the moment where you've got 2 people on the goal line. Now somebody has to go get in Alpha's face, because you can't be worried about the flip reset from there, but they know what's happened when they commit a little too early, so they stop on the line, give K-Dop a little room, and top right corner, see you later.
Man, that's 2 goals in this game where Alpha sets up a ball, K-Dop comes in, makes the defenders go, oh wait, maybe it's him that's going to shoot, and then Alpha just blasted to the top there. Hat trick for Alpha in game number 2. 4-3 overtime, both of our games so far. This has been a very exciting game, a very exciting match of Rocket League so far.
It's been a lot of back and forth, but in general, feels like Endpoint doing the much better job at winning that midfield battle. You were talking about winning a lot of those 1v1 challenges. Sure, a couple of great transitions from Alpha. Don't get it twisted, and definitely facilitating things on offense for Vitality, no questions asked. But what you need to see a lot more of Vitality, if they're going to continue with that long clear out of their own half approach, it needs to be in such a way that it's going to force Endpoint to hit the ball right back, because a lot of them are those long clears that are going towards the ground, and Endpoint are kind of just trapping it back on their own side, and that's giving them possession right back.
If Vitality can earn some uncontested space in the midfield, and earn is a very important word here because Endpoint is not giving it to them. I feel like some very quick infield passes could really be a difference maker right now. with just how
There you go.
strong the 1v1 game has been from Endpoint. Oh, they got an opportunity there, and then the shooter missed.
No, it's because Alpha got an extra touch. He did everything. He got the ball over the defense. He got it cleanly out to K-Dop, and as he landed, just pinged right back into the ball and took it away.
Virtuoso going for a brilliant play, but one that's not going to happen. Relating wave off the corner. K-Dop with a clear out to Fairy Peak. Fairy Peak misses. Metznaris will dismount the wall, try to win the challenge. Gets a neutral. It's good enough against K-Dop. And Virtuoso will do what Virtuoso's been doing. Metznaris now sets it up in the midfield. Fairy Peak back towards Alpha and K-Dop. K-Dop will pop it out of the backfield. But this midfield control, any amount of space given to Endpoint, and I'm talking like feet. Like if the ball is just far enough away from you, they are collapsing on it and just popping it back to your corner over and over again and just creating this consistent pressure that inevitably is going to turn into the first goal.
And that is shown perfectly there by a couple of beautiful challenges from Endpoint. Unfortunately not going to account for much in terms of the score, but it is control. And look at Relating Wave with space, trying to keep it close, and on it instantly is Alpha.
Alpha and Metznaris both taking advantage of the space, developing the field for their respective teams, dismantling the last player's touch. And the latest we've seen this game, this series go without a goal. Virtuoso over one. Metznaris is there. Fairy Peak's going to try and challenge him and actually gets to the ball first. Relating Wave takes it away from the front line. K-Dop and the second man picks up two and double taps it off the crossbar. Vitality's on top.
Whenever K-Dop has had a little bit of room, he's turned it into a good one. And the only reason Metza doesn't turn and challenge right there is because he's got no boost in the tank. You were kind of wondering why he wasn't able to win that challenge at the midfield line earlier. It's because he had no boost at that point either. And so someone getting starved out on Endpoint opens up an opportunity. K-Dop delivers.
Fairy Peak out to Alpha. Alpha, nice dunk over Metznaris, and Virtuoso closes into this corner, try and pick it up, but there, man, Fairy Peak's challenge actually turned into a shot. Vitality starting to light up in the challenge department. As shows on the scoreboard. Right crossing halftime here, 1-0. Vitality looking to take match point here off of game 3. Virtuoso to the outside. Metznaris going to try and follow this one as well. The communicative double commit. Fairy Peak put it on target. Not very fast though. Metznaris easily dismounts.
That was a big demo right there from Endpoint in the midfield, because you were not wrong. Vitality really is starting to squeeze them. And that demo opens up a lot of that space in the midfield to work with, forces the rotation to change a little bit for Vitality, open up a few more holes, and unfortunately it didn't last for very long because they're right back to where they started.
Demo's starting to come in from both sides. Team's getting physical and saying, hey, this is these rotations a little bit too perfect. How about we shake things up with some demolition derby? It's a pass into the midfield, actually collected by Endpoint. And they're starting to gain more pressure. Alpha on this backboard doesn't get much of a touch. Fairy Peak, oh, that would have been a hilarious own goal if those two players were just slightly worse. Alpha into the midfield. Virtuoso to the outside, trying to connect with Metznaris, but Fairy Peak breaks it up, and now picking up control in the midfield. He'll win the challenge against Relating Wave. He's out of boost, though. We'll go for the corner and let Alpha come through the air for it. K-Dop now against Virtuoso in the midfield. Traps, passes to Fairy Peak, but it's over the top of his longtime teammate. Alpha, though, picks it up on the far side and dribbles it past two. Onto the backboard, he got Virtuoso, both Metznaris, and the follow-up from K-Dop. He just barely misses the ball, and Virtuoso now on a breakaway with Metznaris.
Look at Virtuoso, two big challenges. Alpha taking it away in the midfield, and now it's Endpoint got to scramble back.
Metznaris. Back and forth, both teams. The quality of the touches means that basically you're always 2 touches away from a shot on target. If your offense breaks down, get back, and how does this go in? What
a shot from Metza. I mean, that's just a pinch that goes wicked left, and Fairy Peak clean misses it. I don't even think Metza was trying to shoot it per se. I mean, he's just riding with Fairy Peak towards that ball, but he ends up getting the perfect shot, and that was dirty.
That is classic. We take those. Hey, it counts, and they've tied up the game now. That's something that Vitality had kind of on lock at this point. Suddenly, overtime, 3 games in a row. How about it? Relating wave onto the backboard. Oh, they're going to look to end it right now. Virtuoso's just a little too slow on the trigger. Here's Virtuoso. Alpha through the air. Do they get him on the 2 again? Fairy Peak puts it in. K-Dop can't get it around. Overtime. 3 games.
Yep, that's the press the win button attempt from Vitality. It would seem for this series is get Alpha the ball at any means necessary. That guy, he is a can opener right now against that defense.
Ooh. Vitality having to dive at balls crossing their net here in overtime. Metanaris through another. K-Dop gets this away. Alpha thinking about rotating, but then thinking of becoming the front line. Very big as a demolition on the Virtuoso, and then looks for another on Relating Wave. They've got Endpoint very loose in their own back third. Relating Wave will counter with a demolition on Alpha, and now he's got an open net if he can just find the way around the ball. It was too strong into the corner. We'll keep playing. Relating Wave having to adjust his read. Fairy Peak over the top of K-Dop. This could be bad. Virtuoso going to try and set up the rest of his team, but the pass not good enough, and K-Dop's able to get the clear away, break up that attempt.
Turns out K-Dop, the smart one out of the two of us there. And nice save from Virtuoso as Endpoint again getting pushed back into their own half. And this is going to be an awkward attempt to leave. Look at Alpha with that bump on Relating Wave. Prevents Endpoint from following it up and gives Vitality the ball right back.
It's Fairy Peak off the wall. Alpha, he feels front flip, man.
He had the wrong read, so he pulled off.
Metanaris to the goal. Alpha gets it away. Now Mets versus Alpha here as things calming down for a moment in overtime. Teams alternating challenges. Here's K-Dop onto the wall looking for a crazy tap, broken up on the backboard. Metanaris across the field. Fairy Peak to pick it up off the ceiling. No boost to work with, and he'll use his flip just to get back to the ground. Alpha trying to trap this. Here comes Endpoint. Metanaris pass 1. K-Dop gonna break it up. Try to get it out to Alpha. And it looks like the initial setup touch from both teams, solid. It's the challenge at this point of contact for the shooter that is just completely breaking up any shooting opportunities for both teams.
Yeah, it's the people coming out of net for both teams, making great approaches on a lot of those awkward balls. Alpha, wow!
What a block.
Recognize the danger there.
Just become a wall and then looks for the counterattack himself. Fairy Peak versus Metanaris here in the corner. Relating Wave demolished in enemy territory. K-Dop has to fall back, and here comes Metanaris against 2, gets it through Alpha, and then past both the other players, the ball will roll wide of the shooting lanes. Here's Virtuoso, bound of Relating Wave, blocked by Fairy Peak. Metanaris through 1. Metanaris onto the wall, looking for bumps, finds one, but Fairy Peak and Alpha able to cover it up, no problem. Virtuoso tried to go for the dunk, but the Octane just a little too high. Endpoint, though, pressing for the win here. Metanaris with lots of boost, looking for the pass back out. Oh, and front Alpha out of goal. Just blasts it to the net. Relating Wave has to make a diving, retreating save.
Oh, that's one where you're frustrated if you're Metza. You knew you had to buy a little extra time, but you didn't realize it was going to be for no reason. You did all that work to get a beautiful tap off the backboard out in the middle, and no one there for it. Ooh.
Oh, Metanaris. Oh, he tried to go for the redirect, but it doesn't happen. Maybe the fake would have worked as well. K-Dop in the backfield. To the box, Virtuoso. Exits to the corner and clears. Here's Metanaris. Bit of a fake, possibly. No, Alpha just has the read from the beginning. Gets in the way of Metanaris. Now all of Endpoint facing the wrong direction. Here comes Vitality. Nice cover up on the retreat, but it doesn't matter. Fairy Peak reads it off the ceiling and gets the win.
Man, what a read from Fairy on this so fast. He was just making sure that he knew where that clear was headed, and as soon as it pinged off the ceiling, he was ready to go. Advantage of position leads to that one. Fairy Peak can see it develop in front of him. All the defenders have to see the play develop above them. They lose a little bit of that situational awareness. They don't even know that Fairy Peak's got him beat to that ball.
Oh, that was that moment where Endpoint is all facing the wrong, not the wrong direction, but they're not looking towards the enemy goal. They all are having to move back, a retreating defense there. And Relating Wave takes it on himself to attack vertically. Says, as I'm moving back, I'm going to move up and meet with K-Dop as he pushes into territory. The question becomes, is that the right play? Should I let K-Dop go off the backboard? We don't have somebody on the backboard, but he probably can't double tap this. Is there a better chance that the player who's getting set up in net could possibly get up and block the follow-up? You'll never know. You'll never know in a situation like that.
It's just a product of what happens, you know? There is no bad plan unless it leads to a goal, right?
and then it was, I guess it was bad.
in which case it was terrible.
Oh man, should have known. Here's Alpha with Vitality now on match point. The favorites coming into the series, but you wouldn't know it having watched this gameplay. So even from both these teams, 3 overtimes in 3 games.
Vitality, though, they really did put an immense amount of pressure on Endpoint in that previous game. Early on in that series, you know, games 1 and 2 felt pretty solid for Endpoint in terms of, you know, fighting for possession and getting over onto that orange half. But at game 3, that was rough for them. They could not find too many opportunities to break out. That's a miss from Virtuoso, and thankfully Fairy Peak not expecting it, unable to turn it in. But Vitality not done yet. Pass to K-Dop. He chips it over Met's Relating Wave again, able to make the recovery effort and try and find a way out one more time.
Look at these rotations in the Endpoint third. Virtuoso will finally find a clear away, but Alpha had swung all the way back for full boost, and he's got the ball right back into the blue. First minute has been all Vitality. Virtuoso gets past one. Fairy Peaks there, demolished by Metzenaris, and finally, Endpoint will earn a little bit of time, but Alpha trying to take it immediately away from him. What a dodge from Relating Wave.
That's the right move, though, from Alpha. You know, you kind of see your teammate get demoed in the corner, and you see that hesitation from the opponents, and you just think, all right, put pressure on him. And he ended up almost able to regain possession.
Oh, Relating Wave trying to double tap him and get the dunk in there as well. No goal here. Game 4. Pass down. Relating Wave going to come for round 2 off the backboard. Misses, though. Metzenaris
That
keep
would
it
have been a
trapped.
spicy one.
That would have been nice. Here's Virtuoso. Into the corner, slowed down. K-Dop will move through. He wants a challenge, but he's out of boost. And Vitality maybe struggling in the tanks. Much needed clear. It's Alpha. Enough boost to get it off the backboard. Follow from Fairy Peak. Well placed as Metzenaris is caught dead-footed. That's Vitality with the lead.
Not the first time this has happened in this series either. I mean, you can't blame Virtuoso too much for not getting to that bounce off the wall, but it was a pretty tight window in terms of timing required. He did not meet the threshold, and you leave Metza in the one-on-one in those situations. That's happened a couple times in this series, and Vitality has scored pretty much every single one of those.
Vitality has had pretty strong accuracy in general. When they have the shots, they're like, these just don't miss this. They are not missing. Fairy Peak, the loft, using his flip. Relating Wave through the demolition on each. Momentary 2v2 is Fairy Peak and Alpha now. Fairy Peak will stay with this ball, and Alpha kind of caught out of rotation now.
That's a goal.
But there's K-Dop from the outside, and Relating Wave actually makes the save off the corner. Well done. The weird position from Alpha, to me, apparently that must have drawn out Endpoint, left them open in the back, and then K-Dop shoots well, and Relating Wave just barely gets back in time to cover it up.
Just a little too far to the right for K-Dop, it would seem. I thought there was no way they were going to make that one back, and Endpoint still find themselves down 1 and grateful for the slight miscue and accuracy. Virtuoso, you could see him starting to try and push the envelope a little bit with the positioning, but it's getting risky for Endpoint. You have to be careful. Vitality will absolutely hit the turtle mode button if they go up 2 here.
Alpha shoots well, placed after getting just a moment alone with the ball. They're up by 2.
Now watch this. Here's what Vitality's going to do. It's going to be a normal kickoff, no problem. But as soon as they get boost, they're going to have someone way deep in their own half every time. And any chance they get, boom, or a dribble.
And a series that has been so close. Up until this point, do they get the kickoff? Fairy Peak? No, Metzenaris will cover him up. Alpha, though, with the follow-up, just barely wide of the goal, and Relating Wave will look for a clear. Alpha tries to break up the play, but doesn't get a wheel onto it. Now Metanaris, well placed. Fairy Peak covers it up on the post. Now back to the outside. Metanaris in front of the box. It's behind Virtuoso, though. He has to leave it for a Relating Wave. Fairy Peak back down. Through 2, Fairy Peak.
Oh, mistouch.
Into the final minute, Endpoint needing a goal to put this within reach. Alpha happy to flick one. Fairy Peak looks for the redirect. Relating Wave blocks it just enough, but the follow from K-Dop in front of the goal. Alpha is all the way in the back. There's a back pass to him. They get it away and around Virtuoso. The follow-up nearly on target. Vitality is popping off right now, 30 seconds away from the win.
That is a good place to be if you are Vitality. This has been a hard-fought series, no doubt about it. But as it would seem, Endpoint, you know, they always play good, but it's never quite good enough. And it's really just came down, I think, in this one to the mistakes, if you even want to call them that. It's more just Vitality put them in a position where it needs to be perfect to be successful. And on those times where Endpoint couldn't meet the mark, Vitality did not disappoint.
Yeah, Vitality here, I think, tightening up their midfield game as well, just giving them so many more opportunities. That the place where Endpoint was dominating at the beginning of the series, ultimately the thing that is their demise here. 4 games, Vitality secure the 2nd seed in their groups. Well done to them, and Endpoint gonna have to continue to look for wins later on here, but still very impressive performances from both teams. Loved particularly Virtuoso's performance at the beginning of that series.
Yeah, Virtuoso, he attempted to enter beast mode, but you cannot fight what your opponents are but better, you know? They had Alpha, who was absolutely a mechanical wizard. The transition game from him throughout this series, textbook. You want to watch how to air dribble out of your own half and keep possession? Watch this one back and watch every single time he did that. It was great.
Absolutely. No, brilliant performances from everybody here. Ultimately, though, Vitality able to take the win there and improve to the 2nd seed. So another series in the books as we continue our first day of the European Spring Split here. And we have some more action in store for you guys coming up after the break. Dignitas taken to the pitch. It'll be a lot of fun. Stick around. You're watching the RLCS.
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. You are watching the European Regional number 1 for the Spring Split. I'm Alif, and alongside me is Gibbs, and Cole is now joining us on the desk to talk about that last match. Cole, Vitality, Endpoint. I went with my heart, and I knew that would be wrong, Cole, and it was.
I have done that so many times with Endpoint to the extent that I vow now to never predict them to win ever again. But no, to be fair to Endpoint, they're playing fairly well at the moment. They've got themselves back into a little bit of form. But as soon as Vitality started going, Alpha in particular, Vitality were kept at arm's length pretty comfortably by Vitality.
But so when we look at it, group stage 4 out of 5 teams make it. Probably a lot of people are saying, these games don't matter. But these teams are battling today. A lot of long overtimes. These teams want those top 2 seeds, so they have 2 chances. And Vitality, they barely squeak through. Like, Endpoint played great throughout that series to keep it that close. Endpoint's played great all day. Good sign going into tomorrow. But now they're in that lower bracket, so they have to win 2 in a row to make it out of it. While Vitality, 2 chances to win once. There's a big difference.
Well, that brings us right into our groups. Let's just refresh you guys what happened during Group A and Group B. As Gibbs just mentioned there, Cole, it's the top 2 get that extra life going into that knockout bracket where the bottom 2 just have that one single life, and they have to win 2 matches to qualify for that day 3, whereas that last team, and in these groups, Pirates and Alpha, were eliminated.
Yeah, Team Queso, they beat Pirates 3-0 in the end, which means that they take the 2nd place. Galaxy Racer, they were 1 goal away in that overtime from finishing first. They don't get it. They get reverse swept, 2-2, and they finish third. Very harsh, but that is the beauty of this format, isn't it, Gibbs? It's so tough to get yourself into that top 2.
And that's why every game matters so much. Team Queso, they finished 2-2, but 10-6. That's better than the 2 other teams. They move on to that upper bracket and get 2 lives.
Well, that leaves us with our last 2 groups here, C and D, where we'll watch the rest of our matches. These are going to be bangers as well, too. You see, of course, Cole, Dignitas is one of those teams that's been fighting to really make a name for themselves. They're doing well. They're sitting in a good spot to be able to nab that first place seed there as they go forward.
Yeah, they're so confident at the moment, our Dignitas. Even if they go a couple of games down, as they did against Train Hard, they have the supreme belief that they'll always get themselves back into a series, which is a huge weapon to have. You can see actually top in Group C is Top Blokes, another team who seem to be getting their own belief back as well, and that's why they're hard to beat. Dignitas are looking good right now.
So the way that this plays out is the low seeds play 3 games on day 1, and then the top 3 seeds play only twice. They play twice throughout today because we expect them to do well. But White Demons right now, they're 2-1. They're sitting pretty. They were supposed to be one of those teams battling for last, but they're looking pretty solid.
Well, that's over there in Group D. Right now, we're going to take a look at Group C here and talk about our next match. It's Rix versus Dignitas. This will be an interesting match for Rix GG here because Dignitas, as we just mentioned, Gibbs, is starting to catch fire here, but a good fire. It's accelerating them like a shooting star right now, and they're looking good in the European region.
Yeah, but for Rix, watch out for them. They had 1 finish in the Winter Regionals back when they were Redemption, where they made it to the final day. So there is a chance that they show that form once again, but lately Dignitas has been on fire. 3 top 4 finishes, basically back to back to back. They're looking great right now. And Dignitas, if they win here, they guarantee top 2. They won't have to worry about it. But for Rix, if they win, they stay alive for a top 2 spot, which is so important.
Well, it's time now for that fan vote, guys. Get your votes in chat for which team you think is going to take it. Is Rix GG going to take down the ever-hot Dignitas right now? Use RIX to vote for them or hashtag DIG to vote for Dignitas. While you guys are getting yours out, let's get our predictions out. Cole, I'm going to let you start off on this one. Dignitas, again, we talk about a hot team right now, but Gibbs is saying, watch out for Rix. Mike Boy, Cash, Ocelon, all 3 excellent players here. Who do you ultimately have winning this match?
Yeah, I am an unashamed fanboy of Cash as well for XGG. Such a good mechanical player. But I think this one has followed the form so far. I'm going to go with Dignitas because they're that little bit better than XGG.
All right, Gibbs.
I'll say they're a lot better. Have you seen apparently Jack and Jorius?
Okay,
they've looked pretty nuts lately. But again, it's been a month or so there's been a long break. Who knows what happens? Dig barely got by Train Hard, so it could be closer, but I think Dig wins.
Sometimes Dig takes a few matches to warm up here, and that may happen in game 1. Don't get any doubts going, though. I think Dignitas is going to take this one. Maybe a game down to Rix, but Dignitas, again, I think they can keep this going forward. They got some really strong mechanical players with Violent Panda to back them up. So I think Dignitas is a reasonable across the board pick here. 92%.
Oh, that's harsh.
92% in favor of Dignitas.
That's a
They
bit
love
much.
Dignitas, man.
Yeah.
It's crazy because 3 years ago when they were winning everything, they would always have terrible votes because no one wanted to see them win. Now that they're this underdog, people love them.
Yeah, all I see in chat is hashtag DigWins. Get those on Twitter as well, at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS, or some Ricks wins if you want to support them. But it seems like it's a little lopsided right now. Let's find out who wins this one, though, if Ricks can upset Dig over in the Skybox.
A battle here in Group C. Dignitas taking on Ricks, and Ricks trying to make a statement and really establish themselves here in Europe, but Dignitas going to try and stand in their way. A best of 5 we've got here at Jeeves.
And I think this is actually a really good matchup to watch. As Cole said, big fan of Cash, especially Ocelon and Mike Boy with him. I think Ricks has great potential to be a strong team for anybody in Europe to beat. There's no question about how good those guys are. And it's fair to give Dignitas the edge. There's no question in that side either. But I would not be surprised to see Ricks, Mike Boy, and Ocelon and Cash put up a good fight here as Jorius pings it off the bar.
It was a brilliant setup from apparently Jack, and then Jorius just barely. The accuracy gives room for the defense to get in the way. And Ocelon gets the clear. We'll stay scoreless here. Ricks in the blue, Dignitas in the orange. Cash with a flick over 1, out to Mike Boy. Now Ocelon. Off the wall. No, doesn't make the touch. Jorius now in, looking for Violent Panda. Here's Mike Boy on the other end of the field. Jack off the wall. Cash up to receive. Now into the corner. No boost, but slows down and takes away control from Violent Panda and sets it up for Ocelon now. Onto the wall, across the goal, and Mike Boy can't find the read. But go back out to Cash. Onto the backboard again. Ocelon's up for it and gets it off of apparently Jack's hood. And back out.
Ocelon kind of hit that one a little flat. If he drills that one, it might go in, but came at it the wrong angle. Cash sets it up again. Ocelon this time is going to square it up, and the first one on the board, Ricks GG.
Yo, look at this setup. Cash underneath it, flip reset just so clean over Jorius, and Jack is completely dead to rights. He's in the back of the goal. As long as Ocelon shoots well, that's goal number 1, and Ricks will start on top.
Strong start for Ricks, but a long way to go. Dignitas, like they said, has been playing incredibly well as of recently, but in general, you really gotta watch out for Cash.
Cash lurking in the third man right now. Moves in. Gets the ball to Ocelon. Quickly turns and takes to the sky. Gets it past 1. Looks for a second touch. Doesn't have the boost for. Cash gets up to it though and gets it past another. Apparently Jack versus Mike Boy. And Jack will get it away. Now Ocelon off the wall. Uses half of his boost to chase and then the other half of his boost just to get back down and pick up more boost. Gets a demolition onto Jack on the goal line. And here comes Mike Boy shooting at an empty net. 2-0 Ricks.
That demo pays dividends because you can see Jorius here. He goes for that clear. He's thinking maybe he'll have some little bit of support from his teammate coming out of the goal line, but he just got turned to smoke. And so he can't make it back to that bit of a poor clear, and they come right through and make the lead 2.
It's off the corner. Ocelon, what a pass to Mike Boy for 3. Oh my goodness, Ricks is on fire.
Ocelon, whoo, that's a block. And look at the little chip to take it away from apparently Jack as well.
Feeling hot right now. Ocelon popping off. And his teammate does not miss. Up by 3 now. Ricks started off very cleanly in this series. It is a long uphill battle. They'll have to keep this going for at least 2 more games. But there's the setup for goal number 4. They are absolutely dismantling the Dignitas defense.
Wasting no time. Jorius looking for his teammate out on the side, but he only finds Ocelon. And of course, Cash is there to follow that up as well. Gosh, storming out of the gates, Ricks.
At this point, I'm concerned they're going to use up all their good goals in game number 1. You already got this 1-1, just run out the clock, which is a crazy thing to say at halftime versus Dignitas. Apparently Jack to the outside, Jorius pick up control as they just look to kind of slowly crawl back into this series. Any goal could help break up the momentum that Rix is building already.
That is, I think, the name of the game for Dignitas here in this remaining 2 minutes is A, stop the bleeding, and B, just put something together so you can be like, okay, we've got a handle on what we're against now, but maybe not. Look at Cash, the sniper from his own side.
Oh yeah, the marksman rifle here off of apparently Jack's pass in the midfield, and just shoot on target. They're all upfield trying to get out of the hole they've already been dug into. And now let's just dig it a little bit deeper.
Not a good game one, Ray. Not a good game one if you're a Dignitas fan.
Well, and if anything, it's reached the point of, well, okay, that didn't go well. Which is more tilting to you in a game one, to lose 5-0 or to lose like 2-1 in overtime?
I think for me personally, losing 6-0.
6-0?
I think that one hurts a little more than 2-1 overtime. Mostly just because you feel 2-1 overtime and you lose, you feel like, okay, we had a good idea of what was going on there. But when you come out here and you just get torched in the first one, you're like, whoa, okay. Hang on a second, everybody. Let's figure this one out. And you got to spend at least a little bit of the next game, too, to see if you're really dialed in.
They have put a match to the Dignitas jerseys here as Dignitas looks for their first goal. Mike Boy and Cash will both covered up. Cash will ground himself in net and get back in front. Jorius will win that challenge. Cash got a little bit far out of goal there. This might be goal number one. Off the crossbar, Mike Boy with the clear. At Dignitas, they've had two looks at the net so far. Both of them have gone off the crossbar. Here's another one. This one going to be wide.
And Aslan, just a nice, easy clear, and it's the pace. I think Dignitas is surprised at how quick a lot of these challenges are coming out from Rix at the midfield line. They're not surprised by Aslan, but has generally been the case. It's been everyone sweeping across the field to just get in front of a touch. And Dignitas has kind of had that blink and surprise moment. Look at Cash giving Aslan a little bit of space, and it's going to go in! No!
Wow! Just rolls the daylights out of him here. Aslan versus Jorius and Violent Panda, well placed. And Jorius' touch is just not enough there. The Brazil setup here. Can they win in style for game one?
I wouldn't put him past him at this point.
This turned to maybe their own net. That would
the
make
ultimate disrespect and just
that would make such a statement. Just let him have it. But no, I think they are more concerned with goal differential. Apparently Jack tries, gets it past one. 20 seconds left. Jorius to his back half here. Here's Cash looking for goal number 8.
That actually might be a goal.
He's trying. Cleared off the backboard. Aslan to Mike Boy.
Man.
Well, the difference of game number one achieves, for me, just placement.
Oh, boy, look at this touch from Aslan. I mean, what do you do for Violent Panda right there? Just hope you can reach it. That's a gross pass.
Gross pass. And then an additionally gross shot. I mean, it didn't touch the crossbar. It got as close to the crossbar as it could without touching it here. Passing diff, placement diff, control diff.
Oh, no, not 9. Okay.
No, that one will be just wide there. But Rix wallop Dignitas in game one. We'll go to game two.
Yep. Take a drink there, Dignitas. Get the water, stay hydrated, and wipe that one from the memory. Whoo! You know, I thought that, you know, Rix was going to make it a good fight. I didn't think they were just going to rip him to pieces in the first 5 minutes, but we said it at the start of this one. It's a long way to go still. You may have just clapped them 8-0, but that's only one win out of 3 you have to get. And there's a lot of Rocket League left to go here.
I mean, I only remember really 3 decent scoring opportunities from Dignitas, and they only have 4 shots to, what is this, 16 from the other side? 4 times as much from Rix there. I mean, this was a young puppy with a new chew toy, and it's gone in 5 minutes. And now you got to buy him another one. Let's see if game 2's any different here. If I know anything about Violent Panda, though, this is going to be a 0-1 overtime game.
I'd believe it. I would certainly think that Dignitas definitely has it in them to tighten things up a lot here, and that's really all you're looking for is don't get caught off guard by the pace at which Rix is challenging you in the midfield, and it starts off with Ocelon just making Jorius say, please don't do it.
Oh, it starts with apparently Jack missing on the cheat up, and then Jorius is just so caught here and tries his best, but Ocelon plays it perfectly.
You can't even blame Jorius for jumping there, because the last time Ocelon had a ball in that position, he hit that flick to the top left corner. And so Jorius is thinking, all right, just save the flick, and he jumps too high.
Oh, and Cash is just faster to Violent Panda on that ball. They'll look to get this one out of their half now. Jorius with a clear. The 1-0 overtime scoreline already in the bucket. But we'll see how the rest of this game plays out. Apparently Jack to midfield. Ocelon falling back. It's Mike Boy. The midfield tries to stop it. Dignitas starting to pressure. Cash to gain control and then get some help from a teammate to push it across the midfield line, but Jorius has other ideas. Back across two, looking for the bump. Ocelon dodges the bump and gets the save. Cash able to cover up the follow-up, and they'll hold on to their lead with a flick at midfield.
And that is what Cash is so annoying when you play against him. To be that guy who just comes out of nowhere on the defensive side to take away what looks to be a great scoring opportunity. I remember a lot of that in the career.
Oh, Cash, what? Disgusting. No way. Mike just follows with him on the ground, says, I know I'll get a shot here. Look at this.
Look at the tip, Violent Panda. That's not a bad touch. I mean, that has pace, headed out to the corner, and just, nope, knocked that straight down. Mike Boy on it in an instant. Jeez.
I was on Mike Boy's cam through that whole process, and he's just sitting there watching Cash. Like, okay, he won that one. He'll probably win another one here. He shouldn't win that, but he will. I'm just going to crash the box, just be there, and here we go. 2-0. Rix, maybe the magic of this team is them just believing in each other.
Well, that does show the value of, trust, to be sure.
Oh!
Ocelon up early to pull that one off the goal line. But you may be right. There is something to be said about just thinking, I'll be in position if it finds its way there. If you say you got it, I believe you.
Pass across, Dignitas doing their best, but currently completely shut out and down 10 goals in the series. 10-0, the goal difference. Right now, just Dignitas just getting one in the back of the net. Will do wonders for breaking up the momentum. But Mike, boy, what a pass to Cash. And he'll just blast it to the backboard. Apparently, Jack's got to respond.
That's actually the perfect response from apparently Jack. I mean, Cash with that long touch to the corner is just trying to buy time because he knows his team was getting harassed in the goal line and he wasn't going to have any support. So apparently Jack getting that return fire of a touch just all the way back into the blue half is great. Apparently Jack off the bar. Mike Boy needs to make two and he has no problem. Violent Panda shoots it right at him.
Oh, it was honestly, yeah, could placement have been better, but at this point, I'm happy to see Dignitas putting it between the post and forcing the goalies to be honest there. Well done, Mike Boy. He did not chop down the cherry tree, but oh no, he put it in his own net. I mean, this is a difficult situation. Finally, Dignitas on the board.
Jorius able to win a race to a ball in the corner, and look at him stick next to the wall with this touch. That is not easy, and Mike Boy, he is a fraction of a second too late rotating into the net there. If he wasn't driving in and he was parallel, he gets that out, but he ends up escorting the ball in.
Just small micro details, the angle of the car by a few degrees, the difference between a clear and a save, and because he has to rotate into net, he has to be sort of pointed into the goal. So that will be the Dignitas' first goal. They will not be completely shut out here, and they'll keep this game within reach too. So game 2, not out of the woods. Will have to repeat their success. Are doing better in the shooting department. 7 shots on the game. Nearly double from game 1.
Oh. Wow, Violent Panda. I don't know how you make the call to be so aggressive right there. With Ocelon kind of missing a touch, Cash trying to start another dribble, and Violent Panda just turned and said, yeah, I'll challenge.
He's tired of losing at this point. And honestly, we've seen this from Violent Panda before. He's the Dark Knight of Rocket League. He just is whatever his team needs him to be, regardless of whether they deserve it or not. He can be that strong third man that just sits passively in the back for 3 world championships, or he can be the front line, the clutch player, and bring inspiration to apparently Jack and Jorius here, being aggressive on the front line, trying to give them an opportunity to go to overtime. Panda traps one. And this one across. Whoa! Okay. The rest of them not able to get there in time. That's another goal.
Watch Cash just force apparently Jack to challenge that. Like, like apparently Jack sees Cash going, so he dives as soon as he is able. And Ocelon is there for the clear? I mean, I understand that Ocelon's there, but I mean, how do you even communicate that I'm gonna fake when you're right there? Like, what?
It's not even it's just the improvisation again, the trusting each other. Like a good jazz band, these guys just know what each other are gonna do, and Rix is making a statement right now, up by 2 again with 12 seconds left to go. An opportunity, but it's just high of the net, and then the defense able to get there in the way again. Ocelon's just in front of the ball, blocking every shooting lane, and with the time expiring, it will be 2-0 Rix. Different stories here, game 1 to game 2, but the same result. Rix now on match point going into game 3.
What did they have for breakfast, man? I mean, I'm not surprised that they're winning per se. It's just like how easy they're making it look. That's the surprising part to me. Like, Rix GG playing out of their minds. A bunch more saves here, to be fair. What is that? 8 saves for Rix in this one, and plenty of shots for Dignitas. A lot better in that department, to be sure, but the biggest differentiating factor was that, you know, when Cash comes across to make a diving stop, you know, Rix GG gets out of the jam and finds the clear. When Dignitas tries to get a save, they get dunked.
This is the truth. It's like, oh, we've got the save. It's like, doesn't matter. I don't care. I'm here to shoot on you. And that's, it was straight up that last goal, like hounds to the hunters. Just, I'm gonna push you this way. You have to make this save because I'm here. And when you do, my teammate is here to cover you up. So crazy play here as Rix are looking to sweep Dignitas if they can get the win here in game 3. This is the time for Dignitas to rally.
Let's see it. Let's have chaos and pandemonium in Europe.
Yes, please.
Because what else would Europe be? That's what it's been for as long as we can remember in Rocket League. It's just madness.
Oh, there's a nice shot. Double coming on the goalies, but Mike Boy does get the clearing and it's straight to Cash in the corner. Who will get it past apparently Jack in the midfield. Covered up well, though. Violent Panda has had enough. Switches off of the muted Octane, pulls out the fully Dignitas wrapped Dominus. We'll be looking to bring even more magic to the pitch.
We'll get you the power you need to, or at least a little easier to get the power to reset stuff as Cash just misses tapping one into the net. But the Dominus, it will be very effective at finding those long clears out of your half and maybe force Rix GG to give them a little more room to work with on defense.
Ooh, over 2. Cash, though, off the backboard gets the save. Violent Panda putting the pressure on. Violent Panda looks, but maybe it's just the off the side there, plays it away. Maybe it's just the old Dignitas logo that looks so aggressive on the front of that car, but I feel a new spirit from Violent Panda here in game 3.
It would be nice to see the captain bring the teams. So many players that guy's brought onto rosters, and they've all become superstars in their own right. And it would be great to see Violent Panda turn this one around.
Multi-world champion here, looking to get back there. Apparently Jack into the corner, countered by Ocelon. Violent Panda off the wall. Jorius is going to try and reach this one. Gets over the top of Mike Boy. He'll have enough boost to chase it as well. Off the backboard, but broken up by the defense. Apparently Jack now into the midfield, under 1, and could not get it past Cash. Cash strong on the goal line, time and time again. Savior medal already here as the outfield pass just barely not going to connect from Dignitas. And the retreating defense will break it up from Rix.
He's definitely looking for the tip down to Violent Panda, just off the timing to get that strong shot on target. And Good boost steals, though. Kind of forcing Rix to respect them as Cash turned away by apparently Jack on a great redirect opportunity.
The cherry pick from the corner that's well placed under the crossbar and high. Here comes another attempt as Aslan goes to the wall. Half tank of boost. Misses the first touch, and Jorius will take over control. Mike Boy gets it away from him, challenging apparently Jack on the wall. Neither player gonna make solid contact. Here's Cash out of the corner. 2 touches. The Violent Panda somehow reads him and gets it back to midfield. Aslan off the backboard. Sets it up for Mike Boy and sends it to the goal. Jorius and Violent Panda. And net here. As Rix advances, apparently Jack off the backboard. Mike Boy gonna try and challenge him. Can't win the challenge. Jorius with the clear. Slower place here. Both teams looking for the right moment to strike, and really it's Rix just passing the ball around, trying to find an opening, and Dignitas not giving them one.
That's actually a pretty good move, though. If you've got that time, throw it back and forth a little bit, see if someone has to run out and grab boost, or just, give the defense an opportunity to pull themselves out. There's no need to try and force anything if you don't have anything.
Demolitions in the corners. Oh, momentary 1v3. The defense still gets in the way. Jorius will try maybe a little too hard to put that in himself. Cash will get bumped out by apparently Jack, but Mike Boy with lots of space gets the ball to midfield. Jorius had the read on him, but Aslan has other ideas. To the wall and then to the corner. In the final minute of game 3, scoreless here as Rix tried to put this one away.
You've arrived at your 1-0.
They've
took an extra game to get there,
the
but it's looking likely at this one.
They needed the dominance. That was the missing.
Yeah, there you go.
There's Mike Boy. Nice flick over Jorius. Going to try and chase this one down, but apparently Jack will have him beat. Aslan thinks about turning on this, but no. Falls back for boost. Now Cash versus Violent Panda. Violent Panda lofts it too early, and Cash reads it. Jorius over 2. Counter touches. It's Mike Boy lofted to the sky. Violent Panda will chase this one down. Jorius going to try and extend this to the goal. A nice touch, but Aslan had it read before it happened. 20 seconds left. Overtime starting to glisten on the horizon. Jorius back into the box. Aslan and Mike Boy bump each other off. This could be the opening. Apparently Jack just needs to put it between the posts, but Aslan recovers so well. A demolition, 7 seconds left, and they lose control of the ball. They'll fall back for defense. There's the clear. Cash with one last opportunity. He's got Aslan pretty far behind him. Here's Mike Boy from midfield. Aslan being far back might be the winning move. Oh no, apparently Jack gets it to the corner. Overtime in game 3. Dignitas, series on the line.
That was some recovery artist defense as Mike Boy is going to end it in 4 seconds. Oh my goodness.
Wow. And again, the cheat up, I think, kind of biting Dignitas in the butt. We saw it in game 2 happen there. And Rix make quick work, outscoring Dignitas 12-1 in this series. What a performance.
Everyone out there thinking Dignitas is going to come out here and roll through Rix. Woo! Eat the words on that one. I mean,
we said it.
Did they even score? Did Dignitas even score?
They scored 1 goal in game 2.
Oh, the own goal. The own goal. Right.
The own goal, yes. Yeah, kind of a weirdly forced own goal even. Not even like a fully earned goal. I'd give it to him. I mean, Jorius created a very awkward situation, and it was the second rotation around, so the defense isn't fully set for it. It's not like a unforced error, but still, we said at the beginning, this was a series for Rix to make a statement, and they said it loudly with a megaphone.
Yeah. I'm not surprised at all. At the outcome. How easy it looked, yes, but Cash, Aslan, and Mike Boy, they are dangerous. You cannot underestimate them. And you said it. Here's your statement game of don't take us lightly. 3-0 Dignitas and looking good, no questions asked.
That was beautiful. Wonderful performance from Rix. Congratulations to them on the day. Dignitas, meanwhile, their day continues here on the main broadcast. They will take a quick break and then come back facing off against Top Blokes. Can they improve after the walloping they just got? We'll find out after the break.
Well, hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series Season X. We are in the spring split watching the European Regional #1. I'm Leif alongside me, Gibbs and James. James, you weren't here, so you didn't have to get pinned into being very wrong, but chat, desk, we got that one extremely wrong.
That's about as wrong as you can get. That was so one-sided, 12-1. That was the scoreline of the series. Outscored 12-1. I don't think you can get beat much worse than that.
Now, I don't want to take things away from Rix. Rix played out of this world. I think, honestly, it is probably the best team we've seen all day. Because Dignitas didn't look absolutely terrible. It was more just Rix was just putting on that pressure and winning everything. Just winning every challenge, winning every 1v1 play. And then to top it off, to win on a kickoff goal in overtime. For Dig, who now has to play back-to-back games, it's going to be brutal for them.
Well, talk about that landslide victory. Cash from Rix GG is joining us now. Cash, welcome to the show. Congrats on the victory.
Thank you. Thank you.
I was watching the pop-offs on the cameras at the end there. Obviously, you guys come in wanting to win, but were you expecting it to be that much of a landslide against Dignitas? Because it looked like you guys were surprised and happy about it.
Definitely. I think Dig are a top 4 team in the EU right now, and I think we've had a lot of struggles in scrims against them, and we thought it was going to be a rough series, but, we came in confident and worked out for us.
So you guys are not really in the running for a world championship spot because, it's a new team and winter split and all of that. So what do you do in Spring Split? So what is your main goal here for Spring Split? To just form as a team and get ready for next year?
Definitely. I think this is preparation. This is really good experience for us. We've been teaming since October. We've had a lot of ups and downs, and we're just trying to find that consistency for next split. I mean, we might even win a regional. You never know what can happen.
Hey.
I just got to ask if you have anything personal against Dignitas. You guys beat them down pretty good.
I mean, yeah, I've seen a few Jory's tweets at me, when I said I wanted to be the best in the world, and he said, good joke. And I think that series just proves a point to him that I'm no joke.
Well played. Well, if you want to drive him further into the dirt, I'm going to let you predict the next match here. They're going to play Top Blokes. Who do you think's taking that one?
Top Blokes 3-1, I think.
Oh, you're even going to give Dig a win, though? You don't want to say they'll go 3-0?
I think Dig, they struggle a lot against certain playstyles, and I think we're that certain playstyle they struggle against, but I think they'll be a lot stronger against Top Blokes.
That's fair enough. You don't want to give him ammo to come back at you anyways later. So congratulations on the victory, man. Good luck again with the team building everything. Lots more games to go.
Thank you.
And there's Cash from Rix GG. Again, that was, you could tell, James, that was a good kind of personal victory for themselves too.
I love that. I love that. That's one of those things you put in a nice preview video going into the next regional. I'm no joke. That's certainly true. Cash, man, he put on a show out there and put on a show on the desk here. If playing doesn't work out for him, he's someone that could probably take my job or your job, Gibbs. Either one.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes, as long as he's not taking mine, I'm happy with this analysis here. Let's take a look at the groups now to see where that puts us. As it puts us with a wide open Gibbs group here after that.
Yeah, Group C was supposed to be easy, but Top Blokes, they fell to Team Liquid as well. So now that group is so incredibly close. A bunch of 2-1 teams there. Train hard. Now, the one unfortunate thing is now they are out before they even got to play their match because all the teams that had one win, they won. And then on the other side, Team Singularity, they pulled it back. They won 2 games already today, 2 sweeps. Oh, I'm sorry, a 3-1 versus Guild, then a 3-0 sweep. So they will advance to tomorrow. And Giants have won again, so they're 3-0. They play Guild at the end of the day for first place.
Well, let's start breaking down this next match. We got some more Rocket League to get to, so let's start talking about Top Blokes versus Dignitas. James, we just saw Dignitas. We saw them get taken down by Rix GG. Gibbs was saying it's no fault of Diggs. It was just Rix was good. But how do you feel Dig is going to fare now coming into this match against Top Blokes, another big team in Europe?
I think Dignitas is going to bounce back here. And also Top Blokes coming off a loss. I think Dignitas has the class to recover from a loss like that. It was really tough. But, like Gibbs said, Rix GG was just playing out of their minds. And you did see some good activity coming out of Dignitas. So I'm going to have a little more hope going up against Top Blokes. Both of these teams really have had ups and downs. We've seen them be very, very good, but the range of possible play, I'd say, for both these teams is pretty high.
Yes, but these are two teams in the race for a world championship spot, while the other team that we just saw with Dignitas versus Rix, they get to play Train Hard, who's already out of the tournament at this point. So Rix very likely walks away 3-1 here, while these two teams are battling for a top 2 spot. So this is very important for them to begin spring split like on that right foot. They don't want to go into that knockout gauntlet, needing to have to win 2 in a row. So very important game here.
Now, Chad, I know you're a little bit scared after that last prediction. It didn't go quite too well for us or for you guys as well. So take a little bit more time with this one and you know, really put some thought into which team you think's winning, and use one of those hashtags down below to get it out there. While you guys deliberate, we're going to do the same thing and get our predictions out here. Top Blokes and Dignitas. I'm going to start with James because he did seem like he was leaning towards Dig in a victory in this one. Are you going to stamp that one down?
You know, I actually am going to stamp it down. I it might go 5, but I do think Dignitas is going to bounce back here. They are much better than this. And even prior to this series, they have been on a tear. So it just happens. Sometimes the matchup, the series, it just doesn't go your way. Dignitas, they've proven to me that they are a top team, and I'm going to give them the win here.
All right, Gibbs, how about yourself? We're hurt from that last Dig pick. Do you do it again?
Yeah. So that was the one worry I had. When they played Train Hard, they were down 2-0. Then Train Hard basically threw that series, and they're 0-3 in this group. So Dignitas might be coming back down to form, or not form, I should say. While Top Blokes, though, they haven't looked that good either right now. I feel like it's a coin toss matchup. I'm going to go Top Blokes because I haven't seen them today, and what we saw from Dig wasn't fantastic. It was 12-1. So just for that reason alone, I'm going to go Top Blokes.
Well, Chad, now that you've seen a split desk, make sure those hashtags are in there, because once I'm done mine, we see what you said. I'm going to stick with Dignitas on this one. I think there's a good point to be made about being able to bounce back there off of one of these losses. James was saying it. They're a team that's been through the ropes before, and they've seen what it's like to lose matches, and they know how to bounce back. So I feel like they can do it again here. It should be a good match, and chat thinks so too. A little more back and forth. I mean, they're going against Top Blokes right now, so there's a good fan base behind them. But it's very close, almost 50% right now. Top Blokes and Dignitas. Get on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS, to let us know your full thoughts on this match. But again, with this group blown wide open, these wins are important. Top Blokes, Dignitas, it's going down over in the skybox.
Potential quick redemption for Dignitas after a disappointing 3-0, or 0-3, if you will, on their side against Rix GG, and it really wasn't that pretty for them, Corelli. I'm not sure where the path is forward for Dignitas against Top Blokes, who typically would be a tougher opponent. Now we'll get started here in game number 1, and Top Blokes. First look we're getting from them on Dignitas. And Violent Panda able to throw the ball back out towards midfield. We'll see how this opens up to start. Dignitas, it never really got going for them against Rix GG. They got scored on 4 times in game 1. Just weren't able to really get a handle on things. We're just beat on the rotation, couldn't get solid touches. It was that snowball effect that can so often happen in games where you just never really grab control of it. And by the time Dignitas had stabilized, it was game 3 and it was 0-0 overtime. So Violent Panda trying to keep this ball away from Flame, and he will get the clear here for Dignitas. Oh, Archie almost put his team in a bad spot. They still are. Cassio is able to stuff the ball, and Flame gets the clear. Nothing too sweaty for Top Blokes on the blue half. In fact, they might start another push here with Flame. Got the touch over Violent Panda, but apparently Jack easily throws that one away. You definitely want to see that kind of creativity from Top Blokes as that one came off the crossbar. Here comes another one off the backboard. Archie couldn't find the ball, and Cassio and Flame, is that in? Oh, it's just off the crossbar again. So apparently Jack gets the throw downfield again, and a couple of close ones both ways. Cassio couldn't find the first, but Archie finds the second mark, and the first goal here for Top Blokes, a minute and a half in. Just a good shot there from Archie. Violent Panda was kind of expecting something a little more straight on, and just a little tip to the right was enough for Archie to get the goal. And a good start for Top Blokes, but continuing to be a struggle today for Dignitas Corelli. And apparently Jack got bumped out of the way. Casio feeling the pressure here from Dignitas. They had a couple of scary moments in the opening minute, but apparently Jack stops another transition for them. Jorias is forced up as well. Toplook's doing a good job managing the ball on defense. They get quick clears. They don't allow Dignitas to stay around for too long, so it's looked pretty good here in the opening 2 minutes. And Casio, another solid touch out. You see Archie's just going to be forced to retreat, and Casio pitches another one up high. Apparently Jack uses the rest of his boost. Archie's just going to wait, try to win that challenge, force the ball a little farther forward on the orange half. Flame winning another touch. These 50s aren't really 50s for Dignitas. It's really just Top Blokes winning these challenges just a step faster. And apparently Jack, second touch. Does he get a third one? No, Casio able to take the ball away. And Top Blokes again on defense, holding strong.
And apparently Jack Corelli is having some audio issues. So hello,
Corelli, your
Jorby,
voice
how you
has
doing?
changed. Yeah, I'm great, Wave Punk, and so is Casio. He's just scored his second goal of the game.
They are. This is. I just want to remind everybody that it has been now 4 games since Dignitas has scored they've scored 1 goal in the last 4 games. This has definitely been a struggle bus for them.
You know, we were having a conversation in the green room before the start of today about Dignitas and kind of the expectations on them after the winter split and how they've kind of had that turnaround with apparently Jack on the team. And this is not the performance that Dignitas fans want to see out of them.
No, and it's for the last series, it did feel like it was 100% just Rick's having an excellent day. If this continues through a second series, we start to question, is there something wrong with Dignitas, a team that had been heating up?
Yeah, it's just the question of like, can you repeat what you did in the winter split? Can you post those same results? Can you look as ridiculous as they had at times on offense? Like, there were some of the passing plays they came up with, the creativity with the mechanics, it all was there for Dignitas. And, you know, a poor performance here doesn't necessarily mean that's it. But also, you definitely start to get worried, especially because it's been a while since Dignitas have scored a goal.
You do, exactly. And they could really break up a lot of these kind of like lingering doubts that are starting to pop up in the minds of Dignitas fans with any goal. So, Violent Panic to try and make that happen here. And Archie gonna clear it away.
Good win from apparently Jack, but not good enough. Just hasn't been enough pressure on Top Blokes. Archie, a lot of space, tried to utilize it, but ball just got a little away from him. Now a quick turnaround for Dignitas. No. Apparently Jack couldn't get a solid touch out. Violent Panda's next, has the pass to apparently Jack. Oh, top corner hit the crossbar, and Flame just gets the touch and shakes it out from Dignitas's hands. But that was the best look they got so far.
I'm telling you, Jorby, the accuracy is the thing I feel like Dignitas has to tighten up. There's been so many opportunities in the last 4 games of Rocket League where the ball has gone off the crossbar, it's gone off the post. They have to tighten things up. It could genuinely give us like an entirely different series where these shots would be more between the posts.
Violent Panda sets up another one for apparently Jack, but he's just a little behind on that play, and Top Blokes get another clear. Flame, the ball's taken away from him, but with 10 seconds left, it's looking like a very I was gonna say a very Top Blokes win, but that doesn't make any sense, Wave. So Top Blokes win game 1, and Dignitas are still left scratching their heads today. They haven't figured it out.
No, Top Blokes definitely happy to take that one and move forward. We will have the situation of mental tilt for Dignitas going to start to become a thing after losing 4 games straight here, and it's a rough series. You know, like the RLCS is not a place for the weak-minded, for the people that are struggling with the mental game because of how brutal these formats are. Dignitas loses that first series. They don't play just one series on the day like previous tournaments and RLCS of old. You out of one series immediately into the next year, Jorby.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, you'd think Dignitas would prefer that after putting up such a stinker against Rick's GG, but it's just, and you know, I will say this, it didn't look as bad as it did in game 1 against Rick's, but it also wasn't what you wanted. Like, they were never able to control the ball. They were slower on the positioning. Everything Top Blokes were doing were just, you know, they were getting the one up on them on every single challenge. And you know how that works, Wave, with it ends up snowballing out of control. Dignitas still finding a way through.
And we go back to the basics at that point then. Tightening up the midfield and just saying, let's play clean. Let's not give them any basic opportunities. And then let's try to shoot between the posts. We don't need to shoot upper 90. Just make sure the ball is going in the net. Force the defense to be honest. That is, I feel like, the game plan for Dignitas here in game 2.
Flame kicks another ball high. Apparently Jack can't get there, and Casio gets a free look at the net. And Violent Panda easily clears that one away. Archie tried to find Flame, but apparently Jack takes him out, or excuse me, Violent Panda for apparently Jack. And Jorius picks this up. Now Dignitas, they can hold on to midfield. They do get this ball by Casio. This one's by Archie, and apparently Jack pushes the ball forward. Flame gets a demo, but the ball still heads towards the box. Archie gets the shot, and there it is. No, Casio picks up the next save. Violent Panda, again, up high, gets bumped, but apparently Jack is there. Does he get a second touch? No, off the post. And again, Dignitas get close to the net, but close is just not good enough. Better control, but just not good enough for apparently Jack as he gets taken away by Casio. Violent Panda, no chance there. The ball's just right into Archie's bumper, and Dignitas are left trying to figure out a way through this top Blokes defense again.
It's been tough for Dignitas as I'm taking back over for wave spot here. Got my stuff figured out, and Dignitas might have figured it out as well as they finally get the goal, and they break down that top Blokes defense that they have just been pounding here in the first minute.
Oh, Corelli, you were the catalyst. It's taken Dignitas
it was me.
A while. I don't know how many minutes it's been since Dignitas have scored, but I think it's more than 15. So that is a needed breather where they were just struggling to get onto the blue half at all.
For Dignitas now, I think this is huge. I mean, you guys were talking about it in the halftime between this and the last game, but, you know, going down 4 games in a row, especially in the fashion that they lost last series, and now coming into this one, losing the first game in pretty commanding fashion as well. Now you get yourself on the board, but you got to play a little bit of defense here, and you can't get away from Casio's shot. We're tied up.
And look at that shot from Casio, too. This net is mostly covered. The one area of the net that isn't is the only one Violent Panda can't get to. That's a tough angle for him to get from where he was sitting, but a great shot from Casio.
Yeah, great placement from Casio, and that's the type of clinical shooting that you'd expect from a team like Top Blokes. And for Dignitas, sometimes they get a little tied up on defense. We even saw this in the major from them. Felt like they were out of control, out of whack rather, on the defensive side of things, and then everyone gets bunched up, and a good shot comes from the opposition. They find that small gap that Dignitas leaves. Here's Jorius looking for a second touch. Might get it, does, down and away, and Dignitas back up by 1.
Yeah, he hit a pretty one in the last match as well. This one, just as pretty. Follows it perfectly. Routine double tap for Jorius. Yeah. There's the Dignitas. We know Corelli.
And that one's pretty pedestrian, I feel like, for a player like Jorius. Put that one away. Coming clean off the back wall there. Now Violent Panda, he wants a piece of the action as well, and does get the challenge by. Follow up there from apparently Jack. Dignitas really turning it on here as that shot went high. Everything was there, but the final touch just a bit too high. But it's looking better for Dignitas. That quick change of pace, especially off the kickoff, is so needed from this Dignitas squad. And now sitting in the lead, they might get some more. Apparently Jack, the big flick, far side, off the post and in. 2 goals up for Dignitas.
Oh, apparently Jack flips it to the right, made the second guy miss on the left, and then a perfect flick. Well, Jorius gets the routine double tap, and apparently Jack gets the routine flick, Corelli. So Dignitas, it's back to the basics, and they're nailing it.
And that was a beautiful flick from apparently Jack. Jumps to meet the ball just under it and angles his car. Kind of sits there for a second. Basically used the entirety of his time to use his flip to delay it, and then a massive flick to the other side. Great work from apparently Jack, and is rewarded for his efforts in one way or another. Here's Violent Panda's pass, another great shot to the far side. It's a bit wide. But again, that offense is there, something we didn't see in that first game, at least not to this degree. And right now, Dignitas are looking like the Dignitas that I think we expected, Jordan.
Yeah, definitely. Top Blokes haven't had nearly as much space and haven't been in position to deal with the 50-50s that they were winning in game number 1, but far and away still in it. Archie tried to slip under apparently Jack, but apparently Jack had a perfect read on the situation. Casio tries to set up Flame, Archie next up. Apparently Jack got bumped in front of the net, and here comes again. Apparently Jack bailed out by Violent Panda, and he'll do it again, but the shot comes. Apparently Jack takes the save. Here's another shot from Flame, and finally Top Blokes break through.
Great speed from Flame to get back to this ball, and Top Blokes, they are just breaking down the defense, and you got to give credit to Dignitas. They did well to turn these balls away, shot after shot, but eventually that ball doesn't get cleared far enough. Eventually Dignitas, again, getting bunched up on their own goal line, and Top Blokes there to punish. They keep themselves within an arm's reach here of Dignitas.
You know, Top Blokes, as a team and as now an organization, they have to be feeling pretty good. Quick or a slight logo rebrand, bit of a color swap, and I think they're feeling that as well. They look pretty good to start against Dignitas. Dignitas have had to work pretty hard to get through this Top Blokes net, and there's been a lot of post and crossbar hits for Dignitas Corelli, but they've definitely made up for that with the quantity of shots they put on net. Here comes another one. Jory is blocked by Cassio.
And they've had great setup too. I mean, in this game alone, there's been some fantastic control individually and as a team from Dignitas. So we'll see if they're able to keep that up.
Dignitas have not been privy to give up midfield. Jory is able to get the ball back over to apparently Jack. Kicks it hard against the corner. Has the ball against the backboard, but the shot from Jory doesn't come through. It's back out to the side. Everybody on Top Blokes are running into each other, desperate to look for this clear, and Archie sends a light one up to Cassio, but light is not what they need. They need a heavy clear, and Flame gives it to him.
And this is the opportunity for Top Blokes, as that was a massive block for Dignitas. Still Flame trying to keep the pressure on. Cassio has some space, shot on target. 2 go for the save on Dignitas, and they do make it. And they get the clear as well with time ticking down. Dignitas looking to take the game. Joreus will cut across and put this one to bed.
Nice move by Joreus. Apparently Jack got him with one earlier like this, and it's the ground mechanical game, just the smart play. You're not trying to do too much with the ball. Let the play come to you, see what develops in front of you, and then punish. Joreus had the space, he had the time, and he collected insurance for Dignitas here in game 2. They will not get swept by Top Blokes. We got a match on our hands.
Oh, absolutely. And we've got the real deal in Dignitas here. This was a fantastic game. Even if the scoreline started to even out there at the end, this was a phenomenal game from Dignitas. And really, it was the same thing that we were saying in the major, Jorby, was that the defense sometimes is just a little strange for them. It's tough to really place what the deal is. They get bunched up. They get they start to crumble a little bit, and then the clears aren't as good as you would expect, or there's too many players going for the ball, and that's really where the big mistakes are coming up from Dignitas. When they get out from that, when they get downfield, Jorby, they look fantastic right now, at least in this game in particular. The offense was there, they were on the same page, and you got individual players like Joreus and apparently Jack really showing their stuff and really highlighting the fact of what makes this Dignitas team so dangerous. That team play and the dual threat of the individual effort is what makes Dignitas so good.
Yeah, absolutely. And Top Blokes were feeling that pressure of trying to come back. They got that goal to put them within 1, and then they were sending the house on almost every play because they weren't able to hang on to midfield. And that affected how they were trying to approach the game. They weren't able to be as successful on defense in game 2, but can Top Blokes turn things back in their favor for this game, or will Dignitas continue this uptrend? Cassio throwing the ball back out over to Archie. They'll get the first clear.
You know, we talked a lot about Dignitas, but on the Top Bloke side, I mean, look, the defense has been pretty strong from them. Ooh. And the offense has been tough for Dignitas to deal with. The defense of Dignitas has struggled when Top Blokes get 1, 2, 3 attempts on target. It's really thrown the Dignitas defense out of whack, and that's really where I think Top Blokes could shine and have been shining here in this series. So there isn't any glaring mistakes when I look at Top Blokes versus Dignitas here. And I think that's why, you know, Top Blokes has always been one of the most statistically strong teams here in Europe. Is they don't really make massive glaring mistakes. I mean, sure, they have the odd game, the bad series, but overall, Top Blokes usually have a very solid series. And again here, that one's gonna go hit for Cassio as it pings off both the posts.
Oh, you don't get bounces like that too often, do you? Cassio somehow squeezed that ball into the net. Oh, he got it on his wheel. Nice one.
He got it off the right post. It goes off the left post. I don't know what to say about that, but he's happy to see it go in.
Off his wheel into the left post, too. Like 9 times out of 10, if that ball hits your car off the post and you're trying to score, it just kicks out. And then it's a transition goal the other way. But for Cassio, it's a little different. And here's a shot from Joreus. No, he couldn't get over the ball. And as a result, Dignitas hit the crossbar again.
Well, the one from Violent Panda was a bit more forgivable, and Jorius just couldn't get up and over his initial shot. Violent Panda just still trying to make it a threat. Oh, that's a huge save from Jorius on the goal line, and a great second touch to at least get by Flame. Violent Panda win, so it's up to apparently Jack to get control, but Archie comes through, and he's dangerous from this position, and he can't get the flip he wanted. He was given the space to do it as well.
Yeah, he let it drop and he got that boost. It's still a high-value play for Archie, even if he doesn't get that shot out. You just still got to retain possession here in midfield, and Archie just did a lot of work on the 50 game to give Casio a shot on net, but it's light. Jory is able to play it out. Still a chance for top blokes. Archie grabs the boost, but Jory has zoned him out of the play on the turnaround. Top blokes managing well here on defense, and Archie has been behind the ball a lot in the past minute, trying to create some ground on the orange half where they haven't had a lot of space to work with. Corelli about the halfway point in the game, another pass for Dignitas, but Archie was all over it again.
Almost the entire server jumped for that one. There was 4 players diving after the ball there. I think there might have been a bump as well, but still a lot of action on the goal line, really for both sides, inside the box rather. It feels like a lot of players are very jumpy here, and they're happy to send the numbers to make sure it gets out.
Nice cutoff from Flame, but not a good double commit from Archie. This leaves a space open for Violent Panda, and he lets Jorius through, but it's blocked by Casio and rolled out, but apparently Jack was ready for it. Our Dignitas there again. Little top blokes can't stop double committing, and look at all this space, and Jorius just lets it fly, and it's in for Dignitas.
And it's all about the placement for Jorius. He had a lot of options here. If you look to the left, you're going to see Violent Panda peer out in the midfield. That would have been a phenomenal pass, but instead, Jorius says, I'm just going to snipe this one to the back post with 2 players on the near post and coming across. Beautiful shot from Jorius. And that's what you can do when you're a player like him. Pinpoint those spots in the net, put it away. And there was just no chance for the defense.
Again, Dignitas just playing what's in front of them. They're just throwing hard clears at the back wall, the backboard, and they're just watching top blokes double commit on every single touch. So it's like, okay, we're just going to keep throwing the ball and see when they stop, or see when they decide to stop making mistakes. Otherwise, they have to block shots like that. Another double commit. Oh, Violent Panda just missed it. A big chance for Dignitas to take the lead. Jorius stops the transition for a moment, and apparently Jack gets the save out to the corner.
Yeah, and, you know, I was kind of complimenting top blokes coming into this game about how they've done on defense, but now it's kind of been a complete reversal. Here's an opportunity for Casio, and Jorius couldn't get back. A 1-goal lead now for top blokes as they have the open net to shoot on.
And that's great work from Archie, getting behind the ball in front, knowing that challenge is going to come. Get in front of it, kill the ball in front of the box. Make the play awkward for Dignitas to try to clear. Don't give them a freebie in the corner, just trying to push the ball through. So well done by Archie to give Casio the chance on net, and he picks up the next save here on the kickoff. Dignitas comfortable to let the demo spawn and then get demoed again. Archie throws a grounder that's easily saved by Violent Panda.
Casio looking for a way out. He's not going to get it. Ooh. Dignitas very eager to move down the field. Jorius, that's a great touch off the back wall. Follow-up there from apparently Jack. Violent Panda still lingering, waiting for this one to come back out. And he is rewarded for his patience as he's giving the ball back to apparently Jack. Good cut, but it goes straight to Archie. And Archie wants a piece of the last man. Top Blokes trying to set something up, but Dignitas doing a better job here in this game. Slowing down Top Blokes past the halfway point. There's a great carry across the field as well. Casio is going to give way. Pass over to apparently Jack. Almost connected. Still Dignitas knocking on the door here. Again, another huge setup. There it is. Blocked away by Casio. Top Blokes hanging on for now. And a big clear from Flame will possibly end the game here if they can put it away. Apparently Jack now is going to carry this one up and away. Can he get over Casio? He does. Out of boost. Archie's there to push it up, and he's going to dunk it away. Archie doing it all by himself. Can he knock it down? That's almost an own goal from apparently Jack, but he's going to keep it alive. I can't believe this ball's still up, and he can't get back to it. Top Blokes hang on. And both sides had opportunities to score there at the end, or at least keep control for the attack. And in the end, Top Blokes do hang on.
I really thought Dignitas had it on one or two of those pushes, but you said the words correctly, Archie. He was all over the pitch in this game. He was making challenges happen. He was bailing his team out on defense. He was setting up on offense. He had the assist of one of Cassio's goals, and overall was the centerpiece of this game to give them the series advantage. Dignitas, they had tons of chances in from midfield. They had all the space they could ask for, but you look back at the wall, the post hits, the crossbar hits, like all those close shots that Dignitas miss. Those really hurt in situations like this.
Yeah, and that's something that we've seen, I think, at least once in just about every single one of these games is Dignitas putting the ball a bit too high. You know, again, some of them are more forgivable than others, but there were certain, I mean, there was a lot of them that should have been at least put away or at least on target. And at least in that game, that's something you could look back and say, yeah, that could have been a game changer. And at the end of the day, though, Top Blokes were able to hang on. And for Dignitas, again, that offense there, or the offense is there. The passing across the box is phenomenal. You're seeing the options that are given to a player on the ball from Dignitas. There's many. The individual play, they usually have 2 or 3 passing options. I mean, there's a lot of options for Dignitas, and they are finding each other. It's that final shot that's really coming back to bite them right now.
Well, I mean, at the end of the game, they had 2 textbook, like they had perfect setups. A setup that every team dreams for an infield pass, right? You got 1 defender in net, you have a free pass to the third, and you have that, which is not in, from Joria's tough double tap, but he'll keep possession of the ball. But you look back at that miss from apparently Jack on the pass from Violent Panda at the end of the game, and you say that should have been the one that tied it. So they can't miss those opportunities in this game, otherwise it'll be 2 losses today for Dignitas.
They certainly have time here to redeem themselves, and it was a good first 30 seconds. Now Archie on the ball, as they got Top Blokes to really double commit and jump after a lot of the passes that Dignitas were able to pull off. They weren't able to put a shot on target without getting by all 3 of Top Blokes' defenders here. As Dignitas having to play a little bit of defense now, Top Blokes wanting to put on that pressure.
Top Blokes do have to be careful. Too many times Dignitas have been able to march down the field using only 1 player and getting by 2 pretty consistently. Whether that be because Top Blokes had a double commit or just Dignitas making the better move. Either way, it's happening a little too often for Top Blokes. Maybe they can right the ship here as Archie moves across. Flame already jumped up and 2 committed for Dignitas. It felt like they had to on that play to pick up the save.
Well, there's 4 total players committed again. A lot of numbers from both sides being sent on the defensive and offensive plays. There's Archie into the corner for Top Blokes. Almost receives his own pass. Cassio, I think, got faked out by the whiff. Apparently Jack wanted to control it. Cassio saw it all the way. Good defense here from Dignitas, though, not getting too bunched up or panicked. Sent. Torius looking for a second touch, and he does at least pinch it down in a way. Flame was the only man in front of him, and he does slow them down for just a second. Here's Violent Panda. Can't get by Cassio, who's just been a monster on both sides of the field here in this game so far.
Oh, up high again, Archie makes a solid touch in traffic. Violent Panda can't get by Cassio, and Dignitas. And they're going to have to find a way around Flame, and Jorius just waits, and he gets the ball again. But this is looking a lot like Dignitas' previous game, where things were locked at 0-0 for a long time. Neither team willing to give a lot of ground defensively. Dignitas are holding on the back wall for now. But in Top Blokes, they're not going to let them go far. Violent Panda finally gets by Archie, but that's exactly what Top Blokes wanted. Here they come again. Hard pass there to Archie, rather. Cassio waits, and he finds the ball again. There was a play developing there for Top Blokes. They had a vision about how to move down the field, but they just couldn't get it and couldn't draw it up to perfection.
Yeah, it was a fine touch from Archie. Cassio was on the far side there, but just couldn't get a hold of it. Violent Panda did a good job of breaking it up as well. Now here he comes by himself. Pass over to Archie, wants to pick this one up. Looking to give it back to Cassio, and I think he side flipped. Now Jorius and Dignitas looking to break the deadlock here. Big pinch back to the Dignitas side. Things changing in just a moment with that pinch. Archie, I think, gets called off, and Flame sitting quite far back has to meet Jorius. Dignitas looking to set their offense up, as it has been a very back and forth game. That's a big miss from Archie, and Flame's going to come through and save the day for Top Blokes. A very rare miss for a player like Archie, and Dignitas looking to take advantage as they just couldn't put it on target. And still this one high and away, and the clear does come out from top lobes.
And a nice touch from Flame, putting some pressure on Jack to get back up. But he does. I mean, the backboard defense from both teams has been clutch. Here comes another one. Uh-oh, Jorius misses that, but Flame was not expecting it. Another challenge happens. Archie gets in front against Jorius. Apparently Jack is the only guy, and he'll get the clear. But how long will they stay in the blue half? Casio, another solid touch. Top lobes do not want to give up any ground on this back wall, but they might have to right here. Archie jumps right in front of it, keeps Jorius on the ground, and still top lobes will not let Dignitas through.
Top lobes are playing very smart defense. That was probably the most disciplined we've seen them on defense here in this game, at least. And with the final 30 seconds, Dignitas still looking to put on the pressure. They've put up 8 shots here in this game to the 4 of top lobes. Big clear, though, from Archie. Will slow down that Dignitas offense for just a moment. Big pinch, though, from Violent Panda. Lets Casio find Archie downfield. 10 seconds left. That shot off the back wall. Dignitas having to clear this one out. It might be top lobes that could have the last laugh, as this one's picked up and away. Now apparently Jack wants to do it himself. Goes under one. Tries to flick it upward. Off the back wall. Violent Panda's there. And a demo comes out. The ball's still in the air. And I think Jorius is going to keep it up. It's still going back to the Dignitas side. Violent Panda opted to keep it up as well. It comes out to Casio. Jorius has some space to work with. Gets under one, but the ball slips out from his grasp. And a 0-0 overtime.
Really close. Uh-oh, Jorius. He got a free one. Oh, what a save from Flame. And nobody from Dignitas is ready for it. Archie gets the catch. The pop. Does he get the goal? No, it's saved by Violent Panda. But Casio, he's got space. Not the best angle. You see Dignitas, they're scrambling just to get back into position. Here it comes again. Casio looks for Flame. He found him right up against the backboard. Archie's in the air. Archie's shot, but it denied by Jorius. Flame wants to keep it going for top lobes, but apparently Jack is there again. Dignitas facing a fire against top lobes in the opening 30 seconds of OT.
Hey, both teams have had the opportunity to put this game away. Jorius off the kickoff, and then Archie's shot was just weak. Still sitting at a deadlock here in the first minute of overtime. But you look back to both those opportunities, Jorby, and that could, especially for Dignitas now, sitting down a game, could have been the series-changing shot. Great pinch from Archie to at least get the clear, and Flame looking for the corner. Top lobes are going to clamp down on Dignitas now, as Violent Panda has been a wizard on his back wall here in the last few minutes to get these clears for Dignitas.
Just a wizard in general. Really, all 3 players on Dignitas really sussing out the top lobes game plan. Top lobes have had a lot of hard clears. Dignitas have rarely sent all 3 players up unless they know for sure that top lobes are either low on boost or they're all rotating back trying to get set up, but they do not want to give up a freebie. Casio might pave the way. Archie, shot blocked again. Violent Panda picks up another save. Jorius on the turnaround. Is it off the crossbar? It is, and no follow-up will be there. Archie able to shovel that ball out. Maybe even a chance right here, but the challenge will neutralize.
Man, that was a huge opportunity for Jorius if he just didn't get bumped there. He did everything he could, had the full boost, great pickup into the air. Just got bumped out of the way. That would have been so dangerous to top lobes defense.
VP again. Just testing. Trying to give Dignitas a chance to set up, but Archie's a monster in midfield right now. Wins another challenge. You give top lobes a little time to breathe and really look about how Dignitas are trying to approach. Again, don't want to give them those free 1-on-2 situations where Dignitas are able to beat 2 players with 1 car consistently. We haven't really seen it in this game. Casio
second
gets
touch.
1 touch.
Casio
He gets 2, and it's saved by apparently Jack off the side.
Dangerous from Casio there, as he was able to get that shot at least on target. Now pass over to Archie, but just denied by apparently Jack. Saw that one all the way through.
No holes right now. It may come down to that, to the one mistake ball, the one you were supposed to get, that just leaked out in front of the box and just trickles into the net. Or it might take a Herculean effort here from Archie. Gets under on the flip reset. The demo on Casio forces Flame to get back in time. And what a heads-up play from Flame, because that was surely going to be a goal.
Yeah. And they're lucky Archie ran out of boost there. That's a great shot. That was going to be high and turned away. Top blokes, though, now piling on 10 shots. Violent Panda, big clear comes out. Should be noted. Dignitas have 13 at the moment. Whew. As we're at 3.5 minutes into overtime.
Yeah, it definitely, you look at the clock and you're like, all right, 0-0 at this point, definitely been defensive, right? But then you've been watching this overtime, you're like, no, definitely not defensive at all. Apparently Jack gets one touch, has a second, but Archie was waiting for it. Violent Panda sees Jack downfield. Jack wanted to set up something, maybe a shot. If it was a shot, it's not the one he wanted. Joria sends another challenge up, and now Dignitas have set up shop in midfield. But Cassio gets another hard clear. He's got a little bit of space, forces Jack to pick up the save. The rebound will be Flames. Shot off the ground, and Jorias gets punted into the ball, which gives Dignitas the clear they needed.
And Archie again wants another piece of it if he can get back down to it. Opportunities for these players and for both sides. Cassio with no boost. Tough spot. Gonna have to use that late flick there, and he does get it. And that was a dangerous ball to play across your box. Playing with fire as Violent Panda looking for apparently Jack. He's there, and we're going to a game 5.
This is why Violent Panda is consistently brilliant. Touches it up here, and you don't have to do anything crazy. Just get behind the ball. You know Archie is flat-footed. He has to wait and just put it in the best spot for Jack, and he'll do the rest. That's exactly what happened. Dignitas forced game 5 in what was quite a thrilling OT.
Yeah, and I think that's a frustrating way to lose for the Top Bloke squad, especially for Flame, because I think he side flipped going up for that ball, and that's what opened up the space for Violent Panda to actually get it across to apparently Jack. But boy, 15 shots in the end for Dignitas and 12 for Top Blokes. A lot of saves from both sides, and I think actually the defense, I think both sides in between some of these games had talked about their defense because it was much better from Dignitas. It was much better from Top Blokes. And I think that's why we saw such a long overtime. I mean, I guess that wasn't the longest one today, but still a very close and very, scoreless game here. Obviously, aside from the game-winning goal here, as I think both teams really did have a conversation about their defenses at some point, and it started to click for both of them in that game.
And I mean, we only saw like 2 or 3 saves there that were like really tough saves to make, but there were at least like 6 or 7 more from both teams total, just with crazy goal line stands. And now it all comes down to game 5. Dignitas did not impress against Rick's GG. Top Blokes trying to hand Dignitas their second loss of the day. But this is a different Dignitas team than just a match ago. Gonna have to get through this Top Bloke defense again. The creativity is still gonna be needed. The mechanical ability of apparently Jack, you need it. Does he get the double? No. Enough time for Top Blokes to get there and throw the ball away. Another light shot taken away by Archie.
And Dignitas, they come out hot. I mean, the last 2-3 games, they've come out quite hot in the beginning. The first 30 seconds to a minute, it's been all Dignitas. And I wonder if they get those initial boosts right off the kickoff and then they just apply the pressure. This has been tough for Top Blokes the first minute or so in these games to get control. You're seeing 2 players commit for balls. You're seeing balls just pop out to Dignitas players with space, with time, with boost. It's been dangerous, and you do have to give some credit to Top Blokes. They've been able to weather the storm as that one skates across the goal line. Woo. But they are able to turn away Dignitas.
Archie's been having a game, man. He has to wait because he has no boost, and he is happy that apparently Jack didn't get the ball, and then he's lucky that his teammates were there to cover his miss. I mean, that was the nearest miss Archie could have had, right in the middle of when I was thinking he was going to get another solid clear. Flame gets a solid shot. Archie has the net, and he missed it.
I would have not have picked Archie to miss a shot like that. Sure, it was a bit rushed, but still had plenty of time and opportunity. Wasn't even really challenged. And unfortunate, that goes back to missed opportunities there. Especially for a player like Archie. That's a great pitch, though. And dangerous. Flames up. Can he drop it down? And he couldn't get over it as much as he'd like. This ball squeaks out to the midfield, and Archie will gladly just punt it back up and make it tough for Dignitas. Keep it awkward long enough to get back into the play. That's a great read from Jorius. Now Flame, he'll commit. Top Blokes, though, circling in the water here. And out of boost for Archie. Does get it off the gas. Put it away. Shot and a goal for Top Blokes off the back of Archie's pass.
Oh, Archie, again. That's just, the challenge is Cassio's just in the perfect spot. Ball pops right down into his bumper. It's not, there's nothing special that happened on that play. Archie just made the best decision possible. What should I do to give my team the best chance to move forward here? Just challenge the ball. Get over the defender. That's what he did. It's like the ball just falling to Cassio. I mean, that's just good positioning from Cassio. There's nothing special about it. Top Blokes get the lead. And Dignitas, for all of the passing, for all of the wins that they've had in the blue half of the field, you gotta score to make it matter. Here's Archie, he got underneath, but apparently Jack picks up the next save. Flame cuts around on the left, forces the ball through, and that won't be a play for Top Blokes.
So boosting it for Archie as he's trying to get back to it. He does a great job of getting back to that ball to prevent the clear. Flame gets by one, but can't get by Violent Panda. Top Blokes sitting on this 1-goal lead. They've certainly shut down the offense of Dignitas. I mean, since the first minute, we really haven't seen Dignitas down the field. And that's a great pass over to Archie. He can put it on target. He does. Glorious goal line save. And apparently Jack will circle around it to clear it out. Huge save for Dignitas to keep him within one.
Now Violent Panda, it's his turn on the transition, but Flame just scooped the ball away. And he's got the boost on top of it, so apparently Jack is forced to wait. And Jack, a pass out. He will find Violent Panda, but Dignitas really have to stretch the Top Blokes corners, and the shot blocked by Archie. He had to stop a barreling Jorias, and now Cassio scoops out the ball. Is over one. Does he have the goal? No, apparently Jack plays it back out to the corner, but the Top Blokes aren't done. And that ball, Jorias grabs it right off the back wall. And Dignitas, quick pass. They were given the space, and Cassio gets the block.
Yeah, great play. Good passing play for Dignitas. Again, not finding the mark, but finding some offense here. Very welcomed offense. As Cassio gets dunked on the clear. Jorias, can he beat him up? Over Flame. This ball just bouncing in the box. That's a tough shot, and look at the placement from Jack to tie it up.
Placement and power. Key here on this shot. Cassio comes in a full tank, swings around in the middle of the net, and that's not a bad place for Cassio to be. He's in the right spot.
Yeah.
Jack just made the shot impossible to save.
It's one of those perfect shots. You always cover your near post like that. I mean, that was well positioned from Cassio. It was just the shot was that good.
Apparently Jack, he's just more and more finding himself in the spotlight. Those expectations were certainly on him when he joined Dignitas, but he's certainly had some standout moments since he has joined the team. Archie trying to keep the push going here for Cassio. Flame can't win against Jorias, and now Cassio has to turn tail. He's got no boost, but Archie gave him a gift of a pass. And Flame, can he set up Cassio? That's a good pass, and Cassio's got it! Top Blokes take the lead!
Oh, this was wonderful from Flame. The big lob ball from Cassio. Flame jumps from the other side of the field just to get the touch off the corner. That is hustling after the ball, especially from Cassio. He didn't have a lot of boost, so that was the best play he probably could have made with that touchdown field. And boy, did Flame make the most of it. And a huge go-ahead goal now for Top Blokes.
They needed that. Flame has been in that threat zone a lot for Top Blokes. He just hasn't really connected on the net on a lot of them. Granted, the net's been blocked a lot of the time, but now Dignitas are in crunch here with the final 10 seconds. Hard touch and nothing there for Dignitas, but Jorias might find it. He's gonna leave it for Jack. Light touch from Jack. Jorias gets the quick catch. Pop off the corner. Top Blokes just gotta get this ball onto the ground. Jack's got other ideas, but nobody from Dignitas is around, and Top Blokes hand Dignitas their second loss.
Wow, and a hard-fought match here from Top Blokes, especially where you feel like Dignitas are starting to play better and better, but then at the end of the series, especially in this game, Top Blokes did a really good job of shutting down Dignitas, especially on that transition game. When it came down from Dignitas breaking out from defense to offense, Top Blokes did a great job of shutting them down. Archie was in the trenches, and then Flame, we talked about him there at the end. He was really good as the first and third man in that series. He was either the first man downfield or he's the last man back, and I think he did a great job here in this series to kind of be the backbone and the head of this team.
Top Blokes continue to be a nuisance for everybody in Europe, and after the break, we have Guild versus Vodafone Giants coming up after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight.
Well, hello and welcome back again to the Rocket League Championship Series Season X. You're watching the regional #1 for Europe in the spring split. That's where we are now. It's so long.
It's hard.
And a lot of Rocket League to come. I'm Leaf. Alongside me, Gibbs and Corelli now to talk about this last match and our one coming up after that. We had Blokes versus Dignitas here at Corelli. It looks like Dig may have climbed back, but they do end up dropping that second game there.
Yeah, look, it was, Jorby and I kind of talked about a little bit. It felt like Dignitas near the end of that series started to play really well. It actually seemed quite even in the end, of course, but I feel like Top Blokes, they got it together, I think, a little bit faster, especially early on. And while Dignitas played well on offense, the biggest thing that we talked about was how many opportunities were left on the table for Dignitas. There was a lot of great shooting.
Yeah.
You know, even in that highlight reel, like that shot from apparently Jack into the corner was great, but there were a lot of opportunities that were too high, off the post, just wide, that I feel like Dignitas would normally put away. And I think that was the biggest game changer, series changer here throughout those games.
Yeah, it was,
go ahead. Go ahead. He said everything. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Usually you have something.
You were waiting for me. You were waiting, but I was like, he said enough. It's good. Go ahead.
Usually has something to throw in there, but Corelli, you did such a good job. We could just get rid of
man.
Gibbs now. Actually, that'd be
Oh,
great.
done.
Let's jump on to the groups because I know Gibbs will have something to say here at this.
This
okay,
is why I
now
get
he's
paid.
ready. All right.
This is why I get paid. All right, let's talk about these groups right now. Game 5, Train Hard and Rix. So Rix is 2-1. No matter what, though, they will finish top 2. Say they win that Game 5, they will win the group. But if they don't, they'll finish number 2, which is what they want. A top 2 spot is great. So that's why Top Blokes and Dig was so important. Dig falls down to that lower bracket tomorrow. Top Blokes move on to the upper bracket. They might be 1, they might be 2. We'll find out after that Game 5 versus Train Hard, by the way, who is out of this tournament, but they are still putting up a fight. So massive credit to them. Now we flip over to the other side. Team Singularity, they started out terrible. 0-2 on day 1. Now they got 2 wins here. They can actually get a top 2 spot still. Guild has to lose this series 0-3 to Vodafone Giants. Team Singularity will then leapfrog them because they have the head-to-head tiebreaker. Team Singularity will be top 2. But Guild, they're playing right now versus Vodafone Giants, are about to come up. If they win 3-1, they win this entire group. So that is what Guild is going for, because what this match really means, Vodafone Giants versus Guild, whoever doesn't come in first has to play BDS if they finish top 2. And no one wants to play BDS tomorrow. So they're definitely going to want to avoid that.
All right, so for Guild, a lot is just in their own hands here to avoid BDS by getting the win, and if you can't get the win, just don't get swept, so you at least get that second seed still. So
yes, they need one game at the bare
so
minimum.
lots for Guild here as they face off against Giants Corelli. Obviously, they have a good amount of driving force behind them, but Giants are going to have that as well too. A team that continues to try to prove themselves as one of those top teams in Europe.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a tough road, I feel like, for Guild, because the Giants usually beat them when it matters. I think Guild wins when they play in the grid, but when it comes to the regionals, the Giants are the ones taking down Guild. Now, there have been some close series in the past, but I feel like for Guild, this is going to be obviously the toughest match of the day. I think Giants have been performing well, but with the added pressure, it's going to be a very, very tough series here.
But we got to talk about Winter Major, because Guild came into that, like, we thought they were dead in the water, that they would probably come in last and they wouldn't have a lot of points, but they finished really well, a top 4 finish for them. While Vodafone Giants, we thought the complete opposite, that they would compete for a title here, because Regional 3, they played BDS in the Grand Finals. They came in last at that major, so they lost out on a ton of points. They want to right that ship right now. But Guild, again, they've been working on a lot of stuff for these past 2 months. We'll see if that continues here.
Well, get those votes out, guys. Last time to vote for today. That fan votes up. Get those hashtags in chat. Which team you think is going to take this one? It's all for Guild right now, fighting to get that top spot to avoid BDS, or at least get that second seed here. It's all up to them, or, well, maybe the Giants if they play really well. Let us know who you think it's going to be. We're going to get our votes out. Let's start with Gibbs on this one. Who do you have, Giants or Guild?
I feel like Guild is one of those teams that I just can never actually believe in. Like, I know they're playing well right now, but I think Vodafone Giants are just a better team. Like, most days, I think Vodafone Giants win this. Now, I'll probably eat my words after this series, but I'm going Vodafone Giants.
Rude, but okay. Corelli, how do you feel?
Look, I think both the teams are going to play at the same pace here in this series. I feel like, though, Vodafone Giants are going to win it. I think Guild gets the win that they need. I don't think it's going to be a sweep, but I do think that the Giants are probably going to take this one down in 4 or 5 games.
Yeah, and not that I don't believe in them or anything, but yeah, I'm going to go with Giants as well on this one. I think it would be silly. Just again, Corelli, you brought up the point when it comes down to the wire in these regionals, Giants are a team that like to step on other teams, and I feel like there's a possibility that ends up happening here again today. So, chat, indifferent. They're so scared after that dig pick earlier with 92%. They're going straight down the middle for every other prediction going forward here. Fair enough, chat. I do the same anyways. Get online on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS. But it's time for our last match of day number 1 here. It's Giants versus Guild in the Skybox.
And Turtle, I'm sure a lot of Singularity fans are going to be watching this one closely, hoping that Guild does not pick up a game win here. Singularity still in the running to finish top 2, but Guild, they just got to get 1 win on the board this series, and they'll be sitting pretty.
And I'm surprised. I thought, the desk was going to be split kind of like Twitch chat here. But instead, nobody wants to respect Guild. And I feel like maybe nobody on the desk actually watched the Winter Major. Because if you did, you would have seen Nolly popping off, hitting every single double tap. You give that man any space on the backboard, and he is going to make you pay.
Already things getting spicy. Nolly and Guild on the approach. Devo, not much boost. And Zamway's able to save that out. Devo got a little bit awkward in the air, slowed down too much.
Oh, that's it.
Devo again, the shot. That was too high, and Devo gets stuck on the post.
Oh, man, that is tough. I was on his cam settings, and I saw exactly where he was going. He just got a little bit too under the ball, turned his car in an awkward angle. And right out the gates, you can see Guild are swinging. And you think they would have gotten one there, but still they want to keep that pressure on and just try to starve out this Giants defense.
Yeah, and a lot of times when you come in too hot on a ball like that, you can't just hit it with your nose. You got to go for that adjustment, but it's not as reliable. Devo missing that one high. That was a very good chance for Guild to get out to an early lead. Demo not only taking out Itachi. And up until that last major, Guild has been a force to be reckoned with, Turtle. So you can never really count out Giants. The Death's not counting them out, certainly.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the Giants, while they had a tough major, not the best showing, lost both of the games or series that they played, they were still, I'd say solid. I believe they went to Game 5 in both of the series, narrowly missed out. But Guild, it was the opposite story. Guild popped off. I think had the best performance we've seen out of them in this season. Throughout all of RLCS X, they made top 4 in the majors, and they're looking solid. Nolly, again, with 0.96 goals per game. #1 in the major, highest shooting percentage. You just got to hand that man the ball, and maybe he'll do some work and some magic on the offensive side.
And Devo backing him up. Devo, player who's been around for a very long time, former world champ. And he seems to make things easier for everyone on the field that he plays with. Gels so well, but there, I don't even know what to say about that, Turtle.
This is what happens when we compliment anybody on the field. We're talking about Devo saying his impact and a little bit of a rough start to that aerial, and he can't get any piece of it. That one's just going to float in.
He was 100% expecting to go into the corner. He was not thinking that there was a chance that ball was going on target, completely catching Devo out. So a sketchy start for Devo. Not only did he mess up that play on defense, but he missed that early scoring chance.
Yeah, that's just a double whammy right now in this first game, especially against the Giants. I don't think the Giants have actually lost one of the 2 first games of the series so far in this bracket. They've been so consistent right from the jump, James. It seems like Giants come out, know what kind of play style they're going for, and they execute rather well. Meanwhile, Devo on the other side can't find the net on this opportunity either.
Yeah, the Giants so consistent. Really all season long, all splits. Aside from that poor major finish, they had continually performed very well. Yeah. And, that Itachi pickup has only been proven to be the right move the further we get in the season. The Giants looking so comfortable, even on defense, keeping these shots out. Now, though, downfield, a team bump. Nolly let that through, and Itachi tried to half flip back, but that team bump, that just threw the Giants into a tough spot.
Yeah, it started with a team bump, but then it was just even more chaotic because Nolly couldn't get the read off the backboard. Tho was the one who got the booming clear in the corner. He had all that time to follow it up, transition on offense, and get a really nice looking shot, all tied up, 1.5 minutes. This has been one of the weirdest first games in any series, James, but I'm loving it.
I mean, from the replay angle, too, you saw how far away that Nolly was from that ball. So, and you saw Itachi, from his perspective, he thought Nolly might be able to get a hit on it, so it forced Itachi to actually jump a bit earlier. But Itachi, instead of jumping there, was able to kick it in reverse. He might have been able to get to that ball, but regardless, though, very well-placed shot. We've got a game. Steak waiting upfield, goes for that.
Devo
sneaks it in. Steak, the surgeon.
Oh, and this all started with the new pickup, Itachi. You can see him find Steak on the other side. There's barely any space he can hit this ball where Devo can't get the save. The one spot is directly above him, crossbar down, and he nails it.
That was fantastic from Steak. Devo, you can expect to see him third man quite a bit.
Yeah.
And it's not looking like the best day for Devo so far, being that third man.
It has been rough, absolutely rough. He's been put, I think, every single time in a situation where he has got to come up clutch, or Guild is going to take a huge blow on the defensive side. That's either with letting in both goals so far for the Giants, or missing that opportunity that would have tied up this game.
They're still in it, though. Got to get one more. Nolly popping it up. Though, off the backboard, Nolly jumps. Zamway hits it downfield. Devo's there.
Oh, Devo's there.
Shot. Itachi, he jumped around that attacker that was trying to bump him and was still able to get that save. Itachi, one of the most entertaining defenders to watch in Europe. And the Giants sneak away with a win. That came down to the wire. Wow. Itachi coming up clutch.
Yeah, now you got to think what happens if we go into game 2 and we've got a better Devo, a better performance from this man while he was at the top of the scoreboard. It was pretty rough, and I don't want to, be too critical of him because it's just the first game getting those jitters out. But Devo, he steps it up even by a couple percentages. that could change everything, James. He was slightly off on the shot. Even in the final few seconds where we saw that final opportunity for Guild, Devo, instead of going for that shot, you go for the pass over to Tho, who was in the corner. You could find some kind of movement with the ball with that transition instead of just giving it away. So Devo, we look to him to make a difference, and there's not many changes you need to make. If you're Giants, you got Itachi holding it back or holding it down in the backfield, James.
Yeah, and the Giants looking good. But, I mean, at the same time, Turtle, you could also make the argument they did leave some gaps that Guild was able to attack. But, you know, they were fortunate that Devo was not accurate with his shooting. There was the shot that he missed. It was a great pass back. He had a very open net, wasn't able to connect. And then also panicked a little bit off that hit off the sidewall that ended up finding its way in. So Guild, you know, minus those 2 mistakes, if you take those out, it would have been a very close game. Maybe Guild would have been able to sneak away with it. So we'll see how they clean things up. We've got the next game coming.
For this team, I mean, a lot of what Guild tries to do is have Tho be that aggressor, make a lot of plays, and set up Nolly for that follow-up shot, who's one of the best at striking, I'd say, even in this region, for sure. And we haven't seen too many opportunities that, you know, run out into the midfield. A lot of times, Tho is getting a solid 50, or Devo even on the offensive side. But the Giants, they pushed up a little bit with their defensive line, and they're getting in front of them, and they're hitting double taps like that from Steak. My goodness.
Well played shot, but the defense is there. Itachi back passing, lovely touch by Zamway to bring that up the wall to himself. Gets the center as well. Devo streaking across to make the save. That was lovely possession play by the Giants.
Well, that was
not so lovely.
As well. Steak was in the air.
Itachi with a rare miss as well.
The double tap. How did he recover? Itachi somehow got back on the backboard, found another hit after the initial whiff. This is some very, very odd defense, James, but it's working out.
And now another double commit. Steak and Itachi. The deflection comes through. Tho wanted to find Devo in the corner. Nolly to himself. Well challenged by Steak. Itachi to the side. Can't double it. Didn't have enough boost. Did pick up the mid. He'll be able to turn for this. Stay on it.
Ooh. And we look at the clears as well from Guild, James. It seems like they're not really finding too many people. You see a little pass connection right there for Nolly, but it doesn't go anywhere. Meanwhile, every time the Giants find a connection on offense, there is a finishing shot that is putting and applying pressure to the defense of Guild, but Nolly could do it himself.
I was thinking this might get saved, and it was so awkward. Steak trying to bump Nolly first, holding in break. He tried to flick it up. He got close.
Yeah.
But that's about as hopeless of a situation as you can be in as a defender. Still,
like Steak even overflipped. Like he over-rotated on the defensive save. Couldn't get a touch, and then just got bumped by the dribbler. Now Devo's trying to make something look even better for the second goal here. Nothing much, but Guild, that was a very awkward play yet again. This has been a different series.
And even though you saw those Guild mistakes last game, they still kept it within 1.
Yeah.
And this is an important win that they're going to have to pick up. It's such a better situation to be in, not having to go down immediately into that lower bracket, having a chance to qualify.
Yeah. I mean, just one game, James. One game in this series. If Guild can hold on for the next 2 minutes, they clinch top 2.
Pass over Devo. Going for the backboard. Now Steak off the ceiling. He's going to put it down, and it's stopped by Tho. Itachi. Oh, that's an awkward touch. Tho trying to get it back. Another back pass from the Giants, and that's one thing that has been working out for him quite nicely, is just bringing it back to their own half, trying to regroup, keeping that possession.
The movement with the ball, like you said, James, the possession. They're trying to find a player on the other side, which is why I honestly feel a little bit more confident for the Giants coming into this game. Even though they're down 1 goal, it seems like they are much more planned out whenever they move on offense. You just got to stop with those simple mistakes. So that unfortunate bump from Nolly earlier on that you can't really control.
Oh, this is another awkward situation. Nolly not able to find a shot on target. You saw the defenders. They were struggling in net.
Oh, the bumps from Nolly as well in the corner.
Crossbar out.
Well, this is just chaos from Nolly every time he touches the ball. I think we're seeing more and more wacky, wonky stuff like this flip reset. I don't even know what that was. It stalled a lot of time, let his teammates get back on defense, and now we'll see if they can look to transition yet again.
Wasted a lot of time holding that flip. He made you question whether he even got his flip there. But Guild happy to waste that time off the clock. Final 30 seconds. Head up, chance for Itachi, but...
Oh, the fake!
Though doesn't make contact, and Itachi pushes it by him!
Hold on, we gotta see this again. I'm not sure if this was planned as a fake. It seemed like Tho thought Itachi was gonna get there way earlier, find contact much quicker, but instead Tho just flies right above the ball, and Itachi's there to glide it in.
And that's always a risk.
Oh my.
When you're coming on those challenges, Turtle, a lot of times you think they're gonna go high, so you try to predict that, and as a defender, you just go high, but if you're wrong and you go low, you see what can happen. Itachi, that was a wonderful way to tie things up. Though, gonna be kicking himself for that. And we've got overtime.
Think of it is, James, I don't even blame, who is it, Tho for going high there. That's the safer bet.
Yeah.
And yet we have Itachi who, for some reason, decided to go for the shot. Maybe he knew he was going to get a fake. That's a great pass out from Zamway off the ceiling. We have such high-flying action right now on the offensive side for the Giants. They are up and so quick to the ball, but then all of a sudden you hit the brakes and you fake out Tho.
We saw, though, they were a little overextended. Two defenders streaking back. Now Zamway reaching for that save. Itachi handed it off to Zamway. Zamway gets tackled by Tho.
Oh, another back pass, like you were mentioning, James. Keeping the possession, but that's not going to work out because Nolly, of course, is going to secure top two and win their first game in the series.
And Itachi, a heavy-handed touch, got away from him. Nolly, wonderful finish, and Guild will get the win there. So top two looking good, and Guild going to be happy about that, Turtle.
That's where Nolly always fits in best on this roster, is that follow-up striker. And the crazy thing is a lot of times whenever you have a follow-up striker, he's not even getting the goal 80 or 90% of the time. He's just trying to make the defense waste some boost. But Nolly is that good of a striker that he can find the back of the net so consistently that you don't even need the third man in the backfield, James, to come up and clean up whatever happens on the defense. Because Nolly, he's going to hit it regardless. So again, he steps up huge, 2 goals for his name at the top of the leaderboard, and he's looking strong.
And this seems to be the case for quite a few Guild matches that I've been able to see. They have these series where it doesn't even look like they're playing at their potential. They're making a few mistakes here and there, but they are still in it. They still keep games close. And in games like this, they were able to pull ahead and get the win. In the last game, we saw some defensive, offensive mistakes coming out of Devo. This time, tighten things up. And Nolly, you even think back to that chance he had earlier. There was a ball floating up into the mid. 2 defenders were awkward in net. He didn't even put it on target. But still, the amount of chances that Guild was getting, you give Nolly enough chances, he's going to start hitting his shots because, that's what he's known for, Turtle.
Exactly. And meanwhile, on the other side for the Giants, they're kind of going for a style that will break down the defense over time. They're not trying to rush in with very high-powered shots. Instead, they want to go for a couple more passes, try to move the ball around and make you waste boost. But it worked in the first game because you had Devo, who was a bit confused with his positioning. Now that Guild have cleaned it up, you're going to need more. Or you could take this. I'm not sure what happened here, James.
So this is one of those double kickoff scenarios where the ball doesn't really go anywhere, and then it's up to the people who are cheating up to do a good job. Devo, he got obliterated on that 50.
I think Nolly just likes going for shots regardless of which side of the field he's on. We take that. We take that. I like it. Keep his striking in top shape for this matchup and continue on in the series.
And sometimes that happens. Better to get it out of the way early.
Yeah.
Giants. Possession game has looked good at times, Turtle, but sometimes on defense, they've looked a bit awkward, stepping on each other's toes. We saw that one play in game 1 where they had team bumped each other trying to get back.
Oh my goodness, that one.
What? Did Steak have no boost here?
I mean, we're looking at his rotation right now for Steak. He's all the way in his own corner trying to get boost. And even that rotation seemed a little bit wide. Whenever you see him come back, he didn't really cut in right away. Instead, taking his time, didn't expect the shot to come on net. And it's risky positioning for the defensive Giants.
A little bit too nonchalant, getting back.
Yeah. I mean, maybe they don't expect these early shots on net, but once you realize that Guild are kind of giving the ball away, you could capitalize and maybe get a good counterattack if you are in position for that.
So a quick recovery. We're right back where we started. But if you're a Guild fan, you're already happy. Guild with that last win, securing top 2. Steak. Gonna drop that down now. Tap into the middle. So backboard pass. Nolly denied. Itachi, a good jump. Well, you see Devo with some mind games coming in, playing that slow. Nolly missed making contact. He got his flip back up off the ceiling. Did not use it very well.
Oh, look at the space and all the time Devo had. Not the best touch, but they're just keeping the pressure on. Like you said, Devo was going for a couple of mind games, always known to dribble a bit more on this Guild roster, which I've noticed recently he's come through with those crazy mind games. And he has looked so much better, James. I can't express how difficult it is when you have such a rough start to a series to get yourself out of that mentally. And you can tell that the communication, the positivity is there in comms.
Now Devo low on boost. He's going to have to manage. And he did well enough. He was able to hit the ball in an awkward spot to buy time for his teammates to get back.
Oh, what a pass.
Got opportunity. That one going high.
Oh, we had a midfield pass from the Giants. It was clean. It was almost like the exact same goal Guild got to win the previous game. But for the Giants, instead with that clean midfield touch, shooting accuracy a bit off, and the Giants, that could have been the opportunity to get back in the lead.
That seemed like the moment. So, plenty of boost. He'll tap it. Take it off the backboard, low clear. Itachi back up high. Pass into the middle. It was the right idea from Itachi. It just was not far enough out. Double tap didn't connect. Devo, low boost, back-to-back saves. Devo making the play.
That defense from Guild has not broken up with rotations, positioning. This is the first double commit actually we've seen in quite some time, and still Tho is there to air dribble it out, waste a little bit more time, and let Devo get in position to force an awkward touch from the Giants.
The defense from Guild. That's been what's keeping them in it. Devo, a lot of times, low boost defensive plays, which always makes it much harder. Zamway going for the 50. It's going to kick off to the side. Steg gets the boost, leaves that for Itachi. Itachi, center ball. Zamway, the shot. Easily saved by Nolly. Zamway staying in the play, but this one will be cleared out by Tho. Itachi pops it up over him, but it's back to Nolly. Steg over to Zamway. Zamway is going to take it up into the air himself. Going for the backboard pass. Itachi catches, flicks it up. Steg going for the shot, and it's high and wide.
How many opportunities have we seen from the Giants where they get this midfield touch, and then the shot is too weak? Here's another one. Steg off the backboard. This could be it. Put it in the net. He finally finds that accuracy, and the Giants get a well-deserved goal.
And they were peppering the net. They were passing it in the box.
It's about time.
They earned that one. The Giants taking the lead in the final minute. The passing, it wasn't really yielding much fruit, but it finally has in a big time.
Yeah, and that I think that speaks a lot to how relentless this Giants offense is. It's super easy to get too desperate, go for a couple of extra boost pads, and overextend and overstay your welcome, but the Giants were able to keep those shots, like you said, peppering on the net, and eventually something will work out.
Zamway. Air dribble, pushing it quickly to the backboard. Wanted to go for the double, but Tho had it read. Now Nolly up very early. A lob shot. Zamway on empty. Will tip it to the corner. Steak might also be low on boost. And this is high again. Zamway.
Oh, no
it's still airborne. Steak tapping it down, and the dive will keep it air.
Devo. Oh.
And the Giants, they still hold on. The games they've won. Hey, they've had some nail-biting finishes, but Guild couldn't do it in those final seconds. Giants.
Yeah. I saw Devo coming in from the side. I thought maybe he could find the angle to get the buzzer beater. I would have loved to see it just so we get, you know, another crazy overtime, another chance to maybe break a world record for RLCS. But unfortunately, we don't get the buzzer beater. No overtime. Like you said, Giants looked so much cleaner on defense this time. There were a couple of mistakes still. I'm thinking back to that awkward boost grab from Steak. But other than that, it just came down to them finding accuracy, which took some time, but they managed to keep the opportunities coming.
Itachi and Devo squaring up in a defensive show match. You saw 6 saves there from Itachi. Itachi, we talked about his defense quite a bit, Turtle. Always so natural with his reads off the backboard in the air. But, you know, his former teammate Devo also making some defensive plays, or known for making defensive plays. This series, or that last game, he did a very good job on defense. Game 1, not so much, but Devo, we saw him low boost multiple times, making defensive stops, slowing down attacks.
Yeah. Well, and what's so great about that play style is it's really a support role for the star players on your team, like Nolly, or maybe you've got Zamway, who can then come in clutch with some crazy mechanics. I believe we were the ones who were casting that Zamway ceiling pinch, so you have no idea, you know, what these guys have to offer on the pitch, always coming out with creative mechanics. And Devo and Itachi give that space up to their teammates to let them do crazy plays and let them find shots. But if they get presented with the opportunity, you know they're going to strike too.
Little drop shot, and you see him stuck in net. Nolly making things more complicated, making Steak jump. And that was an important attack there by Nolly, getting that jump, because that opened up that gap small enough, or large enough rather, for them to score through. So well done.
Just got to make the defense jump, James. Show the presence. You know, be aggressive. And Nolly, he's not scared to go for those bumps, try to tilt, Steak. And yet again, we've got a very, very good start from Guild.
Yeah, and when you jump and you're airborne, you lose a lot of mobility. You can't make those quick turns. It's so much easier if you're grounded. Oh, and a quick response, Itachi. And you see Nolly trying to touch that down. Itachi just follows his own hit. Zamway misses, but worked out for Itachi.
Yeah, and that's a fake from Zamway on Devo. Devo was waiting, and Net tried to be a little bit more patient because he thought Zamway was going to have an angle or some faster touch into the midfield. Devo didn't want to go up early because of that positioning. Zamway didn't get a touch, and you've got the Giants tying things up.
So, high lob, Steak. Hit that one hard. Good speed from Itachi. Devo, a roller towards net. Though didn't want to let Zamway roll that one up and go for an air dribble. We've seen what Zamway can do in that situation.
Oh, Nolly. Oh. That was a scary play. Nolly, we rarely see him miss those off the backboard.
Double commit there from the Giants, but... Oh, and that actually is going to cost them! Oh! Devo finishes it off! There was a chance. It seemed like it might not go in, but that double commit... I didn't think they were even going to get punished, Turtle, but when you lose a 50 that bad...
Well, Nolly came up all the way to the left side of that challenge, used the back of his car to get a better 50. I don't even think in that situation you go for the shot. You just want to win the 50 because eventually it'll set up somebody like Devo.
That 50. That was quality. Now Nolly, the lob, it's going to go off the backboard, and Itachi makes the same follow-up. Zamway falling from the backboard, but he can't reach it in time. Guild score again.
It's too clean. I think Nolly actually got a touch on Zamway too. Nolly, the first hit off the backboard, then used the rest of his boost to go for a bump on Zamway. Devo and Tho were able to follow up with touches of their own. And of course, you've got a Guild offense that seems to be fitting in rather nicely against this Giants defense.
And Guild, they're looking in form right now.
Double tap.
As we approach that halfway point of the game, Guild got 2 goals separating them from the Giants. The Giants going to try to battle back.
Oh, the midair pump. He got him.
Oh
my goodness.
And what I loved about that play, Turtle, was you saw it once that initial player lost or yielded control of the ball to his teammate. He was just trying to block in front of him, prevent anyone from coming up for the challenge.
And if you just were to look at this game, you know, randomly, a lot of times you think Nolly's just wasting his boost going for some random freestyle, but in fact, he's going for the mid-air bump. He found the contact, but though didn't get that double tap. I would have loved to see it again. And you can see the creativity from everyone on Guild. Give Nolly another one, James. This is a much better offense from Guild that we've seen all series long.
That was a beautiful pass, though, setting it up. And that's what you dream of, you know. If you're a striker, you love taking shots, which we know Nolly does.
Yeah.
It's such a treat to have a ball put on a platter like that for you.
And I think Zamway is a bit frustrated. He's seeing Nolly on the other side. He's thinking to himself, you know, I'm the striker for the Giants. I need a couple of more setups myself. I would love to get that for my teammates, but a lot of times they're starved out from boost. And it seems like Itachi and Stick can't get those 50s or the setups that Zamway desperately needs.
Devo off the ceiling, and the speed in the midfield. It has been heavily in favor of Guild this game, and you saw that dive. I believe it was from Zamway. You know, when you dive in, if you're low on boost, you're going to be out of the play for so long, and it makes things so much more difficult to defend. And you're sitting there 2v3 for a while. Steak. And Devo didn't get the best hit. Steak get the bump. Oh, and almost an own goal. That is not how you draw it up, but it works.
I don't know how Itachi actually kept his flip there. Maybe he came off the ceiling. I wish I could see that again, but he flew in, kept the flip somehow, and got all that power, which is what surprised the Guild defense. Maybe another own goal for Devo. But either way, this is too much of a dominant showing. Even if that one had slipped in and there was a mistake on defense, Guild certainly going to take this win.
Still comfortable in the back. Now Nolly to Tho. Tho is denied, but Nolly trying to return the favor. That was a nice pass over to Tho, but so many defenders in net, it was going to be tough to break through.
Yeah. Oh, Nolly's off the ceiling. Okay. It feels like we're watching the freestyle tournament another time. These guys just keep going for some creative plays. Left and right, you've got mid-air bumps, ceiling, mid-air pre-jump passes from Tho and Nolly, and then Devo with some mind games. What more do you want if you're a fan of Guild?
That's a tough question to answer. I guess you could say a Game 5 win, Turtle.
Yeah, that would be.
Game 5.
But
Game 5 now is going to be coming down to this one against the Giants, who started off looking pretty good. Guild struggling out of the gate, but now Guild in full control.
Yeah. And I mean, on the other side, I don't think this was a horrible showing from the Giants whatsoever. There were a couple of great looks, and we talk a lot about Nolly. It's just because he's getting setups. That's why I keep mentioning you have to find a way to give Zamway the ball, give him some space, open it up, and that could be with demos. That could be with physical plays that Nolly has been going for himself to open up other space for his teammates. There's multiple different factors. Meanwhile, for the Giants, we just see a couple of good looks with the midfield passing. There's not really much else that they're offering on the offense.
And sometimes those double commits, they just get you. And on top of, you know, in that situation, the one where the 50 was lost high in the air, normally you're not even getting scored on that in that situation when the ball's that high up. But things just seem to go wrong for the Giants. And now they're going to have to fight off this Guild squad that's looking good. Game 5 here on Champions Field.
even with just time on offense, I believe in the last game, Giants had, what, maybe 4 shots to Guild's 12? Seems like they can't transition out. A couple of missed touches, the double commits, you clean those up, and you've got Itachi with the same vision, finding those passes. The Giants certainly can take this game 5, or at least keep it close.
You're going to be keeping your eyes peeled, looking for those early mistakes. Both teams struggling at times to be on the same page. We've seen a few double commits on either end. Itachi going to go for a double. Gets it off the backboard.
There's
Devo
the
got there
demo.
in time, however.
I like the aggression we're seeing from Zamwe. That is new. Something where he's extending that rotation, taking some boost. Now Nolly gets some revenge, though, and Itachi has to do a little bit of magic off the backboard. His recoveries, James, have been flawless all series long.
Oh, and Devo! A changeup! Perfect placement as well. Nolly, you saw him swirling around.
Oh my goodness.
That was beautiful, Turtle.
I love that you called it a changeup because you can see Devo stop boosting, slow down his car a little bit, and get the slower shot. That looked so simple yet so fancy at the same time because you see him stop boosting.
And it is fun to watch players do that. They use that speed change as just another weapon that they can pull out. Devo, so creative. You were talking about that earlier. Devo is one of those players that just entertains. It's not standard Rocket League when you're watching Devo do new things.
100%, 100%. And even with Devo in the major that we just watched, he was popping off with dribbles. He had a mind game and the OT dribble winner against Oxygen, constantly popping off as that third man, and he comes in clutch. And I think at this point we can't even be surprised about it.
Devo has more than made up for that slow start. The Giants, they've lost 2 minutes, down by 1. Devo gave it up to Itachi in the corner. Itachi over to Zamwe, who was sticking close. 50 off to the side. Stake, not much boost to do anything here.
Good control.
We'll push it by, and he doesn't get that corner boost, so he'll be out of the play for a second. Cleared up to the middle, though. Back towards net. Devo, the back pass. Itachi, who's going to leave that for Stake. Panic. See a demo trade now. Zamwe against Devo and flicked it early. Devo going to stay behind that ball.
Rotations for Guild so quick to get up and find a touch, but the Giants have slowly been improving their offense as well. Look at the passing, the connection to Zamwe, but the shot was not there, Zamwe. You need to have another take at that, or at least possibly get another opportunity. That has got to be painful, James.
And it's not looking any better. You saw that center, and now the double commit. Boost getting drained out of the Giants. Devo gonna lob that to the corner. Nolly pass off the sidewall, and now it's cleared back down, but the possession was given up. Even though the pass didn't connect, you saw how it made the Giants panic.
Oh, that's
and
it.
now
That's
Nolly
it.
gonna put in the second goal for Guild off another gorgeous pass from Tho.
Oh, 2 touches extra in the air from Tho. Gets it over to Nolly. All the space is there, and the time for him to find the accuracy. The Giants had somebody rotating in on the corner, but it wasn't enough. He wasn't there in time. Looking for boost, Guild strike, and they look far too mechanical right now in this game, James, to go down whatsoever.
And you know, Turtle, when we talk about Tho, you know, we expect that mechanical play out of him, that clutch, you know, game 5 scoring type play, but Tho has been such a brilliant playmaker this game, getting these passes up to Nolly and just making plays. It has been a treat to witness.
Well, it's almost like Tho and Nolly, since they had made it into, you know, I'd say the upper league coming from the Rivals series. Now here in RLCS playing against the best, they've developed alongside each other and they swap play styles constantly. Sometimes you've got Nolly popping off with the solo plays and Tho is the one setting him up. And then on the other side, you can get Nolly winning those 50s like we saw earlier on in the midfield, setting up Tho. They go back and forth. The duo of Nolly and Tho seem to be too strong for the Giants.
Especially when you add in that third from Devo. But there's still hope for the Giants.
There's a chance. Need something now.
Devo, it's in. He slots it lower corner.
Yeah.
And all the wind is getting taken out of the sails of the Giants.
Oh, and you just feel for Itachi. He had the pass perfectly read, but was just a little bit too fast going into that read. Couldn't get in front. And then you've got a free setup for Devo, who, of course, like we just talked about, the consistent rock on defense for Guild. Gonna set it up and put that one in.
Only one shot for the Giants so far this game. Guild, a dominant game 5. And these final seconds gonna come and go. Slow start from Devo, but man, did he heat up Nolly with some beautiful shots. Though the distributor and Guild will take this one in game 5.
After that first game with the whiffs, the mistakes that we saw, I was worried for Guild. Giants looked clean. The vision was there from Itachi, but Guild turned it around. You got the duo of Tho and Nolly. You got the dribbles from Devo, the saves from him as well. Too much for the Giants to handle, and they take it in game 5. I love to see a performance like this where you can turn it around that easily, James.
Oh yeah, Guild is a fun team to watch. The Giants, you know, you see what makes them so good, what makes them so consistent, but Guild, their stock is rising right now, and a big part of that is due to that bedrock that you have with Devo in the back. Not only is he playing defense, but you see that the creativity that he's got to come in as that third man and also be a scoring threat. And then you want to talk about scoring threats. Nolly, crazy this game with his shooting. And yeah, Guild, if you're a Guild fan, this is going to make you very happy.
And Guild, they're coming into the split fired up. They had the best performance in the Winter Major. So at that point, you come in here, you have full confidence, you know how you want to play, you have the footage to go back and rewatch to see what you did well, and they executed in pretty much the same style. You had Devo, third man, clutch as always with the saves. It was a rough first game, but other than that, solid performance. Nolly and Tho doing what they do best on offense, and the creative plays when they're dribbling in the air. This is a Guild team that you have to watch out for.
You certainly do. Guild upsetting the analysts. They all picked the Giants. Now they've got some explaining to do. Back to the desk.
Why'd you have to? We were just going to ignore it, but now we got to talk about it.
I mean, I'm just saying Vodafone Giants won 2 games. Like, we got first. It's okay, Guild. You can take the series. Don't worry about it. But no, Guild, they look great throughout this whole series. And Guild is I'm starting to believe, Leaf. Starting to get there. Guild, just result after result lately.
Again, no, I thought, and we talked about it too before, just, you know, this, and Chat was right too. Chat was right to be split down the middle, indecisive about it. They are a team that can fight and look good while they're doing it correctly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, I don't think anyone doubted the skill on Guild. This was a good win for them, and their reward, so they get to go play BDS. So that's exciting for them. And I think, you know, and I say that with, you know, a little bit of tongue in cheek, but also it's an opportunity. I think anytime, especially in a bracket, it's an opportunity to really prove your spells, especially in Europe, when you have an opportunity now to go and play BDS. This is your chance to say, I'm the real deal, right? And I think a lot of people are wondering that about Guild. Well, here's the chance.
And the one plus, you play BDS now, if you make it to bracket stage, well, you won't play them there, at least in the first round. That's how these brackets kind of work out. So you get 2 lives now for Guild because they had to win at least 1 game. So they got that under their belt. So looking good for them.
Let's take a look now how that group played out. Here is C&D. We'll take a look at AB in just a second. But yeah, C&D, we just saw Guild. And just previously to that, we saw Blokes and Rix take those top spots. Corelli, Rix, again, I think surprising a lot of people, especially over Dignitas.
Yeah, and they had they thrashed Dignitas earlier. Yeah. So for Rix, a very strong couple of days here for them. And going 2-2 in a group like that is a big deal. I mean, there are some high-profile names and obviously high-profile teams in that group, and Rix stuck it out sitting 2-2. So very huge for them.
But train hard. They were 0-3. They were out of this tournament. They took down Rix in 5 games to deny the first seed. So hats off to them to play it out no matter what, to get that experience in there. Train hard, I look forward to seeing you in the next regional. And then you look over in Group D. Giants, obviously, they narrowly get that first place seed, even though they lost to Guild because of their game differential. Because we go tiebreakers based on the entire group, not just based on head-to-head first. So that's why Giants are number 1. Guild is number 2. But Team Singularity, again, they started 0-2. A lot of people were saying they might be out of this tournament early. They get 2 wins by beating Guild as one of those, so they move up to that 3rd place spot.
And now we take a look over at the other half of the teams in Group A and in Group B. We mentioned BDS, of course. They had a nice, beautiful day, going 4-0.
It's just not fair.
Yeah,
it's not fair because we have all these teams here, right, Leif? And it's like BDS is the only team to go undefeated. No other team did in any of these groups, so they go 4-0. So everyone else in that group is just happy that when they get to the knockout gauntlet, they don't have to play BDS anymore. Team Queso barely. Again, game differential is so incredibly important. 3 teams tied at 2-2, but Team Queso, they get that bye. They get that upper bracket match, so they get 2 lives basically. And then Group B, Vitality. Not looking so hot, but the X-Oxygen guys now first place for Solary, so they're looking hot.
But it was close. Again, BDS put up for a good run there by Galaxy Racer. Those overtimes are crazy. I suggest going back and watching those just to witness history again here in the RLCS. So let's take a look at where this puts them going into day number 2, because things change up. We're not looking at groups anymore, Gibbs. We're looking at a gauntlet, a knockout gauntlet here, as some teams have that extra life and some don't. These teams you're watching right now, or looking right now, do have that extra life.
They all have extra lives here, so that's very good. If they win, they move on to the bracket stage on the final day as one of those top seeds, the top 4 seeds. If they lose, they still get one more opportunity, which we'll see in a little bit. But we got all the top dogs for the most part. Outside of Rick's GG, that they're the only team that's not really in World Championship contention, but they're top 8 seed here, so that's great for them.
I think this gauntlet's kind of fun to think about too. There's kind of 2 different mindsets that these groups of teams come into, right? You could be one and done, right, and move on to day 3, or if you lose, you're going to have to go and play a second set of matches, or if you start in the losers bracket, you're expecting to play those 2 matches. So it's a very interesting format we have this time around. I'm excited to see how teams approach from the winner side and the loser side.
And speaking of it, let's take a look at that lower bracket. Take a look at the teams that ended up in that situation. Again, as Corelli was just saying, they have 2 matches that they have to do to qualify Gibbs into that 3rd day. They're waiting for their 2nd match as the loser comes down from the upper bracket.
Now look at Dignitas Endpoint. We talk about there's like 10 teams in Europe right now. They're fighting for a world championship spot out of those top 6. Dignitas and Endpoint are 2 of those teams, and they're playing in the first round tomorrow. That is huge for whoever loses that is going to lose a lot of points to the other teams, and obviously whoever wins that, they want to make it all the way to day 3, but they'll have to go up against the loser of BDS Guild. So we'll see how that all plays out. But some surprises here, like Aether had a really good run. Team Singularity obviously fought back. I think that match is going to be really close. Then you got Godsmilla's team versus Team Liquid. 2 teams you didn't expect to do as well as they did. Now they got to play in that first round as well.
It's going to be feisty, and that action all goes down tomorrow, so make sure you guys are sticking around all weekend long. And after that, another bracket happens on Sunday to crown a champion. So just to get our thoughts, we've seen the process in action now. Corelli, I'll let you go first, and then Gibbs can talk about how proud he is for the format so far. Corelli, what do you think so far of this regional?
It's been a lot of fun so far. Not too many surprises. I think maybe the biggest one is Rick so far. I don't know. So far, I think it just feels like everything's kind of gone in place. BDS comes out and smacks everyone. Great. Solary at the top blokes at the top. Giants, Guild, rather, is very interesting to see how these groups played out and how people approach the next day. So I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm excited for. We've seen teams go from day 0, where they were off stream, where they're playing really well, to not having a good day today. So we've seen that with teams like Dignitas or Team Singularity, where they were bad on day 0, they're good on day 1. Now it comes to the knockout gauntlet, brand new day once again. But I really want to see how these groups line up, because now we're out of the group stage. They all expand into different brackets. Will Group A, who everyone said is that group of death, will a lot of those teams actually advance through, or will they fall to Group D, because all those guys play each other? So it's going to be interesting to see which group was actually really strong and which ones were kind of fakers.
Well, good question. You guys are going to have to find out tomorrow. That's it for day number 1 here as we end our group stage and we head up to the knockout stage tomorrow on day 2 on Saturday. And then, as we said, again, Sunday holds that championship title. Someone's going to grab it. We'll find out that in just a few days. But for now, we're going to head off. Thank you guys so much for watching. We'll see you for knockout on day number 2.